Hello everyone, I'm the Creeps Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It started as a simple plan, nothing dramatic. I had been feeling restless for weeks, buried under work and routine. So when I got a weekend off, I decided to get out of the city and spend a couple of days somewhere quiet. I found a small, rundown cabin listed online, tucked deep in the countryside and far from anything busy. The pictures showed peeling paint, an overgrown yard, and a small creek running at the edge of the property. It wasn't pretty, but that was the point. I didn't want charm or tourist appeal. I wanted silence. The idea of sitting on a porch with nothing but the sound of wind and water appealed to me. The drive out there took almost 4 hours. The last stretch was just dirt roads and scattered farms. The air felt different, heavy with the scent of damp earth and grass. It had rained earlier that morning, so the road was soft, the car slipping slightly in the mud in some parts. I saw fewer and fewer houses until there were none at all, just rolling hills, patches of trees, and fences marking forgotten boundaries. Eventually, the GPS lost signal, and I had to rely on the written directions I'd printed out before leaving. The last turn was onto a narrow path between tall weeds, the ground uneven and wet. It scraped the bottom of my car more than once before opening into a small clearing. The cabin stood in the center of it, weathered with darkened by age and rain, the windows streaked and dull. The yard was wild, grass waist-high in some areas, thickets of weeds around the edges. The only sound was the creek somewhere beyond the trees. There was no sign of anyone else for miles. I killed the engine and sat there for a moment, letting the quiet settle around me. Inside, the cabin was exactly what I expected: dust, cobwebs in corners, and the faint smell of damp wood. The furniture was mismatched and old. A couple of chairs with sunken cushions, a table scarred from years of use, and a narrow bed in the single bedroom. There was no electricity and no running water inside, just a hand pump outside near the creek for drawing water. It felt like stepping back decades in time. I unpacked what I needed, lit a couple of candles, and opened the windows to let fresh air push out the mustiness. The first few hours passed quietly. I walked the property, following the creek until it wound back into dense trees, the water moving slowly over smooth stones. The ground was soft from the rain, my shoes leaving deep prints. I noticed animal tracks here and there, deer mostly, some smaller ones I couldn't identify. As the sun dipped lower, the air grew cooler. By the time I made it back to the cabin, shadows had stretched long over the clearing. That night, I built a small fire in the stone pit outside and sat there for hours, watching the flames. The dark here felt different than in the city. It wasn't just the absence of light, it was thicker, heavier, pressing in on all sides. Every small sound stood out: the crack of branches in the distance, the occasional splash in the creek, the faint rustle of grass as something moved through it. I couldn't see far beyond the firelight, and that alone made me feel exposed. By midnight, the cold had crept in enough that I put the fire out and went inside. The cabin was colder than I expected. I crawled into bed fully dressed, listening to the faint creak of the old walls in the wind. At some point in the night, I woke up to a noise, dull and heavy, like something thudding against the wall outside. I lay still listening. It came again, irregular, sometimes soft, sometimes louder. I told myself it was probably a branch knocking in the wind, but the sound was too low for that, too deliberate. I stayed awake until it faded, not sure when I finally drifted back to sleep. The next morning was gray, the sky thick with clouds. The air smelled sharp and wet, promising more rain. I stepped outside and circled the cabin, looking for the source of the sound from the night before. Near the back wall, the ground was freshly disturbed, mud churned and flattened, like something had been there for a while. There were prints too, not clear enough to make out exactly, but larger than my own foot. I crouched down, touching the wet earth. Whatever made them had been heavy. I told myself it was probably just a deer, maybe rooting around for food. I tried not to think too much about it, but the unease lingered. I spent most of the day indoors, reading, cooking over the small camp stove I'd brought, and trying to ignore the strange feeling of being watched whenever I stepped outside. The woods around the clearing looked thicker than they had the day before, the tree line darker, like it held something inside. That evening, I decided to walk to the creek again. The light was dim, the water darker under the shadow of the trees. The air was completely still. No wind, no rustling leaves, no bird calls. I stood there for a while, looking into the water, and noticed movement on the opposite bank. It was quick, low to the ground, slipping between the undergrowth. I couldn't see clearly, just a shape, but it moved with purpose, not like an animal foraging. I watched until it vanished deeper into the trees. On the walk back, I kept glancing over my shoulder, feeling like something was behind me. My pace quickened, my heartbeat matching it. The clearing felt like safety when I finally saw it, but the cabin didn't feel as comforting as it had before. That night, the noise returned, closer this time. It wasn't just a thud against the wall now. There were soft, dragging sounds, like something moving slowly around the cabin. The wood creaked under weight near the porch. I lay still in bed, my breathing shallow, the blankets pulled up to my chin. Every instinct told me not to move, not to make a sound. After what felt like hours, it went quiet again, but I didn't sleep. By morning, I was exhausted. I walked the perimeter again and found more disturbed ground. Mud pressed down in wide, uneven shapes. The grass was bent in a trail leading toward the trees, but it stopped abruptly, as if whatever had made it had stepped off deliberately to hide its path. I decided I would leave early the next morning. The trip had stopped feeling like an escape and started feeling like something else entirely, like I was waiting for something I didn't want to meet. That evening, I didn't go outside at all. I locked the door, such as it was, and sat at the table with a candle burning, listening. The first sound was faint, a light scrape along the wall. Then another, closer to the window. The glass rattled softly, like it was being tested. My mouth went dry, my pulse hammering in my ears. The candle flame trembled in the draft. I sat there, unmoving, every muscle tense, listening to the slow, deliberate movement outside. When it reached the door, I felt the wood shift under a push. The latch held, but only barely. It wasn't built for strength. There was no knock, no voice, just the pressure, then a long pause. My hands were shaking. After a while, the weight lifted, and I heard slow steps moving away into the grass. I didn't move until the first pale light of dawn crept through the window. I packed quickly, my hands clumsy from lack of sleep. Outside, the yard was damp with dew, the grass shining in the low light. Near the edge of the clearing, I saw it, prints in the mud deep and wide, leading toward the trees. They weren't the neat, even marks of an animal. The stride was long, the shape irregular, like a bare foot, but wrong somehow, the toes spread too far apart. I didn't follow them. I didn't look toward the trees. I loaded my things into the car, started the engine, and drove until the dirt road turned back to pavement, and the trees thinned into open land. I didn't stop until I reached the first small town miles away. Even now, I think about those prints, about the quiet steps in the grass, and the weight against the door. I tell myself it was just a person, someone passing through the woods who decided to test the cabin out of curiosity. But the shape of those tracks and the deliberate way they moved around the clearing still sit in the back of my mind. I didn't see their face, didn't hear a single word, and maybe that's why it unsettles me so deeply. Because whatever it was, it never needed to be seen or heard to make its presence known. And I know, without a doubt, that if I had stayed one more night, the door wouldn't have been enough to keep it out. I had been looking forward to the trip for weeks. It wasn't anything extravagant, just a few days away from everything, tucked somewhere quiet, away from the constant noise of town. I packed the back of my car with everything I thought I might need: tent, sleeping bag, small stove, food, flashlight, spare clothes, and enough water to last me comfortably. I had chosen a spot I'd seen on a hiking map, a small patch of clearing deep within a stretch of woods that, according to the map, was rarely visited. That was exactly what I wanted. No crowds, no interruptions, just the sound of the wind moving through the trees. The drive out there took longer than I thought. The paved road gave way to gravel, then narrowed into something that felt more like a dirt track than an actual road. Every bump and dip shook the gear in the back, and I had to slow down to keep from damaging my car. Eventually, I reached a small turnout where the map had indicated the start of the trail. The air smelled cleaner here, like damp leaves and soil that had been turned over by the rain earlier in the week. I parked the car, slung my backpack over my shoulders, and started walking. The trail was narrow, lined with uneven roots and patches of moss. The trees closed in quickly, blocking much of the sky. The sound of the outside world faded until it was just the crunch of my boots on the ground and the distant calls of unseen birds. I kept walking until the path began to fade, replaced by faint impressions of where others had stepped before me. I had to check my compass twice to make sure I was still heading in the right direction. After about an hour, I found the clearing. It wasn't large, just a patch of grass ringed by tall pines and maples, but it was enough for my tent and a small fire. I set my bag down and stood for a moment, letting my eyes sweep the tree line. Nothing moved except for a few drifting leaves. I began setting up camp, staking the tent, and arranging my gear inside. The silence here was heavier than I expected. Even when I stopped moving, the forest seemed to hold its breath. By late afternoon, the temperature began to drop. The sun filtered through the trees in narrow, golden beams, casting long shadows that stretched across the clearing. I gathered some fallen branches and dry twigs for a fire. The ground was soft and damp in places, and I had to watch my step to keep from twisting my ankle. When the fire was going, I sat beside it and made a simple meal. Eating alone in the woods always felt different. It made me notice every tiny sound in the darkness beyond the glow of the flames. A faint rustle here, a snapping twig there. I told myself it was just small animals moving around. That was normal. Night settled in faster than I expected. The darkness here was complete, as if the trees had swallowed the last scraps of daylight. The firelight reached only so far, and beyond that was an endless black wall. I adjusted my lantern so it lit the tent interior, then sat back outside, watching the flames and listening. It must have been close to midnight when I first heard it. A steady, deliberate crunching sound, like boots pressing into damp ground. It came from somewhere beyond the tree line to my left. I froze, my hands still resting on my knees. I strained my ears, trying to tell if it was just my imagination, but the sound continued, slow, even steps. The fire popped, masking the noise for a moment, but then it came again. My first thought was that maybe another hiker had wandered too far and was looking for a place to stop. But there was no light, no voice calling out, no sign of another person except for those measured steps. I leaned slightly forward, my eyes scanning the darkness between the trees. The sound stopped, just like that. One moment it was there, the next it was gone. I stayed perfectly still for several minutes, my ears straining, but all I could hear now was the faint hiss of the fire. Eventually, I told myself it was nothing, maybe a deer passing through, and tried to shake it off. I banked the fire low and crawled into the tent. The air inside was warmer, the faint smell of smoke clinging to my clothes. I slid into my sleeping bag and lay there, staring at the nylon ceiling, listening. Every creak of the forest outside seemed louder now. My heartbeat felt unnaturally loud in my own ears. At some point, I must have dozed off, because I woke to a sound that instantly tightened every muscle in my body. It was faint, but unmistakable, a long, slow drag of something across the ground, like a heavy stick or a boot sliding through wet leaves. It came from just outside the tent, close enough that I could sense the weight of it. I didn't move. My breathing slowed to quiet, shallow pulls of air. The sound stopped again. Seconds passed, and then I heard it, a soft, deliberate shift, as though someone had shifted their weight from one foot to the other. My skin prickled, and I could feel my pulse hammering in my neck. I waited, but there was nothing more. After what felt like an hour, but was probably only minutes, I reached slowly for the small flashlight beside my sleeping bag. My hand shook as I clicked it on, the weak beam cutting through the tent fabric and spilling a faint glow outside. I didn't see anything through the shadowed shapes of the trees. When morning finally came, it was like a weight lifted. The sky was pale and washed out, but it was light, and that was enough to push away the unease that had settled over me. I stepped out of the tent, scanning the clearing. Nothing seemed disturbed. No footprints, no broken branches, just the same forest I had seen the day before. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. I made coffee over the fire, but my eyes kept drifting toward the trees where I thought I had heard the sounds. The forest there was dense, shadows clinging under every branch. I told myself it was just the isolation playing tricks on my mind. By midday, I decided I would take a short walk along the edge of the clearing to gather more firewood. I kept my footsteps light, trying to move without snapping any twigs. The ground was uneven, and I found myself stepping over fallen logs and patches of tangled roots. At one point, I stopped, crouching to pick up a thick branch that would burn well, and that's when I noticed it. In the soft patch of soil, just beyond a cluster of ferns, was a single print. It wasn't an animal print, it was the heel and partial tread of a boot. fresh enough that the edges were still sharp. My mouth went dry as I crouched there, staring at it. It wasn't mine. I hadn't been in this part of the clearing before. I looked up into the trees, scanning for movement, but there was nothing. No sound except the distant call of a bird. Slowly, I backed away from the spot, my grip tightening around the stick in my hand. The rest of the day passed slowly. I kept glancing at the tree-line, half expecting to see someone standing there. The forest, which had felt calm and welcoming when I arrived, now felt like it was watching me. That night, I built the fire higher, its light pushing further into the dark. I sat with my back to the tent so nothing could approach from behind without me hearing it. Hours passed without anything happening, but I couldn't relax. I listened to every whisper of the wind, every faint shuffle of leaves. When I finally went inside the tent, I kept the flashlight in my hand. Sleep came in short, shallow bursts. Sometime deep into the night, I woke again, not to a sound, but to the feeling that something was different. The air inside the tent felt colder, and there was a faint shadow moving across the thin fabric wall. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The shadow moved slowly, passing along the length of the tent. I couldn't hear footsteps this time, but the movement was unmistakable. Then it was gone. I didn't sleep after that. I stayed awake until the first light of dawn, my ears straining for the slightest sound. When the sun rose, I packed my gear quickly. My plan had been to stay for 3 days, but the thought of another night here made my stomach turn. As I carried my bag back to the trail, I glanced one last time at the clearing. It looked exactly as it had when I arrived, quiet, still untouched. But I knew someone had been there. Someone had walked just beyond my tent in the dark, close enough for me to hear them breathe. I reached my car and loaded everything in, my eyes sweeping the tree line one final time. The forest gave nothing away. It just stood there, silent, as if it had swallowed the truth whole. I started the engine and drove away, and only when the trees began to thin and the road widened did I let out the breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. I didn't go back to that spot again. I told myself it was just a strange encounter, something that could happen anywhere if you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. But even now, years later, when I'm lying awake at night, I still remember the sound, that slow, steady movement just outside my tent, and the knowledge that whoever it was, they had stood there in the dark, completely silent, just watching. It was the kind of day that felt heavier than usual, the air thick even though the sky was clear. I had been driving for most of the afternoon, following winding roads through farmland and patches of woods, until the landscape slowly shifted into deeper forest. The road narrowed, the pavement cracked in places, and the shoulder was barely wide enough for a car to stop. I had no real reason to be here except that I wanted to get away for a while. I'd packed a small bag, some food, and my camera, thinking I might camp for the night somewhere quiet. By late afternoon, I found a pull-off on the side of the road that looked barely used. It was just a small break in the tree line with enough room for one vehicle. Beyond it, a narrow dirt track disappeared into the trees. It didn't look official, no signs, no trespassing markers, nothing. I figured it might lead to an old logging site or an overgrown trail. My curiosity got the better of me. I parked, locked the car, and started walking down the path. The forest felt different the moment I stepped off the road. The trees grew taller, their trunks straight and close together, and the canopy blocked much of the sunlight. The air was cooler here, damp with the smell of soil and leaves. My footsteps crunched lightly on the dirt and fallen twigs, but the sound didn't travel far. It was quiet, so quiet that I could hear the faint ringing in my ears when I stopped moving. The track wound on for maybe a quarter mile before widening into a small clearing. There were old tire ruts in the dirt, long overgrown with weeds. I could tell no one had driven back here in years. The ground was uneven, littered with sticks and small rocks, and in the middle stood the rotting remains of a wooden shed. The walls were warped, the roof sagged in the middle, and one side had collapsed completely, exposing a pile of rusted tools inside. I walked around it, taking a few pictures. The shed didn't seem worth exploring, too unstable. But on the far side of the clearing, I noticed another path, even narrower than the first, disappearing deeper into the woods. Something about it felt different. The dirt was packed smooth, as though it had been walked often, and there were no weeds in the center. It wasn't overgrown like the rest of the area. I followed it. The further I went, the more I felt the trees pressing in. Branches hung low in places, forcing me to duck. I could hear the sound of my own breathing, steady but louder than it should have been. My shirt stuck slightly to my back with sweat, even though the shade kept the air cool. After maybe 10 minutes, I came across something unexpected. A thin wire stretched across the path about knee-high. It was old but not rusted, taut between two trees. I stepped over it carefully, frowning. It didn't seem like a fence, more like a tripwire. But for what? Hunting maybe? Not much farther along, the ground dipped slightly, and I found myself in another clearing. This one smaller and strangely clean. The grass was flattened in the middle, like something heavy had been lying there recently. The dirt was bare in spots, and there were faint marks in it, like dragging lines leading back toward the path I'd just come from. I crouched to look closer. The marks weren't made by tires or boots. They were too irregular, like something had been pulled. My stomach tightened. Without realizing it, I started glancing behind me more often, scanning the trees. Every shadow felt heavier. I kept going, though my pace slowed. The path narrowed further, and the undergrowth grew denser on both sides. I had the sense that if I stepped off it, I'd quickly lose my way. The trees here were older, thicker, their bark deeply grooved and dark. Then I smelled it, a sharp, sour odor, faint but distinct. At first, I thought it might be a dead animal somewhere nearby. I'd smelled that before in the woods, but this was different. It had a chemical edge to it, like metal or something burned. I slowed even more, breathing shallowly through my mouth. The path curved, and suddenly I saw it, a large, rectangular hole in the ground, maybe 10 feet long and 3 feet wide. The dirt around it was fresh, piled in uneven mounds on both sides. It wasn't an old pit. This had been dug recently. The edges were sharp, and the bottom was shadowed. I took a cautious step closer and peered in. The smell was stronger here, curling up from the darkness below. I couldn't see clearly at first, so I crouched. My eyes adjusted, and I saw what looked like a thick black tarp folded loosely at the bottom. But there were shapes under it, lumpy, uneven shapes that didn't match the folds of the material. I stared too long, trying to make sense of it, until a cold prickle ran down my spine. I stood quickly, heart pounding. I didn't want to know more. I turned to leave, but as I stepped back onto the path, I noticed something that froze me in place. My footprints, fresh, obvious in the soft dirt, were the only ones on the path. Except now there was another set. They hadn't been there before. They were faint but clear enough to see. Boot prints, larger than mine, leading in the same direction I'd come from. They stopped maybe 10 feet behind me, facing where I had just been standing. My skin crawled. I looked down the path behind me, but it was empty. The trees swayed slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel. I didn't think. I just started walking, fast but trying not to run. My legs felt heavy, my breath loud in my ears. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone step out from behind a tree. The path seemed longer than before, stretching endlessly, the turn ahead refusing to come. When I finally reached the first clearing with the old shed, I didn't stop. I cut straight across, heading for the wider track that led back to the road. My eyes stayed locked on the path ahead, but I could hear something, soft, steady behind me. Footsteps, almost in time with mine, but stopping when I stopped. By the time I saw my car through the trees, my hands were shaking so badly I fumbled my keys. I didn't look back. I unlocked the door, slid in, and slammed it shut. The air inside was stifling, but I didn't roll down the windows. I started the engine, turned the car around, and drove away, my tires kicking up dust. I didn't slow down until I was miles away, back on a road with houses and driveways. Only then did I let myself breathe fully. But even as I did, I couldn't stop thinking about that pit, the smell, the fresh dirt, and those footprints that hadn't been there before. Someone had been standing behind me in those woods, close enough to watch me, close enough to know I'd seen something I shouldn't have. And I left without knowing if they were still there, or if they had followed me part of the way, watching me leave. For the rest of that night, every time I closed my eyes, I saw the edge of that pit, the dark shapes beneath the tarp, and the empty path stretching out in front of me with the sound of soft, matching footsteps just behind. I know I'll never go back there. But I also know whoever dug that hole is still out there, somewhere, walking quietly in those woods. And I wasn't supposed to find it. It started out as just another afternoon, nothing out of the ordinary. I had been driving for hours, heading back home from visiting an old friend in a small rural town. The main highway had been shut down for some kind of construction work, and my GPS kept insisting that I take a longer route through the back roads. I wasn't a fan of it, but I didn't have much of a choice. The daylight was slowly fading, and I knew I'd be stuck driving in the dark soon. I told myself it wasn't a big deal, but deep down, I already felt a little uneasy. The road wound through stretches of farmland at first, the fields empty except for the occasional group of crows picking through dry patches of soil. The houses were spread far apart, most of them just single-story homes with rusted mailboxes and driveways disappearing into overgrown grass. The air outside looked heavy, like the kind that turns into fog when night falls. My tires crunched over loose gravel as the paved road turned rougher, and soon I was surrounded by dense trees on both sides. It was the kind of road where if your car broke down, you'd have no choice but to start walking. The sun was almost gone now, just an orange strip between the tree line and the gray clouds above. I switched on my headlights, but they only seemed to cut a narrow path through the shadows ahead. I passed no other cars. Not one. The silence in the car felt louder because of it, every bump and rattle of the vehicle magnified. About 20 minutes in, I started noticing how the trees here seemed thicker, darker. The branches leaned over the road as if they were reaching for each other, forming a tunnel that my car was forced to push through. Fallen leaves scattered in every gust of wind, and every so often, I'd spot a flash of movement at the edge of the light. Probably just a rabbit or a raccoon, I told myself. But they never ran across the road. They just lingered there, at the limit of my vision, before disappearing again. The GPS still showed I had over an hour to go before I'd hit a larger road again. The battery on my phone had dropped to under 30%, which meant I had to keep it plugged into the car. I kept my eyes on the narrow path ahead, trying not to think too much about how isolated I was out here. Then it happened. It wasn't loud, not at first, just a small, sharp pop from somewhere under my car, followed by a grinding noise that made my stomach sink. I eased onto the shoulder, if you could even call it that. The road had no real shoulder, just a strip of dirt before it dropped into weeds and roots. I stepped out into the heavy, damp air and crouched near the front tire. A flat, completely ruined. I opened the trunk, pulled out the spare, and got to work. The air was colder than I expected, and there was a faint smell of wet earth, like the ground had soaked up rain a few hours ago. My flashlight beam shook as I worked. It wasn't fear yet, just the effort of trying to get it done quickly. Every small sound in the woods around me caught my attention. A twig snapping, leaves crunching, the occasional drip of water hitting the ground. I was almost done when I heard something heavier than an animal. A slow, deliberate step. Then another. It wasn't close, maybe 20 or 30 feet into the trees, but it was too heavy for a raccoon or fox. I froze, holding the tire iron halfway between the ground and the wheel. The step stopped when I stopped. I scanned the tree line with the flashlight, but the beam hit only dark trunks and low branches. I told myself to keep going, and I did, but my pace quickened. I shoved the flat into the trunk, slammed it shut, and got back in the driver's seat. My breathing was uneven now, though I tried to keep it steady. The car started fine, and I pulled back onto the road without looking back. For a few minutes, nothing happened. Just the sound of my tires on the gravel and the glare of the headlights ahead. Then, in the corner of my eye, I saw it, movement along the tree line, pacing my car. I turned my head, and for the briefest moment, I caught the shape of a figure between the trees. It was too tall and thin to be an animal, and the way it moved, it wasn't running, but it was keeping pace with me. I pressed the gas harder, feeling the car bump and jolt over the uneven surface. The figure disappeared into the dark, but my grip on the wheel stayed tight. I kept glancing at my mirrors, half expecting to see headlights behind me, but there was nothing, only the black ribbon of road stretching into more woods. I told myself I was imagining it, that maybe I'd seen the shadow of a tree swaying in the wind, but the road was dead still. Not a branch moved. I passed an old wooden fence, its posts leaning with age, and spotted what looked like an old driveway disappearing into the forest. It had no gate, no mailbox, just a gap between the trees. As I passed it, my headlights caught something, two faint reflections like eyes catching the light. They were low to the ground, but they didn't blink or move as I drove past. My stomach was in knots now. Every instinct told me to get out of there, but the road kept stretching on with no sign of change. My GPS was glitching, the map freezing before jumping ahead again. The battery was down to 15%. After what felt like half an hour, I saw another break in the trees, this one wider, with a small clearing. In the middle of it was an abandoned pickup truck, rusted and covered in moss. Its windows were gone, and the tires were flat, half sunk into the dirt. Something about it felt wrong. The way it sat there, facing the road, as if it had been waiting for something for years. I didn't slow down. The next time I heard the footsteps, they were closer. But this time, they weren't coming from the woods. They were behind me. I checked the mirror, and my blood went cold. Far down the road, in the faint red glow of my taillights, was a figure standing in the center of the path. Not moving, just watching. I couldn't see a face, but I could tell it was tall. Too tall to be a teenager messing around out here. I pressed the gas harder, my heart pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. The road curved sharply, and when I came out of it, the figure was gone from the mirror. For a second, I thought maybe I'd finally lost it, until I saw the faint outline of something in my headlights, farther ahead now, on the right side of the road. It was as if it had cut through the woods and gotten ahead of me. I didn't slow down. I didn't even blink. I kept my hands locked on the wheel, eyes fixed on the road ahead. My phone battery dropped to 10%. I turned the GPS off completely to save power. Minutes dragged by. The figure didn't appear again. The trees began to thin, and I spotted the faint orange glow of streetlights far ahead. Relief flooded through me, but it was mixed with something else, a sick feeling that I was still being watched. When I finally hit the paved highway again, I didn't look back. I drove until I was in a well-lit gas station, surrounded by people and noise. My hands were still shaking as I filled the tank. Even now, I can't explain what I saw. I just know that something was out there on that road, and it wanted me to know I wasn't alone, and I will never take that route again. It started with the kind of day that felt heavy even before it truly began. The sky was dull and gray, with that flat, colorless light that makes it hard to tell the time without looking at a watch. I had been planning to go hiking for a while, and even though the weather looked uninviting, I decided I'd do it anyway. It was one of those plans I'd been putting off for weeks, and I knew that if I didn't go now, I probably wouldn't go for months. I packed my small backpack with a bottle of water, a few snacks, a flashlight, and my phone. The air was cool, maybe in the mid-50s, and I could feel that kind of dampness that clings to your skin even if it isn't raining. The trail I chose wasn't a tourist one. It wasn't some well-maintained path with wooden signs or neat little benches along the way. It was the kind of trail that locals used if they knew about it, a narrow dirt path that cut into the side of a hill and disappeared into the trees. I parked my car at a small pull-off on the side of the road, barely big enough for one vehicle, and locked it behind me. I stood there for a moment, listening to the sounds around me. The road was quiet. No cars, no distant hum of traffic, just a faint rustle of leaves and the occasional creak of branches swaying in the wind. It felt isolated in a way that was both peaceful and a little unnerving. The trail began with a gradual incline, leading me deeper into the woods. The trees here were tall and thin, with dark trunks that seemed to crowd closer together the further I went. The dirt beneath my boots was soft from the moisture in the air, and every step made a muted thud. As I moved forward, the sound of the road faded until there was nothing but the wind through the branches and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. My breath came in slow, steady pulls, and I could feel the tension in my shoulders easing. For the first half hour, it felt like a normal hike, just me, the trees, and the cool air. About 40 minutes in, the trail began to narrow. It curved along the edge of a slope, with a steep drop on one side covered in underbrush. The ground here was uneven, with small rocks jutting out that made me watch my footing. It was then that I noticed something odd, a set of deep footprints in the dirt, going in the same direction as me. They weren't fresh, but they weren't old either. The edges were still crisp, not yet softened by wind or rain. They were large, maybe belonging to a man, and spaced far apart as if the person was moving quickly. I followed them for a while without thinking much about it, but something about their length made me uneasy. Whoever made them had a long stride. I kept walking, trying to shake the thought. It wasn't uncommon to run into other hikers, even on these less-known trails. But the more I went, the more I realized I hadn't seen or heard anyone else all morning. The silence was heavy now, so complete that even the wind seemed to have died. I started to hear my own footsteps louder than before, and beneath them, the soft thump of my heart in my chest. I glanced back once, just to make sure no one was behind me. The trail behind was empty, fading into the trees. As the trail climbed higher, the forest began to change. The trees grew denser, blocking out more of the dim light from the sky. The air felt cooler, almost cold, and I could see my breath faintly. I noticed a faint smell in the air, earthy, but with something else, something faintly sour. It wasn't strong enough to place, but it clung to the air like a faint warning. I slowed down without realizing it, scanning the sides of the path for any sign of what it might be. The underbrush was thick, tangled with thorny vines and fallen branches, and I could barely see more than a few feet into it. Then I heard it, a faint, rhythmic crunching of leaves from somewhere behind me. It was soft, almost too soft to notice, but it was there, just out of sync with my own steps. I froze mid-stride, and the sound stopped too. I stood perfectly still, straining to hear past the blood pounding in my ears. The silence stretched out long enough that I started to think I imagined it. Slowly, I took another step forward. Almost immediately, the sound returned. A soft crunch. Another. Closer this time. The realization crawled into my mind and stayed there. Someone was walking behind me, matching my steps. I didn't turn around. I didn't want to. My pace quickened, and so did the sound behind me. The prints I had seen earlier flashed in my mind, and now they felt like a warning I had ignored. My throat felt tight, my mouth dry. I didn't want to run, not yet. Running would mean I knew they were there, and I didn't want to show that. The trail ahead curved sharply to the left, and just before the bend, I stepped off into the underbrush, moving as quietly as I could. I crouched low, heart hammering in my chest, and peered back down the trail. For a moment, there was nothing, just the empty path, stretching into the trees. Then I saw movement, a figure stepping into view, walking slowly, scanning the trail ahead. He was tall, wearing a dark jacket with the hood up, hands in his pockets. His head turned slightly, and even from a distance, I could see that he was looking for something, or someone. He stopped not far from where I had left the trail. I held my breath so tightly my lungs ached. He stood there for what felt like a full minute, glancing around, then slowly kept moving forward, his steps deliberate and steady. I waited until he was out of sight before I moved again. I didn't go back to the trail. Instead, I cut through the underbrush in the opposite direction, moving as quickly and quietly as I could manage. Branches scraped at my jacket, and the ground was uneven, but I didn't care. I just needed to put as much distance as I could between me and that man. It was harder to navigate without the trail. The forest seemed to press in from all sides, and every direction looked the same. I stopped once to listen, and for a moment, I thought I heard faint movement again, off to my right. I started moving faster, nearly tripping over a fallen log. My legs burned, my breath came in sharp bursts, and my hands were scratched from pushing branches out of the way. Eventually, I spotted what looked like a faint path ahead, maybe an animal trail, and I followed it downhill. The slope grew steeper, and I slid on the damp leaves more than once, catching myself on nearby trees. My chest ached from the effort, but I didn't stop until I reached a small, shallow stream at the bottom. I crouched beside it, trying to catch my breath, listening for any sign that I was still being followed. The forest was still again, but I didn't trust it. I decided to follow the stream. It would lead somewhere, maybe back to the road, maybe to another trail. At least it gave me a direction. The water was icy against my boots, but I stayed in the stream bed as much as I could, knowing it would make my trail harder to follow. My legs were starting to shake from the cold and the adrenaline, but I kept going, glancing over my shoulder every few steps. After what felt like hours, the stream curved sharply, and I saw a break in the trees ahead. The ground rose slightly, and beyond it, I caught sight of the road. Relief hit me like a wave, but it was quickly followed by a sharp edge of fear. If that man had guessed where I was heading, he could already be there. I slowed down, crouching low, and scanned the road before stepping out. It looked empty, just a strip of wet asphalt winding through the forest. My car was about 50 yards away. I moved quickly, keeping close to the trees until I was right beside it. My hands fumbled with the keys, and I kept glancing around, my pulse loud in my ears. I got in, locked the doors, and started the engine. The sound was loud in the stillness. As I pulled out onto the road, I looked into the mirror and saw nothing but empty asphalt stretching behind me. No figure, no movement. But the unease didn't fade. Even as the trees thinned and I left the forest behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been followed the whole way. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station miles away. I sat there in the driver's seat for a long time, my hands gripping the wheel, replaying everything in my head. I knew I had been followed. I knew I had been watched. And the worst part was knowing that if I hadn't stepped off that trail when I did, I might not have been sitting there at all. It was late afternoon when I decided to take a drive out to the countryside. I had been feeling restless all week, my head cluttered with work and noise, and I needed to get away from the city. I picked a route I didn't normally take, one that wound through old farmland and long stretches of empty fields. I didn't plan to go anywhere in particular, just drive until I felt like turning around. The air was warm but not heavy, the kind of weather that makes you want to roll the windows down and let the wind fill the car. I had a thermos of coffee in the cup holder, music playing softly, and nothing but open road ahead of me. As the sun dropped lower, the sky turned a pale orange. The fields seemed endless, with patches of woods scattered far off in the distance. Occasionally, I'd pass an abandoned barn or a leaning fence, but I hardly saw any houses. I noticed that the road itself grew narrower the farther I went, the asphalt cracking in places, weeds pushing up through the seams. The kind of road you know doesn't get much use anymore. I thought about turning around before it got too dark, but the quiet was strangely comforting, so I kept going. After about an hour, I came to a stretch where the road dipped slightly between two hills. There was a line of trees on one side, tall and dense, their branches reaching far over the ditch. On the other side was a barbed wire fence, and beyond it a huge empty pasture. Something about that spot made me slow down. Maybe it was the shadows gathering under the trees, or the way the wind seemed to stop there. My headlights weren't on yet, but the sun was low enough that the colors around me had lost their brightness. I noticed a narrow dirt track branching off from the road and vanishing into the trees. It didn't look like a driveway. It was too overgrown and uneven, but it had tire ruts, like it had been used recently. I should have kept going, but I stopped the car, sat there for a moment, and looked down that dirt track. There was no sign, no mailbox, nothing to say what it led to. I don't even know what I was thinking, maybe just curiosity, or maybe the strange stillness there made me feel like I had to see where it went. I turned the wheel, eased the car onto the dirt, and started down the track. The trees closed in almost immediately, blocking most of the light. The air inside that stretch was cooler, the ground damp. The ruts were deep, and I had to drive slowly to keep from bottoming out. The further I went, the rougher it got. My tires crunched over fallen branches, and the sides of my car brushed against bushes and low limbs. There was no place wide enough to turn around, and after a few minutes, I started wondering if I had made a mistake. Then I saw it, an old trailer sitting in a small clearing. It looked like it had been there for years. The metal siding was streaked with rust, and some of the windows were covered with cardboard instead of glass. A couple of plastic chairs sat tipped over in the dirt, and a pile of junk, scrap wood, a broken fridge door, torn tarps, was stacked off to one side. There were no vehicles, no lights, no movement. Just the trailer and the quiet. I stopped the car a little way back, engine idling. My first thought was that maybe it was abandoned. But there was something about the scene that didn't feel entirely dead. A black trash bag sat near the steps, tied up but not bloated from sitting in the sun too long. A length of rope hung from a branch nearby, swinging slightly, though there was no wind. The dirt around the trailer looked disturbed in places, like someone had been walking back and forth. I felt my skin prickle. I don't know why, but I cut the engine. The silence that followed felt heavier than before, like the trees around the clearing had closed in even tighter. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel, telling myself I was just being paranoid. But then I noticed something else. Farther back in the clearing, near the tree line, there was a shape. At first I thought it was just a stump or a pile of brush, but as I stared, I realized it wasn't. It was a tarp, stretched loosely over something. The edges fluttered slightly, but I couldn't see what was underneath. I don't know how long I sat there staring at that tarp. Every part of me said to just back out, turn around, and leave. But reversing down that narrow track without hitting anything would have been tricky. I'd have to get out, at least for a moment, to check where my tires were. I cracked the door open, and the smell hit me. Not strong, but faint, like something damp and rotting. I stepped out, the dirt soft under my shoes. My car door creaked, too loud in the stillness. I walked to the back of the car, glancing around constantly. Every sound felt sharp, the crunch of my shoes, the faint tick of cooling metal from my engine. The tarp caught my eye again. I couldn't tell if it was covering something large or if the ground beneath it was uneven. My stomach felt tight. I decided I didn't need to know. I was just going to get in, back out slowly, and be gone. I slid back into the driver's seat, started the engine, and began reversing. The track behind me seemed darker now. I kept glancing into the mirrors, trying not to hit the trees. I was halfway back when I saw movement in my side mirror. Just a flicker, something stepping from behind the trailer into the open. My hands locked on the wheel. I didn't stop, just kept rolling back, eyes darting between mirrors. Then I saw it again, clearer this time. A man tall, wearing dark clothes. His face was partly hidden by the shadow of the trees, but his head was tilted slightly, like he was watching me. He didn't move toward the car, just stood there, still as the trees around him. My pulse hammered so hard I could hear it. I kept backing out, my tires slipping in the ruts. I didn't take my eyes off him until the trees finally hid him from view. When I reached the road, I didn't stop. I turned sharply, gravel spraying, and drove fast, my hands tight on the wheel. The sky was almost dark now, and every shadow along the roadside felt like it could be hiding someone. I drove until I hit a main road, then kept going until I saw the lights of a gas station. I pulled in, parked under the bright canopy, and sat there trying to steady my breathing. I didn't call anyone. I didn't tell anyone. I just sat until I felt sure my hands wouldn't shake on the wheel. Then I drove home. That night, I couldn't stop replaying it in my head. The trailer, the tarp, the man standing perfectly still. I kept thinking about how quiet it had been, how there hadn't been a single bird sound in that clearing. I wondered if he had been watching me from the moment I pulled in, standing just out of sight. I thought about the narrowness of that track, how there was no way out except the way I came in. I haven't driven that route again. I've looked for it on maps, tried to find where that dirt track might be, but nothing matches. Sometimes I think about what might have been under that tarp, or why that man didn't move toward me. Maybe he didn't need to. Maybe just letting me see him was enough to make sure I never came back. But the worst thought, the one I can't shake, is that if my car had stalled, or if I'd gotten out again for any reason, I might never have made it back to the road. The man didn't need to chase me. He already had me cornered, and I can still picture him in the mirror, tall, still, watching, waiting for something I didn't want to find out. It was already late in the afternoon when I decided to take the long way home. I had been walking for most of the day, wandering through back roads and narrow dirt trails just to get some time alone. The air was still, heavy with the kind of warmth that makes your clothes stick to your skin, but I didn't mind it. I just wanted the quiet. The road I chose cut between open farmland and a stretch of woods that I had never been through before. The fields were empty this time of year, just low stubble from a recent harvest, and the treeline to my right was so thick it looked like a solid wall of dark green. The path itself was little more than packed earth, just wide enough for one small vehicle. There were faint tire ruts in it, but from the way grass grew in between them, it seemed no one used it much. I had my backpack slung over one shoulder, a bottle of water in my hand. Every few minutes I took a sip, letting the lukewarm taste sit in my mouth before swallowing. The heat made the air smell of dust and sun-baked grass. Somewhere deep in the woods, I could hear a steady hum of insects, almost like a constant buzzing that blended into the background. The trail wound deeper between the fields and the trees, and before long, the farmland ended on the left side as well, replaced by more forest. Now I was surrounded on both sides by tall trees that seemed to lean inward, letting only narrow strips of light through the canopy. The shade was welcome, but it felt different here. The air was cooler, heavier. Every footstep crunched on layers of dry leaves, and occasionally a twig snapped beneath my shoes. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. Even the insects seemed far away now. The only sound I could hear was the scuff of my shoes and my own breathing. The trees were close enough that their branches overlapped above me, blocking out most of the sky. I checked my phone for the time, but the screen was dim from the glare and the signal bar was empty. No service. That didn't surprise me. Most rural areas were like that, but it did remind me that I was far from anyone else. After about another 20 minutes of walking, I noticed the ground ahead dipped slightly, and the path began to curve. As I followed it, I saw something up ahead that didn't look natural. It was a shape, tall and thin, maybe 100 feet ahead, standing just off to the side of the path. At first, I thought it might be a dead tree or a post, but the more I walked, the more I realized it was neither. It was a person. They were standing perfectly still, facing the trees instead of the path. Their clothes were dark, blending into the shadows, and from where I was, I couldn't make out much detail. They didn't move at all, not even a twitch of the head when I got closer. I slowed my pace without thinking, instinct telling me something was off. The silence around me suddenly felt heavier, like the air had thickened. I kept walking, my eyes locked on the figure. As I drew closer, I could see they were tall, maybe 6 feet, wearing a long-sleeved shirt despite the heat. Their hands hung at their sides, and their head was slightly tilted down, as if staring at something on the ground. I couldn't see their face from where I was. I walked past them, keeping to the far side of the trail. My steps felt too loud, each one crunching on leaves like a warning. They didn't turn or acknowledge me in any way. I didn't say anything. I didn't want to break the silence. I just wanted to be past them. When I was about 15 feet beyond, I let out a slow breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. I kept walking, resisting the urge to look back. My shoulders felt tense, and my heartbeat was faster than it should have been for a simple walk. Then, behind me, I heard it. Footsteps. They were faint at first, matching my pace, but there was no mistaking them. The soft, deliberate crunch of someone walking on dry leaves. My stomach tightened, and without thinking, I quickened my pace. The footsteps quickened too. I didn't want to run. Running would make noise, and noise would tell whoever it was that I knew they were following me. I tried to stay calm, moving steadily forward, scanning the sides of the trail for any sign of an exit or a landmark. The trees here were too thick to slip between quickly, and the undergrowth looked dense enough to trip me if I wasn't careful. After maybe a minute of this, the footsteps got closer. I could hear the faint swish of clothing now. I glanced over my shoulder, just a quick movement, and caught a glimpse of them. The same person, walking in the center of the path, head still tilted slightly, closing the gap between us. I faced forward again and kept moving, my grip tightening on the water bottle until my knuckles ached. I didn't know how much farther this path went before it hit a road or a clearing. My mind ran through possibilities. Maybe they lived nearby, maybe they were just walking the same way, but none of those thoughts felt right. The trail dipped again, and I realized I was heading downhill into a darker stretch of forest. The trees here were even taller, their trunks wide and gnarled. The light was dim enough that it felt like early evening, even though it wasn't. I could smell damp earth now, the scent of leaves that had been rotting for months. I decided I couldn't just keep walking in front of them. If they meant to do something, I was giving them every advantage. My eyes scanned the trees until I spotted one with a thick trunk just off the trail, big enough to hide behind. As I reached it, I stepped quickly off the path, pressing myself flat against the bark. I held my breath. The footsteps kept coming, slow and steady. Then they stopped. Silence. I stayed still, straining to hear anything, breathing, movement, but there was nothing. I waited, my chest tight, every muscle in my body tense. The quiet dragged on until my ears began to ring from it. Then, from somewhere deeper in the forest, I heard movement slow, deliberate, moving parallel to the trail. Whoever it was had stepped off the path too. I stayed where I was, hoping they would pass by, but the sound grew closer again, circling. I knew then that they weren't just heading the same way. They were tracking me. My heart was pounding now, and I forced myself to move. I stepped quietly around the opposite side of the tree and began moving away from the path entirely, pushing through the undergrowth. Branches snagged at my clothes and scratched my arms. I tried to move quickly but silently, heading uphill where the ground was firmer. The sound of their movement followed, always keeping pace, never rushing but never falling behind. I couldn't see them through the trees, but I could feel their presence, close enough that the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I don't know how long I kept going, maybe 10 minutes, maybe 20, before I spotted a break in the trees ahead. I pushed toward it, stumbling over roots, until I burst out into a clearing. It was an old logging site, the ground uneven and littered with stumps. Across it, I could see a gravel road. Relief surged through me, and I ran for it, no longer caring about the noise. My shoes slipped on loose stones as I reached the road and turned, looking back into the trees. There was nothing there. The forest edge was still and dark, no movement, no sound. I stood there, breathing hard, scanning the shadows for any sign of them. After a long moment, I started walking down the gravel road, putting as much distance as I could between myself and those woods. I didn't see anyone else until nearly an hour later, when the road met the highway. By then, the sun was starting to sink, and the woods behind me looked even darker. I never found out who that person was, or why they followed me, but I know they were there. And I know they meant to keep me from leaving that trail the easy way. Even now, when I think back to that silence in the trees, I can still hear the faint crunch of leaves behind me, steady and patient, like they had all the time in the world. It started as just another ordinary evening, nothing strange about it at first. The air was cool, the kind of calm temperature that made you feel comfortable without a jacket, but you could tell it would get colder later. The sun was already gone, the last of the daylight fading behind a low line of trees in the distance. I was driving back from town, taking the same back road I always did. The road wasn't well lit. Most of it had no streetlights at all, just the glow of my headlights cutting through the darkness ahead. There weren't many houses out here. The land was mostly open fields, scattered with patches of woods here and there. On one side, old barbed wire fences lined the edge of the road, behind which cows sometimes grazed during the day. On the other side, there was a stretch of dense woods that ran for a good mile before the next clearing. I'd driven this way hundreds of times, and I knew every curve, every dip, every place where the road narrowed so much that you'd have to slow down if another car came from the opposite direction. The first part of the drive was uneventful. I remember passing the Miller farm and noticing how dark their house was. They usually kept their porch light on, but it was completely black that night. Maybe they'd gone to bed early. I didn't think much of it at the time. I kept going, watching the familiar landmarks slide past in the yellow wash of my headlights. Then, as I rounded one of the bends near the woods, I caught sight of something in the distance, just barely lit up by the edge of my lights. It was on the left side of the road, maybe 30 or 40 yards ahead. At first, I thought it might have been a deer, but it wasn't moving like one. It was standing upright, completely still, like it was waiting. The shape was dark against the slightly lighter road behind it. I slowed down a little, not sure what I was looking at. As I got closer, the figure started to move, not toward me, but across the road. It didn't rush or seem startled. It walked in a slow, steady pace, crossing from the wood's side over to the open fields. I couldn't make out its face or much detail, but I could see that it was tall, with broad shoulders, and it didn't seem to be carrying anything. There was something strange about how deliberate the movement was. No hesitation, no glance toward my car, no sign that it even cared I was coming. I eased my foot off the gas and kept my eyes on it. My headlights caught more of it as I approached, and I could tell it was wearing dark clothes, something like a jacket or hoodie. The strange part was how smooth its movement was. It never looked at me, never turned its head. It just kept walking, making its way across the road, and then vanishing into the tall grass on the other side. I drove past the spot and glanced in my side mirror. The tall grass swayed slightly in the wind, but I didn't see any more movement. I felt an odd weight in my stomach, like something about it wasn't right. I'd seen plenty of people walking along the roads around here, farmhands, hikers, even hunters heading to their trucks, but this felt different. Most people would at least look at a car passing by, if only for safety. This person didn't. I kept driving, telling myself it was just someone out for a late walk. Maybe they lived nearby, though there weren't any houses for a good half-mile in that direction. My hands were tighter on the steering wheel than usual, and I realized I kept checking my rearview mirror every few seconds. Nothing but darkness followed me. By the time I got home, I'd almost convinced myself it didn't matter. I parked the car, grabbed my bag from the passenger seat, and went inside. My place was quiet, the faint hum of the fridge the only sound. I locked the door behind me out of habit and went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water. But then I noticed something odd. My driveway has a small gravel patch that crunches loudly when anyone walks on it. I was sure I heard a faint crunch outside, just for a moment. I froze, glass in hand, listening. It stopped after that single sound, so faint I wasn't even sure it was real. It could have been an animal. There are plenty of raccoons and stray cats that wander through here at night. I set the glass down and went to the window that faced the driveway. The outside light was on, but it only lit the area near the front steps. Beyond that, it was all shadow. The gravel driveway looked empty. I stayed there for a while, just staring out, waiting to see if something moved. Nothing did. Eventually, I went back to the kitchen, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just seen the start of something I didn't fully understand. That night, I kept thinking about the person I saw on the road. I kept replaying the way they crossed without any sign of caution, the way they disappeared into the grass without even glancing toward the woods or the open field. Every detail felt off, but there wasn't anything I could point to and call wrong. It was just the way the whole thing felt, too deliberate, too calm. The next morning, I woke up early and looked outside again. The driveway was empty, and the gravel looked untouched. I thought about walking down the road toward where I saw them the night before, but something about that idea didn't sit right with me. I didn't want to be anywhere near that stretch of road on foot. Over the next few days, I kept my normal routine, but I was more aware of my surroundings. I drove with my high beams on longer than I usually would. I checked behind me more often. And then, 2 nights later, it happened again. Same road, same time of night. I was coming back from town, headlights cutting through the dark, and just before the curve near the woods, I saw movement. It was them. Same height, same slow walk, same deliberate crossing from one side of the road to the other. This time, I slowed down more, almost to a crawl, watching them as closely as I could. My lights caught them for a moment, and I saw the edge of their face, pale, expressionless, eyes looking straight ahead instead of at me. They vanished into the grass on the opposite side again. I kept going, heart beating faster, but when I checked my rearview mirror, I thought I saw something. Not the figure crossing again, but movement along the side of the road, almost as if they had turned and were now walking in the same direction I was driving, just off the pavement. I couldn't see them clearly enough to be sure, but the thought of it was enough to make my skin prickle. That night, I double-checked all my locks before going to bed. I kept the outside light on until morning. I slept lightly, waking up at the smallest sound, certain I'd hear footsteps on the gravel again. It's been weeks now. I still take that road because there's no better way home, but every time I reach that stretch near the woods, I slow down, my eyes scanning both sides of the road. Most nights, there's nothing there. But every so often, I catch a glimpse, just enough to know they're still around. Always crossing slowly. Always disappearing into the grass. Always without looking at me. And I've started to notice something new. When I pass that spot now, even on nights when I don't see anyone, I sometimes get the feeling that someone is already standing in the shadows, just outside my headlights, watching me go by. I don't know who they are or why they're there, but I do know that whatever they're doing, it's not just aimless wandering. It's too precise, too consistent. And the worst part is, I've started to think they know exactly who I am. I'm certain now, one night soon, I'm not just going to see them on the road. I'm going to see them somewhere much closer. It started as a quiet evening. I had driven out to the old gravel road that ran past the edge of town, the one hardly anyone used anymore, unless they had a reason to go that far. My plan was simple: park near the clearing by the river, get some fresh air, and maybe take a short walk before heading home. I had packed a flashlight, a bottle of water, and a folding knife in my pocket, more out of habit than necessity. The sun had been sinking when I got there, the last streaks of orange fading behind the tree line. By the time I stepped out of the car, the air already felt cooler, the shadows longer, the sky turning into that deep blue that means night is coming fast. The gravel under my boots crunched as I crossed the clearing. The grass was overgrown in places, waist-high in patches where no one had driven through in a long time. On the far side of the clearing, the trees stood close together, their trunks black against the dim light, their tops swaying slightly in the breeze. Beyond them, I knew, the river ran in a slow curve. I could hear the faint, steady hiss of the water if I stopped moving. The smell was sharp, damp earth, fallen leaves, and that faint metallic scent rivers sometimes carry. I walked toward the tree line, keeping the flashlight off for now. My eyes adjusted to the dim light, and the shapes of the forest grew clearer. The ground was uneven here, with roots poking up and loose stones hidden in the leaves. Somewhere off to my left, I heard the sudden rush of something small moving, probably a rabbit or squirrel startled by my steps. The sound faded quickly, but it made me more aware of just how far from anyone else I was. After a few minutes, I reached the edge where the trees gave way to the slope leading down to the riverbank. The ground dropped steeply, the dirt loose and damp in spots, and I had to place each step carefully. The air here felt cooler, heavier, as if the river was drawing in the warmth from everything around it. When I reached the bottom, the water was only a few feet away, sliding past in the low light, smooth and almost black. The far bank was just a dark wall of trees. I stood there for a while listening. The water, the soft rustle of leaves overhead, the occasional snap of a twig somewhere deep in the woods. It was all normal. But it was also the kind of quiet that made every sound stand out. I felt it creeping into me, making me hyper-aware of every shift in the air, every faint noise that didn't quite fit. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just the isolation. Still, I found my hand drifting to the flashlight in my pocket. I decided to walk upriver for a bit. The bank narrowed in places, forcing me closer to the trees. My boots sank into soft patches of mud, leaving deep prints that quickly filled with water. A few times I caught the smell of something stronger than the river. Wet moss, maybe, or the beginnings of rot from fallen branches. The light was fading fast now, the river turning into a dark, moving strip, the opposite bank a solid black wall. I finally pulled out the flashlight and clicked it on, the beam cutting sharply through the gloom. The light made everything look smaller, flatter, but it also meant I couldn't see much beyond its reach. The darkness outside the beam seemed thicker. I had been walking maybe 10 minutes when I heard it. Not the quick, light sound of an animal, but something heavier, slower. It came from behind me, back toward the way I had come. I froze, listening. The sound stopped. I stood still for what felt like a full minute, but nothing moved. Finally, I told myself it could have been a branch falling, or maybe the ground shifting near the bank. I kept walking, a little faster now. A few minutes later, I heard it again. This time it was closer. 2 distinct steps, then silence. I swung the flashlight toward the trees, but the beam only showed rough bark, tangled undergrowth, and shadows. My chest felt tight. I turned back toward the direction of the clearing, deciding it was better to head out before it got fully dark. I tried to move quietly, but the leaves and twigs underfoot seemed to crack louder with every step. I kept glancing over my shoulder, the beam of my light swinging back and forth. Halfway back, the noise came again, but now it wasn't just behind me, it was to my right, deeper in the trees. It was the sound of someone, or something, moving with care but not enough to be completely silent. My stomach twisted. I stopped and crouched slightly, turning off the flashlight. The dark was almost complete now, just enough light from the sky to make out shapes. My ears strained for the next sound. At first there was nothing, then soft, deliberate steps, moving parallel to me. I stayed still until the sound faded, then slowly started moving again, this time keeping my light off and my footsteps as quiet as I could manage. I knew the clearing wasn't far now, maybe another 5 minutes if I kept a steady pace. The slope back up was steeper than I remembered, and my legs felt heavier with each step. When I finally reached the top, I could see the faint outline of the open space ahead, my car just beyond it. I clicked the flashlight on again, sweeping it across the clearing. That's when I saw movement on the far side, near the tree line opposite my car. It wasn't fast, just a slow, shifting shadow that was clearly upright. My throat went dry. I couldn't make out details, only that it was taller than me and standing still, facing in my direction. I kept the light on it for a moment longer, but it didn't move. I started walking toward my car, keeping the beam steady, my other hand in my pocket gripping the knife. The gravel crunched under my boots as I crossed the open space. I was almost to the driver's side when I heard footsteps again, this time on the gravel behind me. I didn't turn around. I yanked the door open, slid in, and slammed it shut. My hands shook as I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I threw the car into reverse, the headlights flooding the clearing. In that brief wash of light, I saw the figure clearly for the first time. A man tall, wearing dark clothes, standing just at the edge where the clearing met the trees. His face was turned slightly away, but I could see the pale shape of it. He didn't move as I backed up, just stood there watching. I spun the wheel and drove forward, gravel spraying out behind the tires. My eyes kept flicking to the rearview mirror, but after a few seconds the clearing was gone, replaced by the dark ribbon of the road. I drove faster than I should have on that uneven gravel, the steering wheel trembling under my hands. Only when I reached the main road did I let myself slow down. My pulse was still hammering in my ears, and my mouth was dry. I kept looking at the mirrors all the way home. That night I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the shape of him standing there, still as a post, watching. I kept thinking about the way he moved in the woods, keeping pace with me without getting too close, how he stayed just out of sight until the last moment. There was no reason for anyone to be out there. No reason except me. I didn't go back to that clearing again. Even now, I still think about what might have happened if I had stayed down by the river just a little longer, or if I had turned to look behind me when I heard those last footsteps. Some things, I've decided, are better left unknown. It was supposed to be a simple walk home. The sun had already dropped behind the horizon, and the air carried that heavy stillness that comes right after dusk, when everything feels like it's holding its breath. I had stayed later than I should have at a friend's place, and now the only way home was the path that cut through the wooded area behind the neighborhood. It wasn't deep forest, but it was thick enough that once you were in, the houses vanished from sight and the road was far away. I'd walked this way hundreds of times before in daylight, but at night it felt like an entirely different place, colder, darker, and much too quiet. The path started at a narrow break between two back fences. It was just dirt, worn smooth from years of kids riding bikes through it, and in the dark it looked like a tunnel into the trees. I stepped inside and almost immediately felt the air change. The warmth from the day was gone, replaced by a damp chill that clung to my skin. The smell of earth and rotting leaves hung in the air. My footsteps sounded louder than I expected, each one crunching on gravel and snapping twigs. I noticed how the sound didn't seem to carry far, just faded quickly into the dark around me, like the trees were swallowing it. The first stretch was about 50 yards straight in, and then it curved to the left where the trees grew thicker. I could still see the last bits of twilight through the branches overhead, but they were fading fast. The deeper I went, the more I felt the ground under me turn soft and uneven, roots jutting out and catching at my shoes. Somewhere ahead, I could hear a slow, rhythmic dripping, like water falling from a branch onto a pile of leaves. It was strangely loud, the kind of sound you wouldn't notice during the day, but that seemed amplified at night. As I walked, I became aware of something else. There was no wind at all. The branches weren't moving, and the leaves didn't rustle. Even the usual nighttime sounds, crickets and distant barking dogs, seemed absent. It was just the sound of my own footsteps, and that faint dripping ahead. I kept walking, telling myself not to overthink it, but I started glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. The darkness behind me looked thicker than the darkness ahead, as if it were closing in. I rounded the bend in the path, and realized that I could no longer see the faint glow from the streetlights behind me. Now, it was just blackness pressing in from all sides. I could barely make out the outline of the trail ahead, just enough to keep walking without stumbling too much. That's when I heard it, another set of footsteps. Light, deliberate, coming from somewhere behind me. They weren't in sync with mine, and every time I stopped to listen, they stopped too. My ears strained in the silence, trying to pick them out again, but there was nothing except my own breathing and the drip, drip, drip ahead. I told myself it was probably an animal. This area had stray cats, raccoons, even the occasional fox. But I couldn't shake the feeling that these steps sounded too human, too careful. I started walking again, a little faster now, trying to keep my pace steady so it wouldn't look like I was hurrying. My heart was beating harder than I wanted it to, and my mouth felt dry. I could feel a bead of sweat forming at my temple despite the cold air. The path widened slightly ahead, opening into a small clearing where a power line cut through the trees. The ground here was a mix of gravel and hard-packed dirt, easier to walk on, but the openness made me feel exposed. I stopped for a moment, looking down the power line's narrow cut. It stretched away in both directions, disappearing into darkness. For a second, I considered leaving the path and walking along it to the road, but it was overgrown with tall grass and brush. I stayed where I was, straining to hear anything behind me. That's when I caught it again, footsteps, this time quicker, like whoever it was had closed some of the distance. They stopped almost as soon as I noticed them. I turned, staring back into the black tunnel I had just walked through, but I couldn't see a thing. The shadows between the trees were too dense. My stomach felt tight, my body tense and ready to move. I didn't want to run yet. I was afraid that would turn whatever was following me into a chase. I forced myself forward, back into the trees. The path narrowed again, and the darkness felt heavier now, pressing down on my shoulders. My ears kept picking up tiny sounds, a twig snapping, leaves shifting, but they came from different spots each time, like whoever was out there was moving in a wide arc around me. I tried to tell myself it was still just animals, maybe more than one, but deep down I knew it wasn't. There was a rhythm to the movements, a patience that felt intentional. Up ahead, I knew the path would cross a shallow creek. It wasn't wide, maybe 3 feet across, with flat stones you could step on to get over. I focused on that spot, telling myself that once I crossed it, I'd be close to the neighborhood again. The sound of the water reached me before I saw it, a quiet trickle that should have been comforting, but somehow wasn't. As I stepped closer, I noticed the smell of wet mud and something else, something faint but sharp, like rust or old blood. I bent down, using my hand to steady myself as I stepped onto the first stone. The creek was barely moving, just enough to reflect a dull shimmer of moonlight through the trees. I crossed quickly, my shoes slipping slightly on the damp rock, and stepped back onto the dirt path. The moment I did, I heard a splash behind me, not a rock slipping into the water, but something heavy stepping directly into the creek. I froze, every muscle in my body locking up. Slowly, I turned my head just enough to look over my shoulder. I couldn't see much, just the faint outline of the creek and the shadows crowding around it. But I knew something was there. I couldn't explain how I knew, but I felt it, someone standing just far enough back to be hidden, watching me. My skin prickled, and I realized my breathing had gone shallow and quick. Without thinking, I started walking again, faster this time, my feet crunching through the gravel and dirt. My arms felt tense and awkward at my sides, like I didn't know what to do with them. The path began to slope upward, and I could feel my legs burning as I pushed myself to move faster. The trees here were closer together, their branches arching overhead so tightly that I could barely see the sky. I risked one glance back and instantly regretted it. For a split second, I saw a darker shape against the darkness, tall and still, standing where I had just been. It didn't move, but I could feel its attention on me like a weight pressing between my shoulder blades. I kept going, nearly jogging now, my shoes catching on roots and rocks. My lungs burned, and I could feel my heartbeat in my throat. I knew the end of the path was close, maybe 200 feet away, where it would open up to the street behind my neighborhood. I thought about sprinting, but I was afraid that if I tripped, I wouldn't have time to get up before whoever, or whatever, it was reached me. The path curved one last time, and I saw the faint orange glow of a streetlight ahead. Relief surged through me, but I didn't slow down. I kept my eyes locked on that light, moving as fast as I could without breaking into a full run. Behind me, I thought I heard another quick set of steps, but I didn't turn around. I reached the end of the path and stepped out into the open, the sudden brightness of the streetlight almost blinding me. I stood there for a moment, trying to catch my breath, my chest heaving. When I finally turned back toward the path, it was empty. Just a dark tunnel of trees leading back into the woods. I stood there for another minute, my ears straining, but there was nothing. No movement, no sound. Still, I knew I hadn't imagined it. Something had been in there with me, keeping pace, staying just out of sight. I walked the rest of the way home without looking back again. That night, I locked every door and window in the house before going to bed. Even though I was inside, the feeling stayed with me, the sense of being watched, of someone waiting just beyond the edge of the light. I didn't take that path again after dark. And every time I pass the entrance now, I can't help but think about the shape I saw standing in the shadows, completely still, as if it knew I'd be back one day. But I won't. I had been driving for hours, the kind of long stretch where the road feels endless, and the world outside the windshield is nothing but darkness, broken only by the faint white lines sliding past under the headlights. The weather had been getting worse as I moved deeper into the countryside. The drizzle that started in the afternoon had turned into steady rain, and now the wipers scraped rhythmically across the glass, smearing water in a constant back-and-forth motion. I could feel the damp air seeping into the car through the vents, carrying the smell of wet asphalt and mud. It was late, well past midnight, and I had not seen another vehicle in at least an hour. I had planned to make it to the next town before stopping for the night, but according to the last road sign I'd passed, it was still another 28 miles away. That wouldn't be a problem under normal circumstances, but the fuel gauge had been inching toward empty for the last 30 miles, and I was starting to feel that familiar, uneasy tightness in my chest. Out here, There were no streetlights, no open gas stations, no buildings, just narrow blacktop cutting through thick, wooded hills. The road had a way of making me feel smaller than I already was. It twisted and dipped through patches of dense forest that looked like black walls on either side of me. When the headlights caught the tree trunks, they appeared slick and wet, their bark glistening like they were made of metal. Every so often, the beams would catch a glint of water from a puddle or a flash of an animal's eyes reflecting back at me from the underbrush. The rest was just shadows and the soft roar of rain hitting the roof. I kept checking the fuel gauge like it would change if I stared at it long enough. The needle was now just above the red, hovering in that zone where you're never sure how much farther you can go. I eased off the gas a little, thinking maybe I could stretch it. My phone had no signal. It had been dead to the outside world for the last 40 minutes. I tried not to think about the fact that if I ran out of gas here, I would have to walk in the rain, along this road, with nothing around for miles. Around another bend, the road narrowed slightly, and the tree cover thickened. The darkness seemed heavier here. I noticed something strange on the shoulder up ahead, a faint, pale shape just barely visible against the black backdrop of wet trees. At first, I thought it was a road marker or a fallen branch catching the light in a strange way. As I got closer, the shape became clearer. It was a car. It was pulled awkwardly onto the side of the road, almost in the ditch, its nose angled downward as if it had slid there. The rear lights were off, but the hazard lights blinked faintly, each flash distorted through the curtain of rain. They were weak, irregular, as though the battery was almost dead. The car itself was dark-colored, the kind of shade that disappears against a wet night, making it nearly invisible unless you were right on top of it. My first thought was to slow down and see if someone needed help, but then another, sharper thought cut in. Why hadn't I seen anyone? No movement, no sign of a person outside. I passed the car slowly, scanning the interior through the side window. It was hard to see through the rain, but the driver's seat looked empty. The passenger seat, too. I felt that same uncomfortable tightness return, only now it was sharper. I eased back onto the gas, telling myself whoever had been in that car had probably already left to get help, maybe walked to the next town. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The rain hammered harder against the roof, drowning out the hum of the tires. A mile or two later, the forest opened up slightly on the right side, revealing a dirt pull-off area used for logging trucks. I pulled over there for a moment, partly to get my bearings, partly because I couldn't ignore the feeling that I needed to stop driving blind like this. I turned off the engine to save fuel, leaving only the dim glow of the dashboard lighting the interior. The rain seemed louder without the engine's noise. I sat there listening. There was nothing but the rain and the faint creak of cooling metal from the hood. The road behind me was empty, no headlights in sight. I tried to think about what I'd just seen. The car back there, it wasn't just pulled over. It looked abandoned in a hurry. The hazards were on but fading, which meant it had been sitting there a while. Then a sound. Not from the road, not from my car, but from somewhere out in the trees to the right. It was faint, but distinct, wet footsteps moving slowly through mud and leaves. I froze, every muscle in my body tensed. The sound stopped as quickly as it started. I told myself it could have been an animal, but the pace, the rhythm, it had been too deliberate. I started the car again, my hand tight around the gear shift. As I eased back onto the road, the headlights caught something at the far edge of the pull-off, a footprint in the mud. Human, barely visible, half filled with rainwater, but definitely a footprint. I kept driving. My hands were gripping the wheel so hard they hurt. The road curved sharply left, and as I came around it, the beams cut through another gap in the trees. My stomach tightened instantly. There was movement in the forest. At first, it was just a suggestion, something shifting between the trunks, too large to be a deer, too tall. The rain made it harder to see, but the shape was there, matching my pace for a few seconds before fading into the darkness again. I pushed the car faster despite the slick road, the fuel gauge dipping closer to empty. The next 15 minutes were nothing but rain, winding road, and the sound of my own breathing. Every patch of shadow felt alive. My eyes kept darting to the mirrors, half expecting to see headlights or something else. But the road stayed empty. When the first sign of the town appeared, a faint glow on the horizon, I felt a small rush of relief. I told myself I'd get fuel, find a place to stay, and forget about the abandoned car and the footprints in the mud. But as I reached the edge of the town, passing the first dim street lamp, I noticed the wet sheen of fresh footprints along the roadside. They weren't there from earlier. They were headed in the same direction I was going, and they hadn't been washed away by the rain. I kept driving straight through the town, past the closed gas stations, past the few darkened houses. I didn't stop until I hit the next town over, where there were lights, people, and the noise of normal life. Only then did I feel like I could breathe again, though I kept glancing in the mirror, half expecting to see something walking just at the edge of the headlights. Even now, I can still picture the shape in the trees, the way it moved without rushing, without stumbling, like it had all the time in the world to catch up to me if it wanted. And I don't know if it ever did. It started as a normal day, but it ended up being something I still think about all the time. I had gone out in the late afternoon to do some hiking. There was an old trail near the edge of town that I had always wanted to explore more deeply. Most people didn't use it anymore because the newer, cleaner hiking paths had opened closer to the main road, but something about the old one always drew me in. It was narrow, uneven, and surrounded by thick trees on both sides. The branches reached so far over the trail that in some areas it felt like a tunnel, blocking out the sky and making the light dim even when the sun was still up. By the time I parked my car near the trail entrance, it was about 4:30 in the afternoon. I figured I had enough daylight to go a few miles in and back before dark. The air was heavy with that smell of damp leaves and soil. The rain from the previous night had left the ground soft, and the leaves stuck to my shoes. I walked slowly at first, just taking in the sounds of the forest, birds calling in short bursts, the distant rush of water from a stream somewhere to my right, and the occasional creak of tree trunks moving in the breeze. The trail started out wide enough for two people to walk side by side, but within half a mile it narrowed to where I had to walk in a single line, brushing against wet ferns and bushes. The ground was uneven with rocks sticking out and tree roots curling over the dirt like thick ropes. I was focused on keeping my balance, watching my steps carefully. Every now and then, I looked up to see where the trail led, but the twists and turns kept me from seeing more than 100 feet ahead at any time. After about 40 minutes, I reached a fork I had never seen before. The main trail curved to the left, but there was a smaller, overgrown path heading right. It looked like it hadn't been walked in years. My curiosity pulled me toward it. The branches hung lower here, and I had to duck under some of them to get through. The smell of the forest grew stronger, almost earthy and stale, as if this part didn't get much fresh air. The further I went, the quieter it became. The bird sounds faded, and even the wind seemed to stop. The only noise I could hear was the soft crunch of my shoes on damp leaves and the faint drip of water falling from branches. It was strange how quickly the atmosphere shifted from peaceful to tense. My skin prickled slightly, the way it does when you feel like someone is watching you. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but there was nothing, just the same dark, tangled trees. I kept going, thinking maybe the path would lead to an old structure or viewpoint. Instead, it sloped downward into a small hollow where the light was dim, even though it was still daytime. The air felt cooler here. The ground was muddy, and my shoes sank slightly with each step. I noticed faint impressions in the mud, footprints. They were human, but not fresh. Some had edges softened by rain, but others looked sharper, maybe from earlier that morning. They led further down the path. I followed them for a while until they disappeared into a patch of darker mud that seemed more disturbed, as if someone had been standing there for a long time. The prints didn't go further, and I couldn't tell which direction the person had gone. I stood there for a moment, scanning the trees. That's when I noticed a faint sound ahead, something like a branch snapping. It was far enough away that it didn't startle me immediately, but it didn't fit with the stillness around me. I crouched slightly and listened. Another snap, then a faint rustling, as if something, or someone, was moving slowly through the undergrowth. I couldn't see anything through the thick trees, but the sound wasn't random. It came in short bursts, then stopped, then started again. I began to feel uneasy. The smart choice would have been to turn back, but part of me wanted to know what was there. I moved forward carefully, placing each step so it wouldn't make much noise. The mud made it hard, and once or twice I slipped slightly, catching myself on nearby branches. The sounds ahead grew clearer. It wasn't just rustling anymore, it was breathing. Slow, heavy breaths, the kind that sound almost deliberate. I froze in place, straining my ears. The breathing stopped. The silence was worse. I scanned the trees again, but everything looked the same: dark trunks, tangled branches, wet leaves. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a shift in the shadows between two trees. It wasn't a clear shape, just movement, but it was enough to make my stomach tighten. I started to back away, slowly at first. My boots sank into the mud, making faint sucking sounds with each step. Then I heard it again, the breathing, this time closer. My heart started pounding hard enough that I could hear it in my ears. I turned fully and began walking faster, keeping my head straight, but scanning my peripheral vision for movement. The trail behind me seemed darker than before. I couldn't remember exactly how far I had gone down this overgrown path, but it suddenly felt like I had been walking much longer than I had. The trees were closing in, the space between them narrowing, forcing me to brush past wet branches. The air felt heavier, and I noticed my own breathing had become shallow. Somewhere behind me, leaves rustled. Not in the random way wind moves them. This was in bursts, like footsteps trying to stay quiet. I picked up my pace. My legs were starting to burn from the uneven ground, but I didn't dare stop. Every time I thought the sound had faded, I would hear it again, closer. I broke into a jog, splashing through patches of mud, slipping on wet leaves. My mind was racing, trying to figure out how far I was from the main trail. I turned a corner in the path and nearly lost my balance on a slick route. The air seemed lighter here, and I caught a glimpse of the wider trail ahead. I pushed harder, lungs burning, until I reached it. Once I was back on the main trail, I didn't stop. I ran the rest of the way to the parking area, my shoes pounding the dirt, my arms pumping hard. When I finally saw my car, I fumbled with the keys and got inside, slamming the door and locking it. My chest was heaving, and sweat ran down my back despite the cool air outside. I sat there for a few minutes, gripping the steering wheel and listening. The forest was quiet again. No footsteps, no breathing, nothing but the faint whisper of wind through the trees. It was almost as if nothing had happened, but I knew it had. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw only the empty trail entrance. But in my mind, I could still hear those slow, deliberate breaths. I never went back to that trail again. Even now, years later, when I pass the turnoff that leads there, I feel that same prickle on my skin and remember how quickly the forest can go from peaceful to dangerous without warning. If I had stayed just a little longer, if I had hesitated instead of running, I'm not sure I'd be here to tell this story. It was already late in the afternoon when I decided to take the back trail that cut through the ridge. The day had been unusually warm for early autumn, the air thick and still, with no breeze moving through the dry leaves. I had been hiking since late morning, trying to cover as much ground as I could before dark. I had underestimated how long it would take to loop back to my car, and now I was pushing my luck with daylight. The sun had dropped low enough that the ridge ahead was already casting long shadows over the valley, and the light that did make it through was thin and fading. The trail was narrow, little more than a path worn by hunters and deer. On one side, the slope dropped sharply into a tangle of fallen branches and boulders. On the other side, it rose in a steep, rocky wall covered in dry moss and stunted trees. The air had grown cooler, but not in a pleasant way. It was the kind of cool that felt heavy, like it carried weight with it. I could hear my own footsteps crunching over the mix of dirt, loose rock, and dry leaves, every sound oddly sharp in the stillness. I had my pack strapped tight to my shoulders, but it felt heavier with each step. I hadn't seen another person for hours, not since I'd passed an older man with a fishing pole miles back near the stream. Out here, there were no signs, no benches, no trail markers, just the path and the silence. My legs were starting to ache, but what bothered me more was the growing sense that I needed to be back at my car before full dark. I told myself it was just because the trail was rough and remote, but deep down I knew there was something else, something I didn't want to name. As I came around a bend, I caught movement up ahead. At first, I thought it was a trick of the fading light, a shadow sliding across the ridge. But no, it was definitely a person, walking along the trail about 50 or 60 yards ahead. The figure was tall, dressed in dark clothing, and moving at a steady pace without looking back. I couldn't make out any details, just the shape and the rhythm of the steps. Something about the way they moved struck me as strange. It wasn't slow or casual, but it also wasn't hurried. It was deliberate, like they had somewhere to be and a reason to be there. I adjusted my pace, not wanting to get too close, but also not wanting to lose sight of them. The trail curved and dipped, and at times I lost them behind trees or turns, but each time I rounded the next bend, they were there again, just far enough ahead to be out of reach. They never glanced back, never shifted their stride, never showed any sign that they knew I was behind them. The silence felt heavier now, the kind that makes every sound you make seem louder than it should be. My breathing seemed too loud, my pack straps too creaky, my boots too heavy on the ground. The ridge flattened out after a while, the trees thinning enough that I could see across to the next slope. That's when I realized the figure had left the trail. I saw them stepping off onto a narrow side path that led toward a break in the ridge, where the land dropped away sharply. Without thinking, I slowed my pace. The side path wasn't one I had planned to take. It looked rough and overgrown, the kind of route used rarely and for specific reasons. I reached the spot where they had left the trail and glanced down it, but they were already gone, swallowed by the uneven ground and the cover of low brush. For a moment, I just stood there, catching my breath. I could feel the sun dropping lower, the shadows pulling longer across the slope. I thought about following the main trail, putting distance between myself and whatever that was, but curiosity mixed with a gnawing unease kept my feet rooted. Then, from somewhere far down the slope, I heard it, a dull, rhythmic thump. It wasn't loud, but in the stillness it carried. Thump, a pause, thump, then silence. I strained my ears, holding my breath, but nothing else came. I told myself it could have been anything, a branch falling, a rock shifting, but my gut wasn't convinced. I adjusted my pack and forced myself to keep moving. The light was dying fast now, and I could feel the temperature dropping with it. The trail narrowed again, forcing me to pick my steps carefully. Every so often, I thought I heard faint movement behind me, but each time I stopped to listen, there was nothing. The last stretch of the trail wound through a patch of thicker woods, where the canopy overhead blocked what little light was left. My eyes had to adjust, and I slowed down, stepping over roots and pushing through low branches. That's when I heard it again, movement, this time closer. It was a steady, careful sound, like someone placing each step deliberately to avoid making too much noise. My skin prickled. I didn't turn around. I just focused on keeping a steady pace, telling myself it was probably an animal. But the steps matched my rhythm, always just far enough back to stay out of sight. The woods felt tighter, the air thicker, my pulse louder in my ears. When I finally saw a faint break in the trees ahead, I felt a wave of relief. That break meant I was close to the gravel lot where I'd parked. I pushed forward, my steps quicker now. The sound behind me stopped. I reached the clearing and stepped out into the open, the last traces of daylight brushing the tops of the trees. My car was there, exactly where I'd left it, the metal faintly cool to the touch as I grabbed the handle. I opened the door, tossed my pack inside, and climbed in, locking the doors without thinking. I sat there for a moment, breathing hard, staring out through the windshield at the trailhead. The woods were still, the shadows deep. Nothing moved, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was just beyond the trees, watching. I turned the key and started the engine, the sound loud in the quiet. As I backed out and pulled onto the narrow dirt road, I caught one last glimpse in the rearview mirror. Something dark standing just inside the tree line, tall and still. It didn't move. I didn't stop. I drove until the road met pavement, and even then I didn't slow down. By the time I reached the main highway, the last light was gone, and the woods were nothing but a dark wall in the distance. I never saw another person the rest of the drive home, and I didn't tell anyone what had happened. But for weeks afterward, I kept replaying it in my head, wondering who, or what, it had been, and why they had been walking that ridge with me in the dying light. I knew one thing for sure. I would never take that trail alone again. It had been one of those late summer evenings when the air felt heavy and thick, the kind that made every movement a little slower. The sun had just slipped below the horizon, leaving the sky painted in streaks of orange and purple that were quickly giving way to the deeper shades of night. I had gone out for a walk after dinner, something I did often to clear my head. The streets in my neighborhood were usually quiet at that hour, just the occasional car passing or the faint sound of a television from a nearby house. I didn't think twice about taking the longer route, the one that cut behind the industrial area where old warehouses stood with cracked walls and rusted fences. It was the kind of place most people ignored, a forgotten strip of land between the last houses and the train tracks. The air smelled faintly of oil and dust as I moved along the cracked pavement, the weeds on the edges tall enough to brush against my legs. A single street lamp flickered near the corner, casting uneven light that stretched shadows unnaturally long. Somewhere in the distance, I could hear the faint hum of the highway, a low and constant backdrop to the night. It wasn't exactly a friendly place, but I had walked there before, and nothing had ever happened. I wasn't in a hurry, so I slowed my steps, letting my mind wander. That's when I noticed something. Far ahead, maybe 50 or 60 yards away, there was a shape in the middle of the road. At first, I thought it was a stray dog. The shape was low, hunched, but the longer I stared, the less it seemed like an animal. It didn't move the way a dog would. It didn't pace or sniff around. It was still, completely still. My footsteps echoed faintly off the warehouse walls, and for a moment, I thought maybe it was just a pile of discarded trash or a box someone had left. But the stillness felt intentional, like it was aware of me. I kept walking, telling myself not to overthink it. The closer I got, the clearer it became that it wasn't trash. It was a person. They were crouched low, arms wrapped around their knees, head lowered so their face wasn't visible. Something about the posture made me slow down. It wasn't the casual rest of someone waiting for a bus or tying their shoe. It was tight, contained, almost like they were bracing for something. The road here was narrow, fenced on both sides with no real way around unless I turned back. I didn't want to seem paranoid, but I also didn't want to get too close. I took a breath, kept my pace steady, and hoped they would just stay put and ignore me. But as soon as I reached the point where I was maybe 15 feet away, the person slowly lifted their head. The movement was deliberate, and in the dim light, I could barely make out the shape of their face. Their eyes locked onto mine immediately, unblinking. There was no expression, no anger, no smile, just a blank stare that seemed to stretch too long. Without a word, they rose to their feet. The way they stood up was unsettling, not rushed, but fluid, as if they had been expecting this moment. They didn't say anything, didn't step toward me, but they didn't move aside either. The space between us felt suddenly too small, the quiet of the street too loud. I decided to keep walking, forcing myself to pass within arm's length of them. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears as I moved by, eyes fixed forward. The moment I passed, I caught the faint sound of footsteps behind me. At first, they were slow, matching my pace exactly. I told myself it could be a coincidence. Maybe they were just heading in the same direction. But when I sped up, the footsteps sped up too. When I slowed, they slowed. I didn't dare turn around right away. I didn't want to make eye contact again. My hands felt clammy, and I could feel the heat rising in my chest. The road curved slightly, and I used that moment to glance back. They were closer now, no more than 10 feet behind me. Their arms hung loosely at their sides, shoulders slightly hunched forward, as if they were leaning into each step. That same blank stare was fixed on me, eyes unblinking even as we moved. The street lamp light caught their face just enough to show pale skin and sharp cheekbones, but no other details I could hold on to. I turned forward again, trying to think. There were no houses nearby, no open shops, just the warehouses, most of which were locked and dark at this hour. I knew there was an alley to the left a few blocks ahead, one that led back toward a busier road. If I could get there, maybe I could lose them. My pace quickened. The sound of their steps quickened too. I could hear the faint scrape of their shoes against the pavement, the steady rhythm matching mine perfectly. The alley came into view, narrow and poorly lit. I didn't hesitate. I turned sharply into it and immediately started running. My shoes slapped against the uneven concrete, the sound bouncing off the close walls. Behind me, the footsteps broke into a run as well. The echo made it hard to tell exactly how close they were, but it was close enough. I could feel the rush of adrenaline flooding through me, each breath sharp and fast. Halfway down the alley, I spotted a chain-link fence on the right with a section where the bottom had been pulled loose. Without thinking, I dove toward it, dropping to the ground and sliding under. The metal scraped against my back, and I could feel the dirt grind into my hands as I pushed through. I came up on the other side in a small lot overgrown with weeds. I stayed low, crouched behind a pile of old pallets, my breathing loud in my own ears. The running footsteps entered the alley. They didn't slow. I could hear them passing the spot where I had slipped under the fence, the sound growing fainter as they continued toward the other end. I waited, forcing myself to stay still until I was sure they were gone. Minutes passed, though it felt much longer. The only sound now was the faint hum of the city in the distance. When I finally stood, my legs felt weak. I made my way through the lot, found a side street, and walked quickly back toward the busier part of town. Every shadow felt too deep, every sound too sharp. I didn't look back again until I reached a well-lit main road with cars passing regularly. Only then did my breathing start to slow. I never saw that person again. I still don't know what they wanted or why they were there. But every time I walk now, I avoid that part of town completely. I can still remember the sound of their footsteps perfectly matching mine, the blank stare that didn't blink, and the slow, deliberate way they stood up as if they had been waiting for me all along. And I know, without any doubt, that if I hadn't run when I did, I might not have made it home at all. It had been a long week, and I wanted nothing more than to clear my head somewhere quiet. I had been working nonstop, my eyes glued to a screen for hours every day, and I needed a place with no noise, no phones, no interruptions. I remembered a small lake I'd seen years ago while driving through the countryside. It sat at the edge of a thick forest, far from any towns, and there was no official campsite, just a flat patch of ground near the water where you could set up a tent. I decided I'd go there for the weekend, just me, my tent, and the stillness of the woods. The drive took nearly 3 hours. The roads got narrower the farther I went, with the asphalt eventually giving way to gravel and then to dirt. There were no houses along the final stretch, only miles of fields and clusters of trees. The air felt different out here, heavier, quieter. Even my car seemed out of place, the engine's hum sounding too mechanical in such a still environment. When I finally reached the lake, I pulled up onto the patch of ground I remembered and stepped out. The silence was thick, broken only by the faint sound of water lapping at the shore. The lake was small, maybe 200 feet across, with dense pine trees ringing its edges on 3 sides. The 4th side opened into a field that sloped gently upward toward a ridge. Beyond that ridge, I couldn't see anything. The forest on the far side looked almost impenetrable, the kind of place you could get lost in after only a few minutes. I set up my tent about 10 feet from the water. The ground was dry, though I could see where the grass near the edge was flattened, as if deer came here often to drink. After setting up camp, I gathered some dry sticks for a fire. The sun was starting to sink, casting long shadows across the lake. The air was cool, the smell of pine and damp earth strong enough to notice with every breath. As the sun dipped lower, I lit the fire. The flames crackled softly, the smoke drifting upward in thin lines before vanishing into the night. I ate a simple meal, staring into the fire and letting my thoughts slow down. The stillness was comforting. It was around 9 when I noticed movement on the ridge. I was sitting by the fire, staring lazily toward the field, when I saw a dark figure moving steadily along the top of the hill. The distance was hard to judge in the fading light, but I guessed it was about 200 feet away. The figure wasn't rushing, just walking in a straight line parallel to the ridge. I couldn't make out any details, no clothes, no face, nothing but a moving silhouette against the dim sky. The person never stopped or looked my way. They kept the same pace until they disappeared down the far side of the ridge. I sat there for a while, watching the spot where they'd vanished, half expecting them to come back, but the ridge stayed empty. I told myself it was probably just someone from a nearby farm taking a shortcut, though I hadn't seen any houses for miles. The thought stayed with me, but I tried to push it aside. I stoked the fire, letting the flames grow higher, and after a while I decided to collect a little more wood before turning in. The forest just beyond the lake was dark, but not completely black. The moon had risen, casting pale light between the trees. I walked in about 20 feet, picking up a few fallen branches and stacking them in my arms. That was when I heard it, slow, heavy breathing behind me. It was close enough that it wasn't just an idea in my head. I could hear the deep pull of air in and the low push of air out, steady and deliberate. I froze, my body tensing so hard it felt like my muscles might snap. I turned my head slightly, my eyes scanning the spaces between the trees, but I didn't see a shape. Just faint movement, like something slipping behind a trunk as soon as I looked. The breathing shifted, growing fainter, moving away from me. Whatever it was heading deeper into the forest. I didn't chase it. I didn't even try to figure it out. My body moved on instinct, my legs carrying me back toward the glow of the fire, as fast as they could without breaking into a run. My chest felt tight, my hands gripping the branches so hard the bark dug into my palms. When I got back to camp, I dropped the wood next to the fire and crouched there, listening. The night was silent again. The stillness that had felt peaceful earlier now felt wrong, like it was holding its breath. I stayed up later than I planned, feeding the fire until the flames were strong and the heat pushed back the darkness. Eventually, exhaustion forced me into the tent. I lay in my sleeping bag, every small noise magnified, the creak of a branch, the faint rustle of grass. I barely slept. The next morning, the sky was pale blue, and the air was cold enough to make my breath visible. I stepped outside and scanned the ridge. Nothing. I made coffee over the fire, trying to shake the tension in my body. I told myself I was being paranoid. By afternoon, the sun had warmed the air, and I walked a slow loop around the lake. On the far side, near the base of the ridge, I found fresh footprints in the soft dirt. They were human bare, the toes clearly visible. The size looked too large to be mine. They led toward the trees and then stopped, as if the person had stepped onto the harder ground where no prints could form. I didn't like the feeling in my gut. That evening, I kept the fire going earlier, not wanting to be caught in the half-light like the night before. I stayed close to camp, never letting the ridge out of my sight. The sun went down, the moon came up, and the shadows stretched across the field. It was almost midnight when I saw movement again. The figure appeared on the ridge, walking in the same slow, steady way as before. This time, they stopped halfway across. I couldn't see their face, but I could feel the weight of their attention on me, even from that distance. They stood there for what felt like minutes, then slowly turned and walked down the far side again. I didn't sleep at all that night. My mind kept circling the same thought. Someone was watching me, and they knew I was alone. At first light, I packed up my tent and gear as quickly as I could. I kept looking at the ridge, half expecting to see the figure again, but it stayed empty. The forest was quiet, the lake still, as if nothing had happened. But as I loaded the last of my gear into the car, I noticed something that made my stomach twist. On the edge of the clearing, where the grass met the trees, there was a single bare footprint in the dirt, pointing toward my camp. It was fresh. I didn't linger. I got in the car, started the engine, and drove until the lake and the ridge were miles behind me. I've never gone back. Even now, I can't shake the thought that whoever, or whatever, they weren't just passing through. They were waiting, and the next time, they might not have kept their distance. It was late summer, the air still carrying that dry heat that lingers into the evening, but the sun had already dipped below the horizon. I had decided to drive out to a secluded fishing spot I knew about, a narrow lake tucked between low rolling hills and patches of thick brush. The road to get there was more of a dirt track than anything, winding through scrubland with barely enough room for one car. I had been there plenty of times before, always alone, and I liked it that way. It wasn't a tourist spot. No signs, no parking lot, no picnic benches. Just a dusty pull-off that you could easily miss if you weren't looking for it, and then a short walk down to the water. By the time I parked, the sky had gone from pale orange to deep blue. Crickets were starting up in the weeds, and the smell of the dry earth mixed with the faint scent of stagnant water from the lake below. I grabbed my small backpack and flashlight, even though I didn't plan on using it right away. The trail down to the water wasn't much, just a narrow dirt path lined with uneven rocks and patches of grass. The bushes on either side leaned in close, brushing against my arms as I walked. I could hear the lake before I saw it, the soft lapping of water against the muddy bank. There wasn't a single ripple from wind, just that slow movement from whatever fish swam beneath the surface. The air down there was cooler, carrying the faint damp smell of algae and wet reeds. I set my bag down near a patch of flat ground where I'd sat countless times before. The silence settled around me in a way that felt almost heavy, the kind where every small sound, my own footsteps, the rustle of my bag seemed sharper. The moon hadn't fully risen yet, so the water was just a dark mass in front of me. I took out my folding chair and set it up facing the lake, tossing a few stones into the water while I got comfortable. Each splash sounded louder than I expected. The hills around the lake created an echo, the sound bouncing faintly back. I noticed how still the air was, no wind through the reeds, no distant hum of insects from across the water. Just crickets behind me and the occasional faint splash somewhere far off. After sitting for a while, I realized how quiet it had really become. Even the crickets seemed to have gone still. It's something you notice in the outdoors, the way animals sometimes go silent all at once. Usually it's nothing, maybe a predator somewhere nearby, maybe just a shift in temperature. But when it happens, it always gets under your skin a little. I looked across the lake, my eyes adjusting to the dim light, but I couldn't see much beyond vague shapes of bushes and low trees hugging the shore. I thought I saw movement up on the far side, just where the hill rose steeply from the water. It was too far to make out details, just a darker shape against the slope. At first I figured it was a deer, or maybe a coyote passing through. The hills were full of them, but the shape kept moving steadily, not stopping to graze or sniff around. It was slow but deliberate, cutting across the slope until it disappeared into a patch of darker shadow where the trees thickened. I shrugged it off and went back to tossing stones, listening to the plunks fade into the still air. But a few minutes later, there was another sound, different this time. A faint, irregular crunching coming from my left, higher up the slope above the trail I'd come down. The sound stopped, then started again, closer than before. It wasn't the sound of a small animal in the brush. It was heavier, slower, like something was deliberately placing each step. I stayed seated, telling myself it was probably just another hiker or fisherman, though I knew how unlikely that was at this hour. Nobody came out here this late. I kept my eyes fixed in that direction, waiting for a shape to appear, but the slope was steep and shadowy, and nothing stood out. The crunching stopped. Silence again. After a while, I stood and stretched, thinking I might pack up early. I didn't like how quiet it felt now, like the whole place was holding its breath. I folded my chair and slid it into its bag, the sound of the fabric loud in the stillness. That's when I heard it again, this time behind me, closer to the trail I'd taken down. The same deliberate crunching of weight on dry grass and dirt. I froze, my backpack half-zipped. My first thought was that maybe someone had followed me down here, but I couldn't imagine why. I turned slowly, scanning the slope with my eyes. The beam of my flashlight cut through the shadows, lighting up patches of rock and brush, but nothing moved. I swept the light back and forth. Still nothing. I decided to head back to the car. I slung my bag over my shoulder and started up the narrow trail, the beam of my light bouncing over the uneven ground. The path felt longer than before, my own breathing sounding too loud in my ears. About halfway up, the beam caught something, an impression in the dirt just off the trail. It wasn't sharp enough to see clearly, but it was big, bigger than a boot. I didn't stop to study it. The crunching started again, somewhere to my right now, parallel to me on the slope. The sound matched my pace, speeding up when I sped up, slowing when I slowed. I didn't dare stop this time. My grip on the flashlight tightened, my heart thudding so hard it felt like it filled my chest. When I broke through the last line of brush at the top, my car was a pale shape in the dim light. I didn't look back. I fumbled my keys out of my pocket, dropped them once, snatched them up, and yanked the door open. The moment I slid inside and locked the doors, the crunching stopped. The silence pressed in again. I started the engine, the sound loud and almost comforting. As I pulled onto the dirt track, my headlights swept across the brush and the edge of the slope. For a brief second, I saw it, something low to the ground but broad, its head turning toward the light before it slipped back into shadow. It wasn't a deer. It wasn't a coyote. It moved like it had been following me the whole time, staying just out of sight. I didn't stop driving until I hit the main road miles away. The entire time, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see movement in the dust my tires kicked up. Even now, I don't know what it was. All I know is that it was smart enough to stay hidden, quiet enough to almost convince me I was imagining it, and close enough that I could hear every step it took alongside mine. When I think about it now, I don't picture the lake or the hills or the trail. I picture that last glimpse in my headlights, and the way it seemed to pause, not in surprise, but like it knew I was leaving and didn't care to follow anymore. Not tonight. It started out as a normal Saturday for me. I had woken up a little earlier than usual, not because I had plans, but because the sunlight had found a way through the gap in my curtains and landed right across my face. I got up slowly, my body still heavy from the late night before, and went through the usual routine, brushing my teeth, making coffee, scrolling through my phone without really reading anything. The air outside had that crisp, late autumn feel to it, where the wind carried just enough bite to remind you winter wasn't far off. I didn't have much to do that day, so I decided to take a long walk outside the city. There's a spot I like going to when I want to clear my head, an old trail that starts behind a set of abandoned train tracks and winds through a stretch of woods that eventually leads to an open field. It's not a hiking spot people talk about or visit often. In fact, I rarely saw anyone else there. The trees were thick and close together in some parts, their branches interlocking overhead like a ceiling. Once you got deep enough, the sound of cars, voices, and the rest of the city faded until all you could hear was your own breathing and the occasional rustle of leaves. I packed a small backpack, water, a snack, a flashlight, just in case. The weather was good for walking. Dry ground, no sign of rain, and a steady breeze. The train tracks looked the same as always when I got there. Rusted metal rails with weeds sprouting through the wooden ties, gravel scattered unevenly across them. I crossed over and stepped into the start of the trail. The first mile or so was easy going. My footsteps crunched softly over the dirt path, and the wind pushed against the tops of the trees, so they swayed and creaked. I could hear a woodpecker somewhere off to the left, tapping against a trunk in short bursts. Sunlight filtered in between branches, moving across the ground as the wind shifted them. Every so often, I'd stop to take in the smell of damp earth and fallen leaves. About 40 minutes in, the trail started to narrow. The trees pressed in closer, and the undergrowth thickened. I knew from past visits that this was the part where it got a little harder to move through, especially in the colder months when plants died back, but the fallen limbs cluttered the way. I pushed on, stepping over roots and ducking under low-hanging branches. It was quiet, so quiet that I noticed the difference immediately when I heard it. A steady crunching sound behind me. Slow, deliberate steps on dry leaves. I stopped, thinking maybe it was an animal. Deer were common here, sometimes even coyotes, though I had never seen them this far in during the day. I turned and scanned the path, but the trail curved back and hid the view. The sound stopped the moment I stopped. I stood still for a good 30 seconds, listening. All I heard was the wind again. I told myself it was probably just a branch falling or a squirrel moving through the leaves. I kept walking, this time paying closer attention to my surroundings. I made it about another 100 feet before the sound returned. Crunch, pause, always keeping a steady distance behind me. I didn't turn around this time. Instead, I quickened my pace, trying to make the steps blend in with the sound of my own. My heart was beating faster now, though I didn't want to admit I was spooked. I'd been on this trail plenty of times. I knew it well, but something about those footsteps, how they seemed to match my pace when I sped up, was wrong. After a few more minutes, I reached a fork in the trail. The left path kept going deeper into the woods toward the field. The right was a narrower, lesser-used way that looped back toward the tracks. Without much thought, I went right. My reasoning was simple. If someone was following me, I didn't want to lead them further into isolation. I'd head back toward the starting point. The right path was rougher, covered in fallen leaves that made the ground soft and uneven. It climbed slightly uphill, and I could feel the strain in my calves. I listened hard for the sound again, but couldn't tell if I heard it over the wind. Then, just as I was thinking maybe I'd imagined the whole thing, I caught a glimpse of something moving through the trees about 30 feet back. It wasn't clear, just a shape, partly hidden by branches. But it was upright. Too tall for a deer, too still for an animal. My chest tightened. I didn't stop walking, but I started to focus on each step, trying not to trip over roots while keeping a steady pace. My mouth was dry, and every nerve in my body felt like it was pulling me to run, but I knew if I broke into a sprint, I'd risk falling. The path narrowed again until I was practically brushing against bushes on both sides. I could hear my own breathing now, faster and louder. The movement behind me had stopped being careful. It sounded closer, more confident, like whoever it was didn't care if I knew they were there. I came to another bend and remembered that this trail looped back near the tracks in less than a mile. But a mile suddenly felt very far. I picked up the pace again. My legs burned. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but never caught more than a flicker of movement. At one point, I thought I heard breathing behind me, deep, steady breaths, not far off. I didn't dare turn around. My whole focus was on getting back to the open area near the tracks. The trees finally began to thin, and I could see brighter light ahead. When I stepped out from the tree line, the open sky above the tracks felt like relief. The trail met the gravel slope next to the rails, and I scrambled up to stand on them. I looked back into the woods. Nothing moved. The trees swayed, the branches whispered, but there was no sign of anyone. I stood there for a long minute, scanning the shadows between the trunks. Then, without really thinking, I started walking along the tracks toward the road. The gravel shifted under my boots, making every step slow and deliberate. I didn't look back again until I reached the point where the woods were fully behind me. When I did, I saw it. Just inside the tree line, half hidden by a trunk, was a figure. Tall, thin still. The distance between us made it impossible to see details. No face, no clothes I could make out, just a shape standing perfectly motionless. It didn't move toward me. It didn't step back. It just stood there as I turned and kept walking until the road came into view. Only when I was back on asphalt, with houses and cars in sight, did I let my shoulders drop and breathe fully again. I never went back to that trail after that day. Not because of what I saw exactly, but because of the way it felt, that slow, deliberate following, the knowledge that someone was matching my pace in a place where there shouldn't have been anyone else. It wasn't the sight of them that stayed with me, it was the sound, the steady crunch of leaves behind me, always there until I reached the edge. And even now, years later, I still hear it in my head if I walk alone in the woods too long. It was late September when I decided to spend a weekend alone in the mountains. I had taken a few solo trips before, but nothing that pushed me too far from comfort. This time, I wanted to go deeper, somewhere quiet and untouched, away from trails and campgrounds where I wouldn't see another person for days. I packed everything I thought I would need: a small tent, sleeping bag, food for 3 days, a map, compass, and a knife I'd carried for years. My backpack was heavy, but the weight felt good at the start, like it gave me a sense of control over what was ahead. The morning air was crisp, the kind that holds the last warmth of summer, but whispers about the cold that's coming. I parked my car on the edge of a dirt road that wound into the mountains. The forest here wasn't like the neat, manicured trails I'd seen before. This was wild country, dense pine trees, thick brush, and slopes that twisted away into the distance. As I walked deeper in, the road gave way to game trails. I could hear the faint rustle of wind pushing through the high branches and the occasional call of birds. The ground was uneven, covered in fallen needles, soft soil, and patches of moss. By midday, I'd climbed high enough that the air was cooler. My shirt stuck to my back with sweat, but I kept moving until I found a small clearing between a cluster of tall pines. It was flat enough to set up my tent, with just enough space for a fire pit. The trees formed a loose wall around the clearing, and beyond them, the forest dropped off into a deep slope. I could hear water faintly in the distance, a stream or river somewhere below. After setting up camp, I decided to follow the sound of the water. The path down was steep, the ground slick with pine needles, but I managed to make my way without slipping. The stream was narrow but fast, cutting through a bed of smooth rocks. I crouched down, letting the cold water run over my hands, and filled my bottle. I stayed there for a while, watching how the sunlight caught on the moving water. On the way back, I noticed something I hadn't seen before: a faint trail leading uphill, narrower than the game paths I'd been following. It was lined with bent grass and broken twigs, like something had passed through recently. I figured it could just be deer or elk, but something about it made me pause. The branches were snapped higher up, not low to the ground. Whatever had come through was tall. I told myself it was probably nothing and went back to camp. That evening, I cooked over the small fire I'd built. The forest around me shifted as the light faded, the trees going dark and the air cooling quickly. Night settled in heavy, with no moon to break the darkness. My fire cast a weak circle of light that barely reached the nearest trees. The forest sounded different now, quieter in some ways, but every small noise seemed louder. The snap of a twig somewhere in the distance made my ears strain. I crawled into my tent after putting out the fire. The cold had crept in by then, and I pulled my sleeping bag tight around me. For a while, I lay still, listening to the faint rustle of the wind through the treetops. Eventually, I drifted off. I don't know how long I'd been asleep when I woke to a sound. It was faint at first, almost blending with the night, but it grew clearer the more I listened. Slow, deliberate footsteps on the forest floor. Not the light, quick steps of a deer or the scuttle of small animals. This was heavier, measured. The steps would come, then pause, as if whoever or whatever it was stopping to listen. I lay there frozen, barely breathing. The sound seemed to move around the clearing, staying just beyond the reach of where my fire had been. I couldn't see anything through the thin tent walls, just the vague darkness outside. My mind scrambled for explanations. Maybe a bear, maybe an elk, but the steps didn't sound like an animal wandering aimlessly. They had a pattern, a direction. Eventually, the sound faded, moving off into the trees. I stayed awake for hours after that, listening, until exhaustion pulled me under again. The next morning, I stepped out of the tent and looked around. The ground around the clearing looked undisturbed at first, but when I walked to the edge, I saw impressions in the soil, shallow, human-shaped prints. They weren't sharp enough to tell much, but they were too wide to be mine, and they came from the direction of that narrow trail I'd noticed the day before. I spent the day hiking further into the forest, trying to shake the unease from the night before. I followed the stream for a while, fished a little, and cooked my catch over the fire. But as the sun dipped low again, the feeling came back. I couldn't stop glancing at the tree line, half expecting to see someone standing there. That night, I decided to keep the fire burning longer. I sat near it, staring into the flames, listening. Hours passed, and just when I was starting to feel foolish for being so on edge, I heard it again, footsteps, from the same direction as before. I turned my head slowly, but the firelight didn't reach far enough. The steps stopped. The forest went dead quiet. Even the wind seemed to hold still. My skin prickled. I stayed sitting, my hand resting on the knife at my side. Minutes passed like that, each one stretching longer than it should. Then, the steps started again, slower this time, circling. I didn't move until they faded away completely. I couldn't sleep that night. Every sound outside made my pulse jump. By morning, I'd made up my mind to leave. I packed up quickly, not bothering to cook breakfast. As I stepped onto the path leading back to my car, I glanced toward that narrow trail again. Something caught my eye, a fresh set of footprints in the dirt, heading toward where I'd camped. They were deep, like whoever made them had been carrying weight. The hike back felt longer than it had coming in. Every snap of a branch made me turn my head. I kept imagining someone just out of sight, following at the same pace, keeping distance but never letting me out of their reach. When I finally reached my car, I tossed my pack inside and locked the doors before starting the engine. I drove without stopping until the forest was far behind me. Later, when I thought back on it, the thing that unsettled me most wasn't the footsteps or the prints. It was that whoever had been out there never once came close enough to be seen, never made a sound loud enough to reveal themselves. They could have approached my tent in the dark, and I might never have known until it was too late. The thought stayed with me, heavier than the pack I'd carried in, and it was enough to make me decide I wouldn't camp alone like that again. Even now, when I hear footsteps in the quiet, my mind goes back to that clearing in the pines, the cold air, and the slow sound of someone moving just out of sight. I never saw them, but I know they were there. It had been a long week at work, the kind that makes you want to get as far away from people and noise as possible. I didn't have any big plans, no group trip or family gathering, just the idea of getting out to somewhere quiet. I remembered a small, out-of-the-way lake I'd visited once years ago. It wasn't in any guidebook, and you couldn't drive all the way to it. You had to park on a dirt track and walk about a mile through mixed forest and scrub. The place had been peaceful back then, and I figured it would be the same now. I packed light, small tent, sleeping bag, a little camp stove, some food, water, and a change of clothes. I left my phone in my backpack, except for checking the GPS to make sure I was heading the right way. The sun was bright but not too hot, the kind of weather that makes the air smell sharp and clean, with a mix of pine and damp earth. The dirt road was narrow, weeds growing high along the edges, and I could tell from the lack of tire marks that not many people had been down it recently. When I reached the place where the road ended, I pulled my bag over my shoulders and set off on the footpath. It was narrow and overgrown in places, and the sound of my footsteps on the dry leaves seemed louder than normal. I crossed a shallow stream by stepping over slick rocks, then pushed through a patch of brambles that snagged at my pants. The trees grew taller and thicker the closer I got to the lake. When I finally stepped out of the shade, the water lay in front of me like glass. Not a ripple on it except where a dragonfly skimmed across. No signs of other campers, no trash, no flattened grass where a tent might have been, no footprints near the shore. It was perfect. I set up my tent near a clump of trees that gave a little shelter from the wind and boiled water for a cup of coffee. I spent the afternoon walking along the edge of the lake, looking at animal tracks in the mud, mostly deer, a few raccoons. I felt relaxed in a way I hadn't in months. As evening came, the air cooled quickly. I cooked a simple dinner, ate, and sat watching the light fade from the sky. The forest around the lake turned black, except for the pale reflection of the moon on the water. I could hear the occasional splash of a fish jumping and the rustle of leaves when the wind shifted. I wasn't tired yet, so I walked a short distance along the shore, letting my eyes adjust to the dim light. The night smelled like damp earth and pine sap. It was quiet, so quiet that when a stick snapped somewhere in the trees behind me, the sound felt sharp, like it cut through the stillness. I froze for a moment, listening. It could have been a deer. It probably was. The woods here were full of them. I waited another minute, heard nothing more, and kept walking. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the sound had been close. I turned back toward camp, deciding it was late enough to call it a night. As I approached my tent, I noticed something odd. The flap was open. I was sure I'd zipped it closed before leaving. My first thought was that the wind had pulled it loose, but my bag, which I'd left inside, had been shifted. Not dumped out, just moved a little. I checked it over. Nothing was missing. I told myself it might have been an animal nosing around, even though I didn't see any claw marks or chewing. I zipped it up again, made sure the bag was inside, and got into my sleeping bag. For a while, I lay listening to the faint sounds of the forest. I could hear small movements now and then, something rustling in the undergrowth, a splash in the water, the distant hoot of an owl. I dozed off, only to wake some time later to a faint, steady sound, like someone walking slowly through dry leaves. At first I thought it might be my imagination. I held my breath, listening harder. The sound would come for a few seconds, stop, then start again. It wasn't random. There was a rhythm to it, a pause, then another set of steps. It was coming from the direction of the path I had taken to get here. I unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. The moonlight gave everything a pale, washed-out look. I couldn't see anyone, just the faint outline of the trees. The steps stopped completely. I kept looking, eyes straining to pick out movement. Then I heard a soft splash, like a foot in shallow water, not far down the shore. I stayed still for a long time, my skin prickling. Eventually I convinced myself it could have been an animal, maybe a raccoon, or even a deer coming to drink. Still, I didn't sleep well for the rest of the night. When dawn came, I got up and walked toward the spot where I thought I'd heard the splash. The mud near the shore had fresh footprints in it. Bare human footprints, pressed deep enough to show the toes clearly. They were heading along the shore, away from camp. They weren't mine. I hadn't been there barefoot. I stood there staring at them for longer than I should have, feeling that unsettled tightness in my stomach. I thought about packing up right then, but part of me wanted to believe it was nothing. Maybe someone else had been out here fishing early in the morning, and I just hadn't seen them. I stayed, but I kept my gear closer and more secure. The day passed uneventfully, and by evening I felt a little calmer. That night, the wind picked up, making the tent fabric flap softly. I was almost asleep when I heard it again. Slow footsteps, this time from the opposite side of camp, the side facing the deeper woods. The sound came closer, then stopped. I sat up in my sleeping bag, my heart thudding. I could hear faint breathing outside the tent, just on the other side of the thin fabric. Not the quick, shallow breaths of an animal, slow, deep, steady breaths, like someone trying to be quiet. I didn't move. After what felt like minutes, the breathing faded, replaced by the sound of steps moving away. I stayed awake until the first light of morning. When I stepped out, the ground around my tent had scuffed patches in the dirt, as if someone had been standing there. That was enough for me. I packed my things quickly, glancing at the trees every few seconds. On the walk back to my car, I kept feeling as if I was being followed, but I never saw anyone. The only sound was the crunch of my own boots on the path. When I reached the dirt road, I looked back once more at the tree line. Nothing moved, but the stillness felt heavy, like the forest was holding its breath. I got in the car, locked the doors, and drove until the trees thinned and the road widened. I never went back to that lake, and I don't camp alone anymore. Whatever was out there didn't need to chase me or threaten me. It was enough to know that, for 2 nights, I wasn't alone, and that someone barefoot and silent had been close enough to reach through the fabric of my tent if they wanted to. It was supposed to be an ordinary Saturday. I didn't have much planned, so I decided to go for a long walk outside of town. I liked taking these kinds of walks when I had the time, away from the main streets, away from the noise. The further I went, the quieter things became. The houses grew farther apart, the traffic disappeared, and the air started to feel different, cleaner, colder, with that faint smell of damp earth and leaves. I didn't have any destination in mind. I just kept walking, letting the road and my thoughts carry me. After about an hour, I found myself at the edge of an old dirt road I'd never taken before. It led into a patch of forest that seemed untouched, the trees growing close together, branches knitting into a canopy that let only thin strips of light through. The air was still, almost heavy, and I could hear nothing except the occasional rustle of dry leaves when the wind shifted. I don't know why I decided to go down that road. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe it was because it looked so forgotten. The path was narrow, uneven, with roots pushing up through the dirt in some places. The more I walked, the less I could hear from the world I came from. No cars, no distant hum of the town. Just the sound of my own footsteps and the dull thud of my heartbeat in my ears. The further I went, the more the trees seemed to crowd in on me. Their trunks grew thicker, the undergrowth denser, and the sunlight dimmer. The air turned damp and cool, almost clammy. The ground beneath my shoes was soft in places, as though the soil was holding moisture from rain that must have fallen days ago. I passed the occasional rotting log, each one covered in pale moss and crawling with tiny insects that darted back into crevices when they sensed movement. I walked for what must have been 20 minutes when I noticed something odd. The forest was too quiet. Even deep in the woods, you usually hear the sound of birds calling or insects buzzing. Here, there was nothing. The silence had a weight to it, making every step sound too loud, like I was disturbing something that didn't want to be disturbed. Then ahead of me, I saw an opening, a small clearing. I slowed as I approached, unsure why I felt the need to move quietly. The ground in the clearing was covered in flattened grass and patches of bare dirt. In the center, there was something, a large, weathered tarp stretched between 4 wooden poles. It wasn't a tent exactly, more like a makeshift shelter. One side had partially collapsed, and the tarp sagged, holding small puddles of collected rainwater. I stopped at the edge of the clearing, just far enough that I could look, but not close enough to disturb anything. My stomach tightened. There were things scattered around the shelter: an old metal cooking pot, a dented tin can, a single boot lying on its side. The boot looked newer than the rest of the items, its laces still intact, the rubber sole barely worn. The tarp swayed slightly in the breeze, and for a second, I thought I saw a movement underneath. My pulse quickened, but when I stared, nothing happened. I told myself it was just the fabric shifting in the wind. Still, I felt uneasy. I decided to walk around the clearing, keeping my distance, just to see if there was any sign of who had been there. On the far side, hidden in the grass, I found more items: an empty plastic water bottle, crushed almost flat, and a torn piece of blue fabric snagged on a branch. It looked like part of a shirt sleeve. I glanced back toward the shelter and felt a strange pull, like I was being watched. I turned to leave, telling myself there was no reason to be there, but something made me pause. I heard a sound, faint, muffled. It wasn't a voice exactly, but it wasn't a natural forest sound either. It was low and uneven, like the sound of someone breathing through their mouth after running. It came from the direction of the shelter. I stood still listening, my eyes fixed on the sagging tarp. The breathing seemed to get slower, quieter, until it stopped completely. The silence that followed was even heavier than before. My hands felt clammy, and I realized I was gripping the strap of my bag so tightly that my knuckles hurt. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on the shelter, and didn't turn until I was almost at the path. When I finally forced myself to look away and focus on walking, I realized my steps were quicker now, almost hurried. The forest still gave no sound, no birds, no insects, just my footsteps crunching over the dirt and leaves. I kept walking until I reached a spot where the trees began to thin and more light reached the ground. I could see the sky through the branches now, pale and cloud-streaked. That's when I noticed another sound behind me. At first it was faint, like the echo of my own footsteps, but soon it became clear they were not matching mine exactly. Whoever, or whatever, was behind me was stepping when I wasn't. I didn't turn around right away. My heart was pounding so fast it made my chest ache. I kept walking, trying to keep my pace steady, but the steps behind me didn't fade. They stayed close, too close. Finally, I glanced over my shoulder. The path was empty. No one was there. My breath caught in my throat, and I quickened my pace. After another 50 feet, I looked again. Still nothing. But the sound, it was there, and now it seemed slightly to my left, in the trees. I reached the edge of the dirt road, where it met the main street out of town. Relief washed over me at the sight of the open space. But when I looked back one last time, I saw movement in the shadows between the trees. Just a flicker, like someone stepping back into cover. I didn't stop moving until I was well into town again, surrounded by the sound of cars and people. The noise felt almost overwhelming after that deep, unnatural silence. But even then, the feeling didn't leave me. That sense of being watched followed. That night, I kept thinking about the shelter. Who had built it? Why was it so far into the woods, where barely anyone would find it? And why had there been fresh items among the old ones? I thought about the breathing, the faint footsteps, the movement in the trees. The next day, I told myself I wouldn't go back, that there was no reason to. But by evening, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I went back to the start of the dirt road, but something was different. There were fresh tracks in the mud, boot prints, larger than mine, going in and out of the forest. They weren't there yesterday. I turned around and left, this time without hesitation. I never walked that way again, but every time I pass that stretch of road, I can't help but glance at the tree line, half expecting to see someone standing just inside, watching. And in the weeks that followed, I started noticing small things. A boot print in the dirt near my own street, the feeling of someone walking behind me at night, the faint sound of slow breathing when I was alone in my apartment. Nothing I could ever prove, but enough to know that whatever was out there in those woods hadn't stayed there. It was supposed to be a normal trip. I had taken a few days off from work and decided to drive out to a quiet, rural area a couple of hours from the city. I wanted to get away from the constant noise, the phone notifications, the people. I rented a small, weathered cabin that sat back off a narrow dirt road, surrounded by thick woods. The pictures online made it seem peaceful, maybe even charming in a rugged way. The reality was that it was isolated. The nearest house was a good mile away, and there was no cell signal once I drove down into the hollow where the cabin sat. The drive there was uneventful, but the dirt road leading to the place felt longer than I expected. It narrowed quickly, trees pressing close on either side, their branches arching over and blotting out most of the sky. The light dimmed even though it was only late afternoon. My tires crunched over loose gravel, and occasionally I had to ease around deep potholes that looked like they had been there for years. The air felt heavy and still when I finally parked in the small clearing in front of the cabin. No wind, no distant hum of traffic, nothing but the faint rustle of leaves high up in the trees and the sound of my own footsteps on the wooden porch. Inside, the cabin was simple, just a main room with a bed pushed against the wall, a small kitchen area with an old electric stove and a single bathroom. The wood floor creaked under my weight, and I noticed the faint smell of dampness that always seems to cling to places that sit closed up for long periods. I unpacked slowly, keeping the door open to let in some fresh air. The view from the porch was nothing but trees, the slope of the land falling away into thicker forest. As the sun began to drop, the air cooled quickly. I made some food on the little stove and ate at the small table, looking out the window toward the tree line. It was strange how quickly the forest became shadowed, how the details blurred into dark shapes as the light faded. The quiet was deep, broken only now and then by the distant crack of a branch or the muffled call of some birds settling in for the night. I didn't plan on doing much that first evening, just relax and read a bit, but the stillness was hard to get used to. Every sound felt amplified. The groan of the cabin's old beams, the occasional rattle from the kitchen as the cooling night air shifted the wood. I told myself it was just a matter of adjusting, but I caught myself glancing out the window more than once, scanning the tree line without knowing exactly what I was looking for. By the time I decided to go to bed, the darkness outside the windows was absolute. Without streetlights or moonlight breaking through the clouds, it was the kind of black that seemed to press up against the glass. I left one small lamp on near the bed, telling myself it was just to make the place feel warmer. Somewhere in the night, I woke up. At first, I thought it was the wind, but there was no movement of air, no rustle through the trees. I lay still, listening, my eyes adjusting to the dim light from the lamp. That's when I heard it, a faint, deliberate crunching sound outside. It was spaced apart, slow, like someone stepping on leaves or gravel, then pausing. My mind went immediately to the clearing around the cabin. There wasn't much to step on except the gravel driveway and the patch of weeds that had grown up along the edge. The sound came again, closer this time. My stomach tightened. There was no reason for anyone to be here. I'd seen no other cars on the road when I arrived, and this cabin wasn't the type of place people just happened to walk past. I stayed still for several minutes, barely breathing, just listening. The steps stopped, replaced by silence so thick that I could hear the faint hum of the old refrigerator in the kitchen. I told myself it could have been an animal, a deer maybe, but the rhythm had been wrong. Too heavy, too deliberate. I didn't sleep much after that. Every time I drifted close to sleep, some small noise, real or imagined, jolted me back awake. By the time morning light seeped weakly through the curtains, my nerves were frayed. Stepping outside, I scanned the clearing. At first, everything looked the same. The gravel, the porch steps, the outline of the woods. Then I saw them, prints. Not boots, not sneakers, but the flattened, elongated shapes of someone's shoe tread pressed into the gravel, leading from the edge of the trees toward the side of the cabin. They stopped just short of the window nearest the bed. I crouched down, tracing the impressions with my eyes. They were clear enough that I could see the pattern in the sole, but they didn't lead away in the same direction. The return prints were lighter, harder to see, as if whoever it was had stepped more carefully going back. I spent most of that day trying to convince myself it wasn't a big deal. Maybe it was someone from the nearest property cutting through the woods for some reason. Still, I found myself glancing toward the tree line constantly. The feeling that I was being watched clung to me all day. That night, I locked every door and window and kept the lights on. I sat on the couch with my back to the wall, reading without really taking in the words. The forest outside seemed even quieter than before, the silence almost unnatural. Hours passed without incident, and I finally started to think maybe it had been a one-time thing. Then, just past midnight, the sound came again. Slow steps in the gravel, moving toward the cabin. This time, they didn't stop at the window. I could hear them moving along the wall, the faint scuff of a shoe against wood. My chest tightened, and I felt the rush of cold adrenaline through my body. I strained to hear, every muscle tense. The steps paused, then resumed, so close I could almost sense the presence through the wall. I stayed completely still, barely even daring to breathe. After what felt like minutes, the steps moved away, fading into the distance until there was nothing but silence again. The rest of the night passed without more noise, but I didn't sleep at all. When morning came, I checked again. More prints. This time, they circled the cabin, as if someone had walked the whole perimeter. I made my decision quickly. I wasn't staying another night. I packed my things fast, loading the car with glances over my shoulder toward the woods. As I drove out along the narrow dirt road, the sense of being watched didn't leave. It stayed with me until I hit the main road and finally got a cell signal. Later, I told a few people about it, leaving out some of the details, but I never found out who it was or why they were there. All I know is that those woods and that cabin felt different after that. Not just quiet, but hollow, like the air itself was holding its breath. I still think about those prints sometimes, and how they stopped outside my window in the middle of the night. Even now, I can still remember the sound, those slow, careful steps in the gravel coming closer. It started in the late afternoon, the kind of day where the sun feels weaker than it should for the time of year. I had been driving for hours on a narrow two-lane road that cut through miles of farmland and low hills. My GPS had lost signal an hour earlier, and my phone barely clung to a single bar of service. I told myself I'd be fine. I wasn't too far from my destination, and even if I got a little lost, I could figure it out. But the road I was on seemed endless, with no gas stations, no houses close to the road, and no other cars passing me for a long stretch. I started noticing the sky dimming faster than I expected, like the day was being squeezed out of the world ahead of schedule. By the time the sun slid behind the hills, the temperature dropped sharply. I glanced at the clock and realized it was only a little after 6, but the shadows were long and the air had that evening bite to it. I decided I'd keep driving until I found somewhere to stop. That was when I noticed a small dirt turnoff, barely wide enough for a single car, branching off to the right. It wasn't on any map I remembered seeing. At first, I drove right past it, but something in my gut told me I should turn around and take it. Maybe it led to a small town, or at least to somewhere with lights and people. The dirt road began as a gentle slope but quickly narrowed, the grass and weeds growing taller along the edges. Branches from overhanging trees reached out toward the center, scraping against my car in slow, hollow drags. The sound made me tense, but I kept going. The road bent to the left, then to the right, winding deeper into what looked like a heavily wooded area. The further I drove, the less it felt like anyone had been through here in a long time. There were no tire tracks in the dirt, no signs of human presence. My headlights caught shapes between the trees, fallen branches, thick undergrowth, once even the reflective glint of two small eyes before they blinked and vanished. The deeper I went, the more the road degraded. Potholes appeared, some wide enough that I had to slow to a crawl to avoid bottoming out. The air grew colder, and my dashboard clock seemed to tick faster than it should have. I kept glancing behind me at the growing darkness swallowing the road I had come from, telling myself I could turn around at the next clear space. But the road never widened enough for that, and the thought of reversing all the way out through the winding dirt path made me uneasy. So I kept moving forward, inching deeper into the woods. Eventually, I saw an opening ahead where the trees thinned, and the dirt road leveled out into a wide, flat area covered in gravel and dead leaves. I pulled into it and turned off the engine. The sudden silence was heavier than I expected. No crickets, no wind, just the faint creak of trees shifting. My headlights lit up the far edge of the clearing, where an old wooden shack sat hunched in the shadows. Its roof sagged in the middle, and the boards on the walls were warped and split. It looked abandoned, at least. I wanted to believe it was. I didn't plan to get out. My idea was to turn around here and head back to the main road before it got completely dark. But when I put the car in reverse and looked over my shoulder, I froze. The dirt road behind me was gone. I could still see the gap in the trees where I had entered, but now it was blocked by a fallen tree trunk, thick and long enough that there was no way I could drive over or around it without damaging the car. I hadn't heard it fall. I hadn't heard anything at all. My chest tightened, and I gripped the steering wheel harder than I meant to. I thought about getting out and trying to move it, but even from inside the car, I could see it was too heavy. It would take more than one person to shift something like that, and I was alone. The only other option was to keep going past the shack and hope the road eventually led somewhere else. I didn't like the idea of passing so close to it, but I didn't see another choice. I started the car again and crept forward, my headlights sweeping across the front of the shack as I passed. Up close, I noticed details I hadn't seen before. The door was slightly open, its hinges rusted, and a single, rotting chair sat on the small porch. On the ground beneath it, a scattering of objects, empty bottles, a dented metal bucket, scraps of fabric, looked like they had been there for years. But what made my skin crawl was the faint impression in the dirt, right in front of the door. A single shoe print, sharp enough in detail to be recent. It was larger than my own foot, and deep, like the person had been standing there for a while. I kept driving, forcing myself to look straight ahead as I passed. The gravel turned back into dirt, and the road began to climb slightly. The trees here were even denser, their trunks packed so tightly that my headlights barely reached between them. I had been driving for maybe 10 minutes when something flashed across the road ahead. Too fast for me to make out clearly, but tall enough that it wasn't a deer. I hit the brakes, my tires crunching in the dirt, and stared into the shadows. The space between the trees was empty, but the feeling of being watched came over me so sharply that the hair on the back of my neck rose. I pressed on, though my speed dropped without me meaning it to. My eyes kept darting to the edges of the road, expecting to see movement again. At one point, I thought I saw a shape pacing me just inside the tree line, matching my speed, but every time I turned my head fully, it was gone. My hands were sweating, and my foot hovered close to the brake. I told myself that maybe it was just my nerves, that shadows and branches could play tricks on you in the headlights. The road eventually started sloping downward, the incline steeper than before. My headlights hit something pale ahead, and I slowed again. It was another fallen tree, smaller than the first but still too big to drive over without risking damage. This one was different, though. It looked cut, the edges too clean to be from a natural fall. The bark around the ends was stripped, fresh wood exposed. My stomach dropped as I realized how recent it must have been. I sat there, engine idling, staring at the barrier. My options were shrinking fast. Going back meant passing the shack again, and the idea of stopping in front of it in the dark made my skin crawl. But sitting here wasn't safe either. I glanced into the side mirror and froze. For a split second, I thought I saw a movement behind me on the road, a figure maybe, but it was too dark and far to be sure. I blinked, looked again, and it was gone. The emptiness behind me felt heavier now. My breathing grew shallow. I decided I wasn't staying in the car any longer. If I could climb over the smaller tree and follow the road on foot, maybe I'd find help faster than just sitting there. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove box, stepped out, and the cold air hit me like a slap. The ground was soft under my boots, each step sinking slightly into the damp dirt. I kept the flashlight beam low, scanning for roots or rocks, but I couldn't help sweeping it toward the trees every few seconds. That was when I saw it. About 20 feet into the woods, something stood between two trees, still as stone. The beam caught just enough to show the outline of a person, tall, broad-shouldered, facing me. I couldn't see a face, but I knew they were watching. My throat tightened, and I stepped backward toward the car without taking my eyes off the spot. But when I swept the light across it again, it was empty. I didn't run at first. I moved as quickly as I could without turning my back completely, but halfway to the car, I heard it. Footsteps. Not quick, not frantic, steady, deliberate, following me. The crunch of dirt under each step was louder than my own heartbeat. I yanked the car door open, slid inside, and locked it in one motion. My hands shook as I started the engine and threw it into reverse, not caring if I scraped the sides on branches as I backed away from the blocked path. I didn't stop until the shack came into view again, its dark shape looming at the edge of my headlights. I slowed, scanning the porch. The chair was empty, but the shack's door was no longer open. It was wide open, the black space inside swallowing the light. My chest felt tight enough to crack, but I kept moving, not daring to slow enough to look longer. I followed the road back toward where the first fallen tree had been, praying that somehow it would be gone. When I reached the spot, my heart sank. The tree was still there. I sat there for a moment, headlights on the barrier, my mind racing. Then I noticed something new. In the dirt, just beyond the trunk, were more footprints. Fresh ones, larger than before, leading from the woods to the road, circling the tree, then vanishing into the shadows on the other side. I didn't wait to see if they came back. I put the car in park, grabbed my flashlight again, and climbed out. The air felt even colder now, every sound amplified, the rustle of leaves, the occasional creak of wood somewhere deep in the trees. I climbed over the fallen trunk as quickly as I could, slipping once when my boot caught on the bark. On the other side, I forced myself to keep walking, following the faint outline of the road in the darkness. My breath puffed out in white clouds, and the beam of the flashlight trembled slightly in my grip. After what felt like forever, the road began to widen, the trees thinning. I could see the faint glow of something ahead, streetlights, maybe, or headlights from a distant highway. Relief began to creep in, but I didn't slow down. I kept walking until I stepped onto paved road again, the hum of distant traffic reaching my ears. Only then did I turn around. The dirt road behind me was nothing but blackness between the trees, my flashlight beam swallowed after only a few feet. I stood there for a long moment, listening. Nothing moved, but I couldn't shake the feeling that if I waited too long, I'd see something stepping into view from that darkness, watching me again. I didn't wait to find out. I turned and walked toward the glow ahead, my legs aching but my pace steady. I didn't look back again, but the feeling of eyes on me followed until the first cars passed, their lights breaking the grip of the woods. It was only then it was supposed to be a simple walk home. The sun had already dropped behind the horizon, and the air carried that heavy stillness that comes right after dusk, when everything feels like it's holding its breath. I had stayed later than I should have at a friend's place, and now the only way home was the path that cut through the wooded area behind the neighborhood. It wasn't deep forest, but it was thick enough that once you were in, the houses vanished from sight and the road was far away. I'd walked this way hundreds of times before in daylight, but at night it felt like an entirely different place, colder, darker, and much too quiet. The path started at a narrow break between two back fences. It was just dirt, worn smooth from years of kids riding bikes through it, and in the dark it looked like a tunnel into the trees. I stepped inside and almost immediately felt the air change. The warmth from the day was gone, replaced by a damp chill that clung to my skin. The smell of earth and rotting leaves hung in the air. My footsteps sounded louder than I expected, each one crunching on gravel and snapping twigs. I noticed how the sound didn't seem to carry far, just faded quickly into the dark around me, like the trees were swallowing it. The first stretch was about 50 yards straight in, and then it curved to the left where the trees grew thicker. I could still see the last bits of twilight through the branches overhead, but they were fading fast. The deeper I went, the more I felt the ground under me turn soft and uneven, roots jutting out and catching at my shoes. Somewhere ahead, I could hear a slow, rhythmic dripping, like water falling from a branch onto a pile of leaves. It was strangely loud, the kind of sound you wouldn't notice during the day, but that seemed amplified at night. As I walked, I became aware of something else. There was no wind at all. The branches weren't moving, and the leaves didn't rustle. Even the usual nighttime sounds, crickets and distant barking dogs, seemed absent. It was just the sound of my own footsteps, and that faint dripping ahead. I kept walking, telling myself not to overthink it, but I started glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. The darkness behind me looked thicker than the darkness ahead, as if it were closing in. I rounded the bend in the path and realized that I could no longer see the faint glow from the streetlights behind me. Now, it was just blackness pressing in from all sides. I could barely make out the outline of the trail ahead, just enough to keep walking without stumbling too much. That's when I heard it, another set of footsteps. Light, deliberate, coming from somewhere behind me. They weren't in sync with mine, and every time I stopped to listen, they stopped too. My ears strained in the silence, trying to pick them out again, but there was nothing except my own breathing and the drip, drip, drip ahead. I told myself it was probably an animal. This area had stray cats, raccoons, even the occasional fox. But I couldn't shake the feeling that these steps sounded too human, too careful. I started walking again, a little faster now, trying to keep my pace steady so it wouldn't look like I was hurrying. My heart was beating harder than I wanted it to, and my mouth felt dry. I could feel a bead of sweat forming at my temple despite the cold air. The path widened slightly ahead, opening into a small clearing where a power line cut through the trees. The ground here was a mix of gravel and hard-packed dirt, easier to walk on, but the openness made me feel exposed. I stopped for a moment, looking down the power line's narrow cut. It stretched away in both directions, disappearing into darkness. For a second, I considered leaving the path and walking along it to the road, but it was overgrown with tall grass and brush. I stayed where I was, straining to hear anything behind me. That's when I caught it again, footsteps, this time quicker, like whoever it was had closed some of the distance. They stopped almost as soon as I noticed them. I turned, staring back into the black tunnel I had just walked through, but I couldn't see a thing. The shadows between the trees were too dense. My stomach felt tight, my body tense and ready to move. I didn't want to run yet. I was afraid that would turn whatever was following me into a chase. I forced myself forward, back into the trees. The path narrowed again, and the darkness felt heavier now, pressing down on my shoulders. My ears kept picking up tiny sounds, a twig snapping, leaves shifting, but they came from different spots each time, like whoever was out there was moving in a wide arc around me. I tried to tell myself it was still just animals, maybe more than one, but deep down I knew it wasn't. There was a rhythm to the movements, a patience that felt intentional. Up ahead, I knew the path would cross a shallow creek. It wasn't wide, maybe 3 feet across, with flat stones you could step on to get over. I focused on that spot, telling myself that once I crossed it, I'd be close to the neighborhood again. The sound of the water reached me before I saw it, a quiet trickle that should have been comforting, but somehow wasn't. As I stepped closer, I noticed the smell of wet mud and something else, something faint but sharp, like rust or old blood. I bent down, using my hand to steady myself as I stepped onto the first stone. The creek was barely moving, just enough to reflect a dull shimmer of moonlight through the trees. I crossed quickly, my shoes slipping slightly on the damp rock, and stepped back onto the dirt path. The moment I did, I heard a splash behind me. Not a rock slipping into the water, but something heavy stepping directly into the creek. I froze, every muscle in my body locking up. Slowly, I turned my head just enough to look over my shoulder. I couldn't see much, just the faint outline of the creek and the shadows crowding around it. But I knew something was there. I couldn't explain how I knew, but I felt it, someone standing just far enough back to be hidden, watching me. My skin prickled, and I realized my breathing had gone shallow and quick. Without thinking, I started walking again, faster this time, my feet crunching through the gravel and dirt. My arms felt tense and awkward at my sides, like I didn't know what to do with them. The path began to slope upward, and I could feel my legs burning as I pushed myself to move faster. The trees here were closer together, their branches arching overhead so tightly that I could barely see the sky. I risked one glance back and instantly regretted it. For a split second, I saw a darker shape against the darkness, tall and still, standing where I had just been. It didn't move, but I could feel its attention on me like a weight pressing between my shoulder blades. I kept going, nearly jogging now, my shoes catching on roots and rocks. My lungs burned, and I could feel my heartbeat in my throat. I knew the end of the path was close, maybe 200 feet away, where it would open up to the street behind my neighborhood. I thought about sprinting, but I was afraid that if I tripped, I wouldn't have time to get up before whoever, or whatever, it was reached me. The path curved one last time, and I saw the faint orange glow of a streetlight ahead. Relief surged through me, but I didn't slow down. I kept my eyes locked on that light, moving as fast as I could without breaking into a full run. Behind me, I thought I heard another quick set of steps, but I didn't turn around. I reached the end of the path and stepped out into the open, the sudden brightness of the streetlight almost blinding me. I stood there for a moment, trying to catch my breath, my chest heaving. When I finally turned back toward the path, it was empty. Just a dark tunnel of trees leading back into the woods. I stood there for another minute, my ears straining, but there was nothing. No movement, no sound. Still, I knew I hadn't imagined it. Something had been in there with me, keeping pace, staying just out of sight. I walked the rest of the way home without looking back again. That night, I locked every door and window in the house before going to bed. Even though I was inside, the feeling stayed with me, the sense of being watched, of someone waiting just beyond the edge of the light. I didn't take that path again after dark. And every time I pass the entrance now, I can't help but think about the shape I saw standing in the shadows, completely still, as if it knew I'd be back one day. But I won't. It started as a simple plan, nothing dramatic. I had been feeling restless for weeks, buried under work and routine, so when I got a weekend off, I decided to get out of the city and spend a couple of days somewhere quiet. I found a small, rundown cabin listed online, tucked deep in the countryside and far from anything busy. The pictures showed peeling paint, an overgrown yard, and a small creek running at the edge of the property. It wasn't pretty, but that was the point. I didn't want charm or tourist appeal. I wanted silence. The idea of sitting on a porch with nothing but the sound of wind and water appealed to me. The drive out there took almost 4 hours. The last stretch was just dirt roads and scattered farms. The air felt different, heavy with the scent of damp earth and grass. It had rained earlier that morning, so the road was soft, the car slipping slightly in the mud in some parts. I saw fewer and fewer houses until there were none at all, just rolling hills, patches of trees, and fences marking forgotten boundaries. Eventually, the GPS lost signal, and I had to rely on the written directions I'd printed out before leaving. The last turn was onto a narrow path between tall weeds, the ground uneven and wet. It scraped the bottom of my car more than once before opening into a small clearing. The cabin stood in the center of it, weathered with darkened by age and rain, the windows streaked and dull. The yard was wild, grass waist-high in some areas, thickets of weeds around the edges. The only sound was the creek somewhere beyond the trees. There was no sign of anyone else for miles. I killed the engine and sat there for a moment, letting the quiet settle around me. Inside, the cabin was exactly what I expected: dust, cobwebs in corners, and the faint smell of damp wood. The furniture was mismatched and old. A couple of chairs with sunken cushions, a table scarred from years of use, and a narrow bed in the single bedroom. There was no electricity and no running water inside, just a hand pump outside near the creek for drawing water. It felt like stepping back decades in time. I unpacked what I needed, lit a couple of candles, and opened the windows to let fresh air push out the mustiness. The first few hours passed quietly. I walked the property, following the creek until it wound back into dense trees, the water moving slowly over smooth stones. The ground was soft from the rain, my shoes leaving deep prints. I noticed animal tracks here and there, deer mostly, some smaller ones I couldn't identify. As the sun dipped lower, the air grew cooler. By the time I made it back to the cabin, shadows had stretched long over the clearing. That night, I built a small fire in the stone pit outside and sat there for hours, watching the flames. The dark here felt different than in the city. It wasn't just the absence of light, it was thicker, heavier, pressing in on all sides. Every small sound stood out: the crack of branches in the distance, the occasional splash in the creek, the faint rustle of grass as something moved through it. I couldn't see far beyond the firelight, and that alone made me feel exposed. By midnight, the cold had crept in enough that I put the fire out and went inside. The cabin was colder than I expected. I crawled into bed fully dressed, listening to the faint creak of the old walls in the wind. At some point in the night, I woke up to a noise, dull and heavy, like something thudding against the wall outside. I lay still listening. It came again, irregular, sometimes soft, sometimes louder. I told myself it was probably a branch knocking in the wind, but the sound was too low for that, too deliberate. I stayed awake until it faded, not sure when I finally drifted back to sleep. The next morning was gray, the sky thick with clouds. The air smelled sharp and wet, promising more rain. I stepped outside and circled the cabin, looking for the source of the sound from the night before. Near the back wall, the ground was freshly disturbed, mud churned and flattened, like something had been there for a while. There were prints too, not clear enough to make out exactly, but larger than my own foot. I crouched down, touching the wet earth. Whatever made them had been heavy. I told myself it was probably just a deer, maybe rooting around for food. I tried not to think too much about it, but the unease lingered. I spent most of the day indoors, reading, cooking over the small camp stove I'd brought, and trying to ignore the strange feeling of being watched whenever I stepped outside. The woods around the clearing looked thicker than they had the day before, the tree line darker, like it held something inside. That evening, I decided to walk to the creek again. The light was dim, the water darker under the shadow of the trees. The air was completely still, no wind, no rustling leaves, no bird calls. I stood there for a while, looking into the water, and noticed movement on the opposite bank. It was quick, low to the ground, slipping between the undergrowth. I couldn't see clearly, just a shape, but it moved with purpose, not like an animal foraging. I watched until it vanished deeper into the trees. On the walk back, I kept glancing over my shoulder, feeling like something was behind me. My pace quickened, my heartbeat matching it. The clearing felt like safety when I finally saw it, but the cabin didn't feel as comforting as it had before. That night, the noise returned, closer this time. It wasn't just a thud against the wall now. There were soft, dragging sounds, like something moving slowly around the cabin. The wood creaked under weight near the porch. I lay still in bed, my breathing shallow, the blankets pulled up to my chin. Every instinct told me not to move, not to make a sound. After what felt like hours, it went quiet again, but I didn't sleep. By morning, I was exhausted. I walked the perimeter again and found more disturbed ground, mud pressed down in wide, uneven shapes. The grass was bent in a trail leading toward the trees, but it stopped abruptly, as if whatever had made it had stepped off deliberately to hide its path. I decided I would leave early the next morning. The trip had stopped feeling like an escape and started feeling like something else entirely, like I was waiting for something I didn't want to meet. That evening, I didn't go outside at all. I locked the door, such as it was, and sat at the table with a candle burning, listening. The first sound was faint, a light scrape along the wall. Then another, closer to the window. The glass rattled softly, like it was being tested. My mouth went dry, my pulse hammering in my ears. The candle flame trembled in the draft. I sat there, unmoving, every muscle tense, listening to the slow, deliberate movement outside. When it reached the door, I felt the wood shift under a push. The latch held, but only barely. It wasn't built for strength. There was no knock, no voice, just the pressure, then a long pause. My hands were shaking. After a while, the weight lifted, and I heard slow steps moving away into the grass. I didn't move until the first pale light of dawn crept through the window. I packed quickly, my hands clumsy from lack of sleep. Outside, the yard was damp with dew, the grass shining in the low light. Near the edge of the clearing, I saw it, prints in the mud deep and wide, leading toward the trees. They weren't the neat, even marks of an animal. The stride was long, the shape irregular, like a bare foot, but wrong somehow, the toes spread too far apart. I didn't follow them. I didn't look toward the trees. I loaded my things into the car, started the engine, and drove until the dirt road turned back to pavement, and the trees thinned into open land. I didn't stop until I reached the first small town miles away. Even now, I think about those prints, about the quiet steps in the grass and the weight against the door. I tell myself it was just a person, someone passing through the woods who decided to test the cabin out of curiosity. But the shape of those tracks and the deliberate way they moved around the clearing still sit in the back of my mind. I didn't see their face, didn't hear a single word, and maybe that's why it unsettles me so deeply. Because whatever it was, it never needed to be seen or heard to make its presence known. And I know, without a doubt, that if I had stayed one more night, the door wouldn't have been enough to keep it out. Hello everyone, I'm the Creep's Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I had been looking forward to that weekend for weeks. My plan was simple: drive out to a small lake about 2 hours from home, set up camp for a couple of nights, and just get away from everything. I had been working too many late shifts, sleeping too little, and eating poorly. I wanted quiet, the smell of pine, and the sound of water lapping against the shore instead of the constant hum of the city. I set out early on Saturday morning with my gear packed neatly in the trunk. The drive out was peaceful. Traffic thinned the further I got from town, the 4-lane road narrowing to 2 lanes, then eventually to a winding gravel stretch that my GPS only half recognized. Trees started pressing in from both sides, their branches arching overhead like a tunnel. The air felt fresher already, and I rolled down the window just to smell it. When I pulled up to the small clearing by the lake, there was only one other car parked off to the side. I couldn't see anyone though, and I figured whoever it belonged to was probably out hiking or fishing. I carried my gear to a spot about 30 feet from the water's edge, flat and dry with just enough space for my tent and a small fire pit. The lake itself was calm, a sheet of glass reflecting the pale blue sky, and on the far shore the treeline was dense and dark, almost black from the distance. Setting up camp was straightforward. I pitched the tent, unrolled my sleeping bag, and stacked some wood I had brought in the fire ring. I kept glancing at the still water while I worked. It was so quiet that I could hear the occasional plop of a fish breaking the surface and the faint rustle of leaves high above. By late afternoon I had the fire going, a small one just enough for cooking. I boiled some pasta and ate it slowly, watching the sun lower toward the treetops. As the light shifted to gold, I decided to walk a short way down the lake's edge, just to stretch my legs before night. The ground was a mix of soft dirt and scattered roots, and every so often there was a break in the brush where the water came right up to the shore. About 5 minutes into my walk, I noticed fresh footprints in the damp soil, boot prints, larger than mine, with a tread pattern I didn't recognize. They led along the shore, then veered off into the woods. I hesitated for a moment, but kept walking, telling myself it was nothing. After all, the other car meant someone else was out here. By the time I got back to camp, the sun was gone, leaving only a thin glow in the west. I added more wood to the fire and sat close to it as the air cooled. The lake was now a dark mirror, and I could see my own firelight flickering in it. Somewhere in the distance, maybe on the far side of the water, there was a single sharp crack, like a branch breaking underfoot. I froze, listening. The sound didn't repeat, and eventually I went back to poking at the fire, convincing myself it was just an animal. The night deepened quickly. Without clouds, the stars came out sharp and clear, and the moon hung low over the trees. I crawled into my tent around 10, zipped the flap, and lay down in my sleeping bag. The ground was cool but not uncomfortable, and the faint sound of water helped me drift towards sleep. Some time later, I don't know how long, I woke to a faint crunching sound outside. It was subtle at first, almost blending with the wind in the trees, but it had a rhythm to it. Footsteps. Slow ones. I held my breath and listened harder. They weren't close to the tent yet, maybe 20 or 30 feet away, but they weren't moving in a straight line. It sounded like whoever, or whatever, it was kept stopping, then moving again. Leaves and twigs snapped softly under the weight. My heart began to thud, and I told myself it could still be a deer or some other animal. But the spacing of the steps felt deliberate. I reached for the flashlight I had stashed beside my sleeping bag and waited. The footsteps drew closer, then stopped altogether. The silence was worse than the sound. I strained to hear anything, but all I caught was the faint lap of water against the shore. I lay completely still, my hand tight around the flashlight, until finally I heard the crunch of steps again, this time moving away. Slowly, gradually, the sound faded into the distance. I didn't sleep much after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I heard another faint rustle or step, and I'd freeze all over again. Eventually, I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, pale light was seeping into the tent. When I unzipped the flap, the first thing I noticed was the dirt near my fire pit. The ashes were cold, but the soil beside them had several partial footprints in it. Not mine. These weren't clear enough to see the full tread, but they were big and deep enough to make my stomach knot. I spent the morning trying to relax, making coffee and sitting by the lake. But my eyes kept scanning the tree-line, half expecting to see someone standing there. I thought about leaving, but it felt ridiculous to pack up so soon, especially since I had driven all the way out here. By midday, I convinced myself it was just another camper who had wandered too close without realizing it. In the afternoon, I decided to hike a short trail that looped around part of the lake. I brought a small pack with water and a snack and set out along the path. The trail wound through thick woods where the air was cooler and damper. In some places, the canopy was so dense it felt like evening even though it was only 3 o'clock. About halfway around, I came to a spot where the path narrowed between two large boulders. That's where I saw it, a small piece of cloth snagged on a low branch. It was dark green, torn at the edge, and stiff like it had been out in the weather for a while. I pulled it free and turned it over in my hand, noticing faint mud stains. It didn't look like something dropped by accident. It looked ripped. I left it where I found it and kept walking, but the air felt heavier now. At one point, I caught the faint smell of smoke, but I couldn't see any sign of a fire. When I finally got back to camp, it was late afternoon. I added more wood to my own fire and tried to shake off the unease. I told myself I'd stay one more night, but I'd keep my flashlight and a small hatchet right next to me in the tent. As the sun went down again, the lake turned black and the trees became jagged silhouettes. I sat closer to the fire than before, letting the heat sink into me. At one point, I thought I saw a movement between two trees near the edge of the clearing, but when I shone my flashlight, the beam lit only bark and leaves. The wind picked up after dark, and the sound of it in the branches masked smaller noises. That made me more nervous, not less. Every so often, I'd stand and sweep the light across the tree line, the beam catching brief flashes of pale trunks and empty ground. It must have been close to midnight when I heard it again, the slow, deliberate crunch of steps. This time, they came from behind the tent, in the woods opposite the lake. I grabbed the flashlight and hatchet, my pulse hammering. The steps paused, then started again, moving in a loose arc around the tent. I could hear the faint shift of leaves, the snap of a twig. I stepped out into the open, shining the light toward the sound. For a fraction of a second, the beam caught something, the shape of a man, tall and broad-shouldered, slipping behind a tree. My chest went tight. I called out loudly, my voice breaking the silence, but there was no response. The shape didn't reappear. The next minute stretched forever. I kept the light trained on the spot, my knuckles white around the hatchet. Finally, the sound of steps began again, this time retreating deeper into the woods until they were gone. I didn't go back to sleep. I sat by the fire until the first pale light of dawn, then packed my gear in silence. When I carried it all back to the car, I saw fresh prints in the dirt of the path, deep, heavy, and headed toward the road. Driving away, I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone step out of the trees onto the road behind me. Even hours later, back in my apartment, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The sound of those slow footsteps stayed with me for days, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw that brief silhouette, just enough to know it was a man, and close enough that I will always wonder how long he had been there before I woke up. It was late summer when I decided to take a few days away from everything. I had been working almost non-stop for months, stuck in the same routine of waking up, going to work, coming home, and doing it all over again. I wanted quiet. I wanted to be somewhere far from traffic, far from neighbors, far from the sound of my phone buzzing with new messages. The idea was simple: go camping alone, somewhere remote, and just spend a couple of nights with no one but myself and whatever nature decided to put around me. I didn't pick a big-name campground. I didn't want something with picnic tables, numbered spaces, or other people's tents nearby. I searched through some hiking forums and found mention of an area about 3 hours away from my place. A patch of forest next to a small, unused field, the remains of what might have been farmland years ago. There was no official campsite, just a flat space where people occasionally pitched a tent if they were passing through. The pictures looked peaceful. A thin dirt road led out there, cutting through several miles of trees before opening into the field. Beyond that, the land sloped upward into a low ridge, covered in dark green pines. I left on a Friday morning, my car loaded with everything I thought I'd need: tent, sleeping bag, a small cooler with food, a portable stove, and a few changes of clothes. The drive was easy for the first hour and a half, just highway and gas stations, but once I turned off onto the smaller county roads, it felt like I was heading into another world. The pavement eventually gave way to gravel, and then to a narrow dirt track that twisted through the forest. My GPS stopped working somewhere along the way, but I had written down the directions on paper in case that happened. When I finally arrived, I could see that the place looked almost exactly like the photos I'd seen. The field was overgrown but not too wild, with knee-high grass swaying in the breeze. The ridge stood in the background, almost like a wall of dark green, the sunlight barely making it through the thick canopy. I parked my car off to one side and got out, stretching my legs and taking in the air. It was quiet in a way I wasn't used to. I could hear nothing but the rustle of leaves and the faint buzz of insects. Setting up camp took about an hour. I found a spot where the grass was shorter and the ground was even, then pitched my tent facing toward the ridge. I arranged my gear inside, set up my stove outside, and then walked the perimeter of the field just to get a better sense of the area. On the far end, close to the ridge, there was a narrow path that disappeared into the trees. I figured I might check it out later, maybe gather some firewood from there before dark. By early evening, the sun began to sink, casting long shadows across the field. The ridge looked even darker now, its top outlined faintly against the orange sky. I sat on a folding chair by the tent, eating a simple dinner of rice and vegetables from my little stove. The air grew cooler, and I pulled on a jacket. It was the kind of peaceful I had wanted. No cars, no voices, just the sound of wind in the grass and the occasional creak of a branch somewhere in the forest. I was finishing my food when I noticed movement along the ridge. At first, I thought it was just the wind shifting the shadows, but then I saw it more clearly, a figure moving steadily across the top. It was far enough away that I couldn't make out details, but it was clearly a person. They were walking in a straight line, not stopping, not looking toward me, just moving across from one side to the other. I watched for several minutes until they reached the far end and disappeared over the slope. The sight left me uneasy. I had no idea who that could be. This wasn't a popular spot, and I had seen no other cars on the way in. There were no houses nearby, no trails marked on my map that led over that ridge. I told myself it was probably just another hiker, maybe someone passing through on their own route. But still, there was something strange about how steadily they had walked, never hesitating, never glancing around. I decided to collect some firewood before it got too dark. Grabbing a small hatchet and a bag, I headed toward the narrow path that led into the trees. The light under the canopy was dim even in late afternoon, the ground covered in dry leaves and scattered branches. I broke off what I could find, mostly smaller pieces of wood, and stacked them in my bag. After a while, I realized it was getting darker faster than I'd expected. The trees made it feel later than it was, the air heavier and cooler. That's when I heard it, heavy breathing. It was faint at first, almost like the sound of someone winded from walking uphill. I froze, my grip tightening on the hatchet. I looked around, but the trees made it hard to see more than 20 feet in any direction. The breathing didn't come closer, but it didn't fade either. It shifted slightly, like whoever it was had moved a few steps, and I caught the faintest suggestion of movement between the trunks. I backed up slowly, my eyes straining in the dim light. The breathing grew quieter, as if it was moving away, but I still couldn't see anyone clearly. My mind raced. Maybe it was an animal, something big enough to make that kind of sound. Or maybe it was a person, but if so, why were they just standing there in the trees, breathing like that? I didn't wait to find out. I turned and made my way quickly back toward the edge of the field, my heart pounding. By the time I stepped out into the open, the last of the sun was gone, leaving only the dim blue of early night. I glanced back at the tree line, but it was just a wall of darkness now. I built a small fire with the wood I'd gathered, more for the comfort of light than for warmth. The flames flickered, casting long, shifting shadows across the grass. I stayed close to it, my eyes constantly drifting toward the ridge and the tree line. Nothing moved. No sound came from the forest except for the occasional creak of wood as the wind shifted the branches. But the unease didn't leave. I couldn't shake the image of that figure on the ridge, or the sound of the breathing just inside the trees. I thought about packing up and leaving right then, but the idea of driving the narrow dirt road in the dark didn't feel much better. I told myself I'd stay the night, but keep my flashlight and hatchet close. Sleep didn't come easily. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to every small sound outside. The whisper of the grass, the pop of the cooling fire, the occasional snap of a twig somewhere in the distance. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps in the grass, but when I sat up and listened, there was only silence. I must have drifted off at some point because I woke to a pale light filtering into the tent. The sun had just risen, casting long golden rays across the field. For a moment, the unease of the previous night felt distant, almost silly. But when I stepped outside, I noticed something that brought it all back. In the dew-covered grass between the field and the tree line, there were footprints. They weren't mine. I could see the difference in shoe tread. They led from the trees toward my camp, stopping about 30 feet from my tent, then turning back toward the forest. The sight made my stomach tighten. Whoever had made them had been there while I was sleeping. I packed my things quickly, not bothering to make breakfast. I didn't feel like staying another night. By the time I loaded the last of my gear into the car, the sun was higher, but the ridge still loomed dark and silent in the background. I drove out of there without looking back. For the rest of the drive home, I kept thinking about those footprints, about the figure on the ridge, about the breathing in the trees. I would never know who it was or what they were doing out there. But the way those prints stopped so close to my tent before turning back told me one thing. They had been watching, and that was enough to make sure I never went camping alone again. It started as a normal afternoon, the kind where the air feels heavy but quiet, like the whole world has decided to hold its breath. I had driven out to a rural part of the county, miles past where the pavement ends and the dirt roads start looking the same in every direction. I wasn't there for anything dramatic, just a chance to take a walk, get away from the noise of the city, and clear my head. The land out there was wide and flat, with scattered patches of trees and long stretches of dry grass that reached up to my waist. The wind would bend them slightly, making a slow rustling sound that carried for a long distance. I had parked my car near the edge of an old field where a barely visible trail led toward a stand of trees about half a mile away. I had seen the trail before from the road, but never walked it. It looked like it might lead to a creek or maybe an abandoned shed. Out here, you sometimes found places where someone had once tried to farm or live before giving it up. The sun was already starting to drift lower in the sky, giving everything that late afternoon gold tint. I figured I had a couple hours before I'd need to head back. The trail was narrow and uneven, not the kind made for walking, but more like something left behind by tractor tires years ago and slowly reclaimed by weeds. The ground was dry but soft, and every step crunched faintly under my boots. Insects hummed around me, and somewhere far off I could hear a single bird calling, the sound sharp and lonely in the open air. It was quiet enough that I could hear my own breathing clearly. As I walked, the wind died down, and that always changes the feeling of a place. Without the wind, the air feels thicker. You start noticing smaller sounds, tiny clicks of grasshoppers jumping, the faint scuff of your own clothes when you move. It makes you more aware of how alone you are. There were no houses in sight now, no power lines, no cars in the distance, just flat land and that line of trees ahead. When I reached the edge of the trees, the trail narrowed even more, pushing me between branches that leaned across from both sides. The light dimmed instantly, the bright gold of the field replaced by a cooler shade. The air here smelled different, damp earth and something faintly sour, maybe rotting leaves from the last season. The ground under my feet changed too, from dry soil to softer patches that gave slightly when I stepped. The deeper I went, the more the path became just a suggestion. It twisted slightly, winding between trunks and clusters of low brush. I walked slower, scanning the ground for roots I could trip on. Somewhere nearby, I heard water trickling. I thought maybe the creek I had guessed about earlier was close. It would explain the dampness and the change in smell. I moved toward the sound, stepping carefully over a fallen log. The sound of the water grew clearer, mixed with the occasional plop of something dropping into it, maybe acorns or insects. But then, behind it, I caught something else. A sound faint enough that I couldn't place it at first. It was like a short, quick movement through leaves, then silence. Not the wind, because there wasn't any now. I froze, letting the sound of my own heartbeat settle, so I could listen. Nothing, just the quiet and the water again. I told myself it was probably a squirrel or some small animal. Out here, there were plenty of them. I kept walking toward the creek, but my steps were slower now, my eyes flicking to both sides of the trail every few seconds. My ears stayed tuned for that noise again. The creek appeared after another 30 yards, narrow and shallow but moving steadily over a bed of dark stones. The bank on my side sloped down gently, while the far side rose more sharply, crowded with thicker brush. I crouched to touch the water. It was cold, colder than I expected for this time of year. That's when I heard it again, movement, but closer this time. A shift of leaves, a quick crunch of something underfoot. Not directly behind me, but off to my right, maybe 15 or 20 feet back into the trees. I turned my head slowly in that direction, but the light was fading under the canopy, and the tangle of branches made it hard to see more than a few yards. I didn't move right away, just scanned the space. Then I saw it, only for a split second, something pale between the shadows. Not bright white, but light enough to stand out against the browns and greens. It didn't move again, and when I blinked, I wasn't sure if I'd really seen it or if my eyes were playing tricks. I stood up slowly, brushing my hands off on my pants, and took a step back toward the trail. It was quiet again, but now it felt different, not peaceful, but expectant, like the air itself was holding still, waiting. I didn't like it. I decided I'd head back toward the field before it got much darker. I turned, keeping my steps even, forcing myself not to rush. My boots made dull thuds on the soft earth. Every few seconds, I glanced over my shoulder, scanning for movement. About halfway back to the edge of the trees, I caught the sound again, this time directly behind me. It was heavier now, like a footfall. Not the quick scatter of a rabbit or squirrel, but a solid step, followed by another, timed between mine. My mouth went dry instantly. I didn't stop walking, but my pace picked up slightly. The sound behind me matched it. I could feel my shoulders tightening, every muscle braced. I wanted to turn around and look, but part of me didn't want to see. I kept going until the dim light ahead told me I was close to the field. I stepped out from between the last two trees, the sudden brightness making me squint. The air was warmer here, less damp, but I didn't stop. I crossed the field quickly, resisting the urge to break into a run. When I finally saw my car, parked alone on the side of the dirt road, I felt a small wave of relief, until I noticed something that froze me in place. The driver's side door was cracked open. I knew for certain I had shut it when I left. I always lock it, even out here. My keys were in my pocket the whole time. I stopped about 20 feet away, scanning the area around the car. The road was empty in both directions, the grass along the ditch still. I listened, but all I could hear was the blood rushing in my ears. My stomach knotted. If someone had opened it, where were they now? I moved slowly toward the car, my eyes locked on the gap of the open door. When I reached it, I pushed it open wider with one hand, staying to the side. The inside looked normal at first glance. Nothing missing, nothing moved, but the faint smell of damp earth drifted out from inside. Not like mud from my boots, but fresher, sharper, like the scent back in the trees. I got in quickly, slammed the door, and locked it. My hands shook as I started the engine. I pulled away fast, not looking back toward the field or the trees. I didn't slow down until I reached the first paved road miles later. Even then, I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see someone there, walking along the roadside. There was never anyone. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about that pale glimpse between the trees, the matched footsteps, the door I knew I had shut. I still don't know if someone followed me from the moment I entered those woods, or if they were already near my car when I arrived. But I know this. Something out there was watching me the whole time, close enough to keep pace, close enough to touch the one place I thought was safe before I got back to it. I never went back down that road again. I had been driving all day, Leaving the city just after sunrise, trying to make it to the small cabin my uncle had lent me for the weekend. It wasn't much of a place, just a single room with a wood stove, a creaky bed, and a table. But it was far enough out in the middle of nowhere that I wouldn't hear cars, neighbors, or anything except the wind through the trees. That was the whole point of going. I needed the silence. By the time I pulled off the main road onto the narrow gravel track, the sky was starting to turn orange at the edges. The road was rough, and I had to slow almost to a crawl in places where it dipped into shallow potholes or where the gravel thinned out to patches of dirt. There were no houses along that stretch, no signs of people, just endless rows of trees on both sides, leaning in as though they were trying to crowd me out. The air coming in through the window was cold, much colder than it had been in the city that morning. It smelled faintly of pine and damp earth. I noticed that as soon as I turned off the highway, the air seemed heavier, quieter. Even the birdsong had faded until all I could hear was the hum of my tires on gravel and the occasional rattle of a loose stone bouncing off the underside of the car. When I finally reached the cabin, the sun had nearly slipped behind the tree line. The place looked the same as I remembered from a couple of years back. Dark wood siding, a small front porch with 2 sagging steps, and a single dusty window facing the clearing. There was no power line running to it, and I knew there wouldn't be any cell service. The closest neighbor was miles away. I parked in the grass, shut off the engine, and for a moment just sat there, listening to the cooling metal ticks of the car in the silence. That was when I realized how utterly still it was. No crickets, no wind in the trees, nothing. Just stillness. Inside, the air was stale, carrying the faint smell of old firewood and dust. I set my bag on the bed, unpacked my flashlight, and lit one of the candles I'd brought. The tiny flame pushed back just enough of the dimness for me to see the outlines of the stove, the table, and the wooden chair beside it. I left the door open to let in a little more light while I brought in the rest of my things. Once I'd settled in, I took a short walk around the clearing before it got too dark. The grass was damp and uneven, and the tree line started just 20 or 30 feet from the cabin, thick with trunks and undergrowth. I noticed a narrow animal trail disappearing into the trees, the kind of path that could have been made by deer, maybe even coyotes. I didn't go far, just enough to stretch my legs after the long drive. By the time I got back inside, the sun was gone. The woods outside had become a solid black wall. I cooked a simple dinner on the stove, ate while listening to the faint crackle of the fire, and then sat for a while in the candlelight, letting my mind drift. Eventually, I decided to turn in early. It must have been close to midnight when I woke. At first, I didn't know why. The fire had burned down to embers, and the cabin was cold. My eyes adjusted slowly to the faint silver light coming through the window. I lay there listening. That was when I heard it, a sound faint enough that I might have missed it if I hadn't been awake already. A slow, deliberate crunch of leaves somewhere outside. Then another. Then nothing. I stayed still, straining to hear. It could have been a deer, I told myself. Or maybe the wind knocking something loose. But the air was still, and the steps had been too heavy, too spaced out, like someone trying to move quietly, but not quite succeeding. I got up, pulled on my jacket, and took the flashlight from the table. When I opened the door, the cold hit me immediately, sharper than before. My breath came out in pale clouds. I swept the beam across the clearing, the grass silvered by frost. Nothing moved. I was about to go back inside when I saw it. At the edge of the clearing, just beyond where the grass gave way to the first row of trees, something pale caught the light. At first I thought it was a branch stripped of its bark, but as I angled the flashlight, I realized it was the back of someone's hand, just the knuckles and fingers visible around the edge of a trunk, like they were leaning out just enough to see me. My chest tightened. I kept the light steady, but the hand pulled back, vanishing into the dark. For several seconds I stood there, frozen, every instinct telling me to slam the door, lock it, and wait for morning. But another thought pushed through, that if I didn't know who or what was out there, I wouldn't sleep at all. I stepped off the porch, the grass crunching under my boots, and moved toward the tree line. Each step felt loud. My flashlight beam cut through the first few feet of undergrowth, then faded into the black beyond. I reached the spot where I'd seen the hand and swept the light side to side. Nothing. No footprints I could see, no broken branches, no movement. I backed away slowly, turning my head every few seconds to check behind me. When I got inside, I shut the door and slid the deadbolt. I stayed sitting at the table with the flashlight on for a long time before I finally climbed back into bed. Sleep came in short bursts after that, each time broken by the faint impression that something was moving outside. Once, I thought I heard breathing near the wall by my head, but when I sat up, there was only silence. When morning came, I walked the edge of the clearing again. The frost had hardened overnight, and my own boot prints were crisp in the grass. But near the tree-line, I found a single mark that wasn't mine, longer, narrower, like the tread of a shoe. Just one, angled toward the trees. I spent the rest of the day keeping busy, chopping wood, checking the stovepipe, walking short loops around the clearing. I didn't see anyone. By late afternoon, I convinced myself it had been nothing more than a hunter passing through, or some local curious about the cabin. That night, I made sure the fire was strong before I went to bed. I left the flashlight on the table within arm's reach. The wind had picked up, rattling the branches outside, so I told myself any noise I heard would be that. Somewhere deep in the night, I woke again. This time, I didn't hear footsteps. I heard the slow, metallic squeak of the front door handle turning. I froze, my eyes open in the dark. The squeak stopped. Then came the sound of something brushing against the doorframe, a faint thud, and then silence. I reached for the flashlight, switched it on, and aimed it toward the door. The deadbolt was still in place, but the handle was tilted downward, as if someone had tried it. My pulse hammered in my ears. I didn't sleep again until the first gray light of dawn pushed through the window. As soon as the sun was up, I packed my things. I didn't bother with breakfast. When I stepped outside, the clearing looked ordinary, the frost melting under a pale sky. But in the patch of dirt just off the porch, there were two sets of footprints, both human, both leading away into the trees. One set was mine. The other was longer, wider, and fresh. I didn't follow them. I just got in the car, started the engine, and drove until I saw pavement again. I never told my uncle what happened, but I've never gone back to that cabin, and I never will. I had been driving for almost 6 hours straight, the kind of drive where the road begins to feel like it's not moving beneath you anymore. It was late afternoon when I turned off the main highway and onto a narrow two-lane road that wound deep into the countryside. My GPS showed I still had about an hour before I reached the small motel I had booked. The sun was already low, and the landscape had that golden haze you get just before dusk. I wasn't in a hurry, but I wanted to make it before dark. The road stretched on between wide, empty fields, some of them overgrown, others freshly plowed. Every so often I passed an old barn or a house set far back from the road, but most of the time it felt like I was the only person for miles. There were no streetlights here, and I knew once night came it would be pitch black except for my headlights. I reached a stretch where thick woods lined both sides of the road, tall pines and oaks that blocked most of the light. The air inside my car cooled quickly as the shadows deepened. I rolled down the window just a crack for some fresh air, and all I could hear was the hum of the tires and the occasional rush of wind. It was around then that I saw something odd ahead. At first it looked like a dark shape near the shoulder of the road, maybe a fallen branch. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't lying flat. It was upright. My brain tried to make sense of it. A road sign? A mailbox? But it didn't match either shape. When I got close enough, I could tell it was a person. They were standing almost completely still, right near the edge of the pavement, facing the direction I was coming from. No movement, no sign they even noticed me. They weren't wearing bright clothes, just dark jeans and a faded jacket. The hair looked messy and unkempt. I slowed a little, unsure whether to swerve wide or just keep my lane. As I passed, I kept my eyes forward, but in the corner of my vision, I saw their heads slowly turn to follow my car. It wasn't a quick glance, more like they tracked me with deliberate slowness. I didn't know why, but it made my stomach tighten. By the time I was 20 yards ahead, I glanced in the rearview mirror. They were standing in the middle of the lane now, watching me drive away. I didn't like that. I pressed the accelerator and told myself not to overthink it. Maybe they were just some local waiting for someone, or maybe they needed help. But it was strange they hadn't waved, or stepped back when I approached. I decided it didn't matter. I wasn't stopping. The road kept twisting through the woods, and after a few minutes the light had dimmed so much it looked like early night. My headlights cast two narrow beams, and beyond that was nothing but trees. I noticed the GPS signal flicker for a second, then stabilize. I passed another empty stretch, then a dirt turnoff with no sign. About 15 minutes later, I caught sight of something in my headlights again. My first thought was that it was an animal, maybe a deer, because it was partly in the lane. But as I slowed, my chest tightened. It wasn't an animal. It was the same person. Same clothes, same messy hair, standing just off the center line. This time, they weren't facing me. They were angled slightly toward the woods, but their head was turned in my direction. I couldn't tell if they had moved here on foot, or if there was some shortcut through the woods I didn't know about. But either way, there was no way they should have been able to get here before me without me passing them. I kept my speed steady, refusing to slow more than necessary. My hands gripped the wheel tighter than I realized. As I passed, their head followed my car again, the same slow movement. In the mirror, I saw them take a single step into the lane, then stop. I didn't want to think about it anymore. I told myself it had to be two different people wearing similar clothes. That was the only explanation that made sense. But it didn't feel right. By the time I reached the end of the wooded stretch, the last of the sunlight was gone. I drove through small patches of open land again, but they were even darker now without the sky's glow. My headlights picked up fence posts and weeds along the shoulders. The GPS told me I was about 20 minutes from the motel when I saw the third figure. This time there was no mistaking it. Same jacket, same jeans, same unhurried posture. Standing directly on the shoulder, just past a narrow bridge that crossed a shallow creek. My pulse jumped so hard I could feel it in my neck. I didn't slow this time. I kept my eyes locked forward, gripping the wheel until my knuckles ached. As I passed, I could sense rather than see that slow head turn again, like they were memorizing me. I didn't dare look in the mirror. For the next few miles, I kept expecting to see them again. Every curve made me tense. I couldn't explain how they were moving like that. There had been no car, no bike, no sound of running. It was as if they were just waiting ahead each time. Finally, the GPS said I was only 5 minutes from my stop. I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. The road widened slightly as it neared a cluster of old buildings and a gas station. I could see a faint glow ahead, streetlights at last. But just before I reached them, I came to one last curve. My headlights swept across the shoulder, and there they were. Standing no more than 10 feet from the edge of the pavement, facing the woods, head slowly turning toward me as I passed. I didn't know if it was the fourth time seeing them, or if they had been there all along, somehow moving ahead of me. My skin crawled, my hands shook. I didn't even glance in the mirror this time. I just drove straight into the lit area, pulled into the motel parking lot, and shut off the car. I sat there for a moment, hands still on the wheel, listening to the cooling engine tick. The air felt heavy, like I had brought something with me. I finally got out, checked around the car, nothing. I grabbed my bag and walked quickly to my room, locking the door behind me. That night I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the shape standing by the road, waiting, head turning slowly to follow me. The next morning, when I checked out, I took a different route entirely. I didn't care if it added hours to the trip. I wasn't going back that way, and I've never taken that road again. I had been driving for hours that day, trying to make it to my cousin's place before nightfall. The plan was simple: leave early in the morning, take the long back roads to avoid the highway traffic, and arrive by late afternoon. But as always, things didn't go exactly as planned. I had underestimated the time it would take, and now, with the sun sinking low in the sky, I found myself on a narrow, cracked two-lane road that seemed to cut straight through nowhere. The place was empty in a way that made you feel exposed. No houses, no gas stations, no cars passing by, just endless stretches of dry fields and dense patches of woods. My phone had lost signal an hour ago, and the old GPS I kept in the glove compartment hadn't been updated in years, so half the time it showed me driving through blank space. I told myself it was fine, that I'd just keep following the road until I hit something familiar, but the longer I drove, the more uneasy I felt. The road was uneven, dipping in places where the ground underneath must have shifted over time, and the trees on either side leaned toward the pavement as if they were trying to close in on it. My headlights were already cutting through dim shadows, and the pale orange light on the horizon was fading fast. I kept glancing at my fuel gauge. It was just below a quarter tank. Enough for now, but not enough to drive aimlessly for much longer. I came to a fork I didn't recognize. Both roads looked equally worn, no signs, no markings. I chose the one to the right without much thought, just going with instinct, but within minutes I started to regret it. The pavement narrowed until it was barely wide enough for a single car, and the trees grew thicker. Branches stretched over the road, creating a kind of tunnel that let in almost no light. I switched on my high beams, but the glare just bounced back from the leaves and branches, making the shadows seem deeper. I kept driving because turning around wasn't an option. There was no shoulder, no space to reverse safely. Every time I thought about trying, I pictured another car, or worse, a truck, coming around the bend and plowing into me. But the truth was, I hadn't seen a single vehicle in over an hour. The air inside the car felt stuffy. I rolled the window down a crack, hoping for fresh air, but instead I caught the faint smell of something rotting. It wasn't strong at first, just enough to notice. I told myself it was probably a dead animal somewhere in the woods, but as I kept driving, the smell seemed to follow me. About 15 minutes later, the road took a sharp curve, and as I rounded it, I saw something ahead that made my stomach tighten. There was a car on the side of the road. At least, I thought it was a car at first. The shape was barely visible in the beam of my headlights until I got closer, and then I saw it was an old, beat-up sedan, parked at an odd angle with its front end tilted into the ditch. The driver's side door was wide open. I slowed down, but something about it didn't feel right. The car's windows were fogged on the inside, and the front bumper was dented. There was no movement, no sign of anyone around. I thought about stopping, maybe calling for help if I could get a signal, but the back of my neck prickled with a warning I couldn't explain. Something about the stillness felt wrong, staged almost. I kept driving, my hands tightening on the steering wheel. In my rearview mirror, I could see the open door shrinking into the distance, but just before it vanished from sight, I thought I saw something shift in the dark behind it. My chest felt tight. I told myself I was being paranoid, that it was probably nothing more than the wind moving the trees, but the image stuck in my head as I kept going. The road got rougher, the cracks deeper, the pavement broken in places. I had to slow down to avoid damaging my tires. The smell was stronger now, sharp and sour, like meat left out in the sun. I rolled the window up again, but it didn't help much. It had already seeped inside. My fuel gauge dipped closer to empty, and I started to panic a little. Then I saw movement up ahead. Not an animal, it was too tall for that. A figure stepped out from the side of the road and stood there, just far enough away that I couldn't make out details. My headlights lit them up in pieces. A flash of pale skin, dark clothing, something in their hand. I slowed, unsure what to do. They didn't wave, didn't step forward, didn't move at all. Just stood there facing my car. I pressed my horn lightly, the sound loud in the stillness, but they didn't react. The road was too narrow to go around them, so I eased forward a few feet, thinking maybe they'd step aside. Instead, they tilted their heads slightly, like they were studying me. My skin crawled. I decided I wasn't stopping. I pressed the gas, not enough to speed, but enough to make it clear I wasn't going to wait. At the last moment, they stepped aside, moving into the trees, their face hidden in the shadows. I kept my eyes forward, but in my side mirror, I saw them turn and start walking in the same direction I was going, just inside the tree line. I drove faster, my pulse pounding. I kept glancing at the mirror, and every time I did, I saw flashes of movement among the trees, keeping pace with my car. It was impossible. They'd have to be running full speed to match me, but I didn't dare slow down to check. The road twisted again, and for a few minutes, I lost sight of them. I was starting to think maybe they'd fallen behind when I spotted something up ahead that made my stomach drop. Another car. This one was newer, but like the first, it was stopped at an odd angle with its driver's side door open. I didn't slow down this time. I swerved slightly to give it space and kept going, but just as I passed, I caught sight of the inside. The driver's seat was empty, but there was a smear of something dark across the steering wheel. My breath felt shallow, my hands slick on the wheel. I didn't know where this road led, but I knew I had to get off it. I pressed harder on the gas, ignoring the potholes, ignoring the way my tires skidded slightly on loose gravel in the turns. The trees began to thin, and I thought maybe I was close to getting out, but then my headlights lit up something ahead. Another figure, standing in the middle of the road. This one wasn't alone. Two more shapes moved in the shadows behind them. I didn't stop. I didn't even slow down. My foot slammed on the gas, and the engine roared. The figure in the road didn't move until the last second, jumping aside as I shot past. My rearview mirror showed all three turning toward me, but I didn't look again. The road finally spat me out into an open stretch, and in the distance I saw lights, faint at first, then brighter as I got closer. A gas station. I pulled in so fast my tires squealed, parked right under the bright white glow of the overhead lamps, and killed the engine. I sat there for a long moment, gripping the wheel, my heart thudding so hard it hurt. When I finally looked back at the road I'd come from, it was empty. No figures, no cars, nothing but darkness pressing at the edge of the light. I filled my tank with shaking hands and stayed there until another car pulled in, just to feel less alone. I never found out who those people were or what they were doing out there, but I've never taken the back roads since. The night air was colder than I expected, even for this time of year. I had been driving for hours, cutting through a stretch of empty farmland on my way back from a job in another town. The road was narrow, 2 lanes at most, with no streetlights and only the faint outline of fences running parallel on either side. My headlights carved out a tunnel of pale yellow in the darkness, and beyond that, everything was black. There were no other cars, no houses, just open fields that seemed endless. I had about 30 more miles to go before I would reach the highway again. That's when my car started making a sound. At first, it was faint, like a loose piece of metal rattling under the hood. I turned off the radio, leaned forward, and listened. The noise grew louder, followed by a shudder that ran through the steering wheel. I eased off the gas, hoping it would go away, but the car began to slow down on its own. The check engine light blinked on, and a sour, metallic smell filled the air. I pressed the hazard lights button and pulled onto the narrow dirt shoulder. Steam hissed from under the hood. I sat there for a moment, both hands still on the steering wheel, staring out at the empty fields. I tried turning the key again. The engine made a rough, choking noise but didn't start. I tried twice more before giving up. The nearest town I had passed was at least 15 miles back, and the next one wasn't for another 20. My phone sat in the cup holder. I unlocked it and watched the signal bars flicker before settling on no service. I cursed under my breath. No roadside assistance, no calling anyone. The cold crept in through the cracked windows. The map in my head told me there was a small gas station somewhere ahead, maybe 8 or 9 miles from here, tucked on a crossroad that barely anyone used. I could walk it, but it would take hours, and the thought of doing that in the dark made my stomach tighten. Still, I didn't see any other choice. I popped the trunk, pulled on my jacket, grabbed a small flashlight I kept in the glove box, and stepped out. The night felt heavier outside the car, the silence pressing in so tightly that my own footsteps sounded too loud. The gravel on the side of the road shifted under my shoes. My breath fogged in front of me, and I began walking, the beam of the flashlight bobbing ahead. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but the road behind was just an unbroken stretch of blackness. A part of me hoped another car might pass, but I knew this road well enough to know that could mean waiting hours. My ears tuned to every sound, dry grass brushing in the wind, the occasional chirp of an insect, but mostly there was nothing. I walked for what felt like 20 minutes before something changed. The first thing I noticed was the faint crunch of gravel behind me. I stopped. The sound stopped. I turned, sweeping the flashlight across the road and into the grass, but there was nothing. Maybe it was just the wind kicking stones, I told myself. I kept going. After another 100 yards, I heard it again. This time slower, as if whoever, or whatever, was making it was matching my pace. My skin prickled. I turned again. The beam of light caught only the empty road and swaying weeds. I took a deep breath and forced myself forward. The road was so straight I could see ahead for what felt like forever, but the darkness was so thick it was like walking toward nothing. The sound came again. Crunch, crunch. I quickened my pace. The sound behind me grew faint, then picked up again, as if it was keeping up. I swung the flashlight over my shoulder while still walking forward, but the beam barely reached far enough to illuminate the road behind me. My heart was pounding now. I didn't want to run. It would be obvious then that I knew I was being followed, but my legs felt tense, ready to break into a sprint. I decided to test it. I stopped abruptly and turned. Nothing. I listened so hard I could hear my own pulse in my ears. Silence. I started walking again, slower this time. After a few steps, the sound returned. This time I spun around quickly. For half a second, I thought I saw something move in the ditch, a low, shadowy shape. But then it was gone. The air felt colder. I pulled my jacket tighter and aimed the flashlight lower, trying to catch any movement in the grass. I started walking faster, my boots crunching against the gravel in quick, uneven steps. The sound behind me didn't fade. It matched me perfectly. The gas station couldn't be far now, maybe another 5 miles. That distance suddenly felt impossible. My legs ached from tensing up, and every time I glanced back, I half expected to see someone standing in the middle of the road. I told myself it could be a stray dog, maybe even a coyote, but that didn't explain why it moved only when I moved. At one point, I aimed the flashlight into the field to my right and caught a glint, 2 small points reflecting light, low to the ground. Eyes. They blinked once and vanished into the dark. My chest tightened, and I walked faster. My throat was dry, my hands sweaty even in the cold. The sound behind me came closer. Not faster, but closer. I couldn't tell if it was still in the ditch or on the road itself. The urge to run was unbearable now. My brain screamed at me to go, to just push myself until I reached somewhere with light, with people. But the dark ahead was just as empty as the dark behind. I finally broke. I ran. The gravel sprayed under my feet as I pushed forward, my arms pumping. The beam of the flashlight jerked wildly with each step, bouncing between the road and the grass. My lungs burned, but I didn't stop. Behind me, I heard it, faster now, matching my sprint. I didn't look back. I kept running until the road began to bend, and in the distance, I saw a faint orange glow. Streetlights. My legs felt like they would give out, but the sight of that light pushed me harder. As I neared the first lamppost, I risked a glance over my shoulder. The road was empty. My chest heaved, my breath loud in my ears. I slowed, still moving toward the lights. The glow turned out to be the gas station I had been aiming for, its single pump sitting under a flickering bulb. I reached the lot and stopped under the harsh fluorescent lights near the convenience store door. My hands shook as I turned back toward the road. Nothing moved. The darkness beyond the reach of the streetlights was complete, swallowing whatever had been there. I stood there until my breathing steadied. Inside, the store clerk looked up from the counter, probably wondering why I was pale and shaking. I didn't explain. I just asked if they had a phone I could use to call a tow truck. As I waited for someone to answer on the other end, I kept glancing out the glass doors toward the road. Nothing came out of the darkness, but I knew I hadn't imagined it. Something had followed me, all those miles in the cold, keeping its distance just far enough to never be seen. I stayed at the gas station until the tow truck arrived nearly an hour later. The driver, an older man with a thick jacket, chatted casually as we drove back to my car. I barely heard him. My eyes were locked on the black ribbon of road ahead, lit only by the truck's headlights, and I kept wondering if, out there somewhere in the dark, something was still pacing us. It was late summer when I decided to spend a weekend hiking alone in the hills beyond the old logging road. I had been there once before with a group, but this time I wanted to move at my own pace, explore more deeply, and see parts of the forest I had never reached. The plan was simple. Drive out early Saturday morning, hike in a few miles, set up camp near a creek, spend the night, and hike back the next day. I packed light but careful: tent, sleeping bag, small stove, enough food for 2 days, and a full water bladder. The forecast said clear skies and mild temperatures, which made me even more confident about going alone. The drive out was quiet. I passed through small towns where the gas stations looked half abandoned, with faded signs and a single dusty pump that might still work. The last stretch was a cracked asphalt road that turned into gravel, then dirt. I parked at the trailhead around 8 a.m. The air was still cool, smelling faintly of pine and damp earth. It felt peaceful, the kind of calm you only get far from cities. I locked the car, shouldered my pack, and started walking. The trail began wide, a mix of dirt and scattered stones, with tall grasses on either side swaying in a light breeze. The further I went, the more it narrowed, winding between thick stands of spruce and fir. Sunlight filtered down in broken patches. Every so often, I'd hear the snap of a twig somewhere off to the side, usually followed by the quick scuttle of something small, probably squirrels or chipmunks. About 3 miles in, the trail curved sharply around a rocky outcrop. Beyond it, the ground sloped gently toward a creek. I decided this was a good place to set up camp. The water was clear and cold, moving quickly enough to keep bugs away. There was a flat spot under a large pine, and I pitched my tent there. I set my food and cooking gear a little ways off, hanging the food bag from a branch high enough to keep animals out. Once everything was in place, I took a slow walk upstream, just exploring. The air smelled faintly sweet from the wildflowers scattered along the banks. By early afternoon, I'd circled back to camp and boiled water for a simple lunch, instant noodles and a handful of trail mix after. I leaned against the pine and listened to the creek for a long time, my eyes drifting shut. It felt safe enough, quiet except for the rush of water and an occasional bird call. Later in the day, I decided to follow an overgrown path leading uphill behind my camp. It wasn't part of the main trail, just a faint track in the grass, almost hidden. My guess was that hunters or loggers had used it years ago. The climb was gradual, but the brush was thick in places, branches snagging my sleeves. After maybe 20 minutes, I came to a rocky ridge with a wide view of the valley below. From up there, I could see the creek twisting through the trees, my campsite just a faint dot. I stood there a while, breathing in the cool air. Then I noticed something strange. Across the valley, maybe 200 yards away on another ridge, a figure moved through the trees. It wasn't close enough to see details, just the shape of a person walking steadily along the crest. The way they moved was odd. No pause, no looking around, just a straight line across the ridge. They disappeared behind some pines, and I kept watching, expecting them to appear again. They didn't. I told myself it was probably another hiker, though the ridge didn't have any marked trails. Still, the thought of someone else being out here, without me knowing it, gave me a small knot in my stomach. I headed back down before the light started to fade. At camp, I made dinner as the sky turned orange and pink. The forest cooled quickly, shadows stretching long. By the time I finished eating, the first stars were out. I set my headlamp on low and gathered a little extra wood for a small fire. I wasn't planning to keep it going late, just enough to warm me before sleep. While I was collecting branches just inside the tree line, I heard something. A faint sound, like heavy breathing. It was steady, slow, not far off, maybe 10 or 15 feet, but hidden behind the trees. I froze. My own breathing seemed too loud in my ears. I turned slowly, scanning the dark spaces between trunks. There was no clear shape, just the sense of something moving, the faintest shift in shadow. The breathing grew fainter, as if whoever, or whatever, it was backing away. My skin prickled. I stayed still for another 30 seconds before turning and walking briskly back to camp, forcing myself not to run. The fire felt like a fragile bubble of safety. I sat close to it, eating the rest of my trail mix, trying to shake the unease. The night sounds of the forest seemed louder now, each rustle of leaves pulling at my attention. I told myself it could have been a deer, or maybe even another hiker passing through. But the breathing had felt deliberate, human. I crawled into my tent after dousing the fire, leaving my headlamp within reach. Sleep came in light, broken stretches. Every small noise outside kept me half awake. At one point, I thought I heard something brushing lightly against the tent wall, but when I sat up and listened, it was gone. By dawn, I'd made up my mind to leave. The idea of exploring further was gone. I just wanted to pack up and get back to the car. I broke down camp quickly, my eyes darting to the tree line more often than I realized. The forest felt different in the early light, still beautiful, but with a weight to it, as if it was holding something back. The hike out was fast. I barely stopped, my boots hitting the dirt in a steady rhythm. Near the trailhead, I glanced back once, and for just a moment, I thought I saw movement far down the path, a figure stepping sideways off the trail into the trees. It could have been nothing. I didn't wait to find out. When I reached the car, I tossed my pack in the back and got in without even looking around. The engine started with a low rumble, and I drove the rough road out, glancing in the rearview mirror more than I should have. I didn't see anyone following, but the image of that ridge figure and the sound of that breathing stayed with me long after the trees gave way to open fields. It wasn't fear of ghosts or monsters. It was the thought of another person out there, watching quietly from the dark, close enough to hear my breath. That's what kept me from going back. It was supposed to be a quick walk, just something to clear my head after being cooped up all week. I picked a place I'd been to before, a stretch of trails that cut through the edge of the hills. The air felt cooler there, cleaner. The sun was already dropping low when I parked my car on the gravel turnout, but I figured I had more than enough time to follow one of the loops and get back before dark. The The first part of the path wound through dry grass and low brush. The light was gold and warm, catching on every stalk and making the dust in the air glow. I could hear the crunch of my boots against the dirt, steady and even. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. No cars, no people, just the faint rush of wind and the occasional rustle from somewhere in the brush. At first I told myself it was just lizards or birds, because that's all it ever was out here. The trail sloped downward into a shallow ravine lined with scrub oak. The air was cooler there, and the shadows were already deeper. I walked slower, partly because of the uneven ground, partly because something about the quiet felt heavier. The branches above shifted gently, but the sound didn't match the stillness around me. It was too still. No bird calls, no buzzing insects. Just the sound of my own breathing and the scuff of my boots. I followed the bend of the ravine until the trail climbed again, winding toward a ridge. At the top, the land opened into a broad, flat stretch dotted with boulders and twisted trees. From here, I could see for miles, rolling hills fading into the haze of the distance. The sun was close to the horizon now, casting long shadows across the ground. I checked the time, mentally calculating how long it would take to loop back. Still fine. That's when I noticed movement far off, near the tree line that cut across another ridge about 200 yards away. It wasn't fast, just a shape, dark against the lighter grass, moving in a straight, steady line parallel to the ridge. At first, I thought it might be another hiker, but something about it was off. There was no break in the stride, no hesitation, no sign of looking around. Whoever it was, or whatever it was, didn't seem to be walking along a trail. I told myself not to care. People use these hills all the time, and maybe they were just cutting across. But as I stood there, watching, the shape kept moving until it disappeared behind the slope without ever turning its head. I waited for it to reappear somewhere else, but it didn't. The ridge was empty again. I started walking. I didn't want to stand still out there with the sun dropping lower. The trail dipped back into another patch of trees, the light dimming fast now. I picked up the pace, focused on the path ahead. That was when I heard the first snap of a branch behind me. Not close, maybe 30 or 40 feet back, but sharp enough that it made me stop. I turned, scanning the trees. Nothing. I kept going, but my steps were quicker now. Every few seconds, I glanced over my shoulder. The trees shifted in the breeze, their shadows stretching across the dirt, but there was no movement I could pin down. I passed through a section where the trail narrowed between two steep banks. The air felt colder there, and I couldn't see far ahead or behind. That was when I heard it again, not just a branch, but a faint rhythmic sound, like footsteps matching mine at a distance. I stopped suddenly. The sound stopped too. My heart was beating harder now, and I could feel the sweat gathering under my jacket, even though the air was cool. I stood there for several seconds, straining to hear. Silence. I told myself to keep moving. Standing still was worse. I pushed forward until the trail opened into a clearing with a cluster of large rocks. I decided to pause there, partly to catch my breath, partly to listen again. That was when I caught another sound, breathing. Slow, deep, and heavy. It was faint, coming from somewhere in the trees behind me. I turned my head, scanning every shadow, but saw nothing. The breathing didn't speed up or slow down. It just stayed steady, like someone standing still and watching. I started walking again, trying not to break into a run. The sound faded, replaced by the crunch of my own boots. But a few minutes later, I heard it again, this time from off to my left. I didn't look. I just kept moving, my legs feeling tight and unsteady. The trail curved sharply, and I realized I was close to the parking area. Maybe 10 minutes away if I kept a steady pace. I told myself I could make it before the last light disappeared. Then, from somewhere behind me, I heard the sound of leaves shifting, faster this time, like something moving between the trees. Not running, but closing the gap. I broke into a jog. My pack shifted uncomfortably on my shoulders, and my breathing grew louder in my ears. Every few seconds, I glanced back. Each time, there was nothing but darkness gathering between the trunks. The trail dipped once more, and I could see the faint glint of my car's windshield through the trees ahead. Relief surged through me, but I didn't slow down. As I reached the final stretch, I heard one last sound, a low, exhaled breath, close enough that it seemed to be just a few feet behind me. I didn't look. I kept going until I was at my car, yanking the door open and locking it as soon as I was inside. My chest was heaving, and my hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the ignition. I pulled out onto the road fast, not daring to check the mirrors until I was well away from the trailhead. When I finally did, all I saw was the empty gravel turnout fading into the dark. But even as I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever, or whatever, had been following me had stopped not because they couldn't keep up, but because they wanted me to leave. And that thought stayed with me long after I was home, long after the sound of that slow, steady breathing had faded from my ears. Even now, I don't think I'll ever go back there. Not because I'm scared of the hills themselves, but because of the way it felt, like I wasn't just walking alone, but being allowed to leave. It was almost midnight when I left the last small town behind me. The road was narrow, lined with overgrown grass and scattered trees. My headlights carved two pale beams into the darkness ahead, but beyond that light, everything was black. The kind of black that feels heavy, like it's pressing in on the glass of the windows. I'd been driving for hours, trying to shave time off my trip home, cutting through back roads instead of sticking to the highway. It was quiet, almost too quiet. The kind of quiet where you don't even realize your ears are straining until you notice how much you're listening. The gas gauge needle was low, but I figured I had enough to reach the next town. My phone had died about half an hour ago, so I couldn't check the map anymore. I told myself it didn't matter. The road had to lead somewhere. I kept driving, thinking about how nice it would be to see even a gas station sign in the distance. But the road just kept stretching out, winding between fields and patches of woods. No houses, no lights, nothing. About 10 minutes later, the car started to feel sluggish. I pressed the gas, but the response was weak. Then the engine gave a rough sputter, and my stomach dropped. I tried to coax it forward, but it coughed again, then gave up entirely. The dashboard lights dimmed, and I rolled to a slow stop right on the edge of the road. I sat there for a moment, both hands gripping the wheel, staring at the dead road ahead. I turned the key again, nothing. Just a dull click. My fuel gauge was below empty now. I should have stopped earlier. I opened the glove box, rummaging for my charger before remembering my phone was useless anyway. The charger wouldn't matter. I just had to walk. I stepped out of the car, and the air outside was different, cold, damp, with a faint earthy smell like wet leaves and dirt. My car's dome light flicked on, spilling weak yellow light around me, but it barely touched the darkness. I glanced down the road. The black ribbon of asphalt faded into shadow in both directions. No movement, no light. I locked the car, shoved the keys in my pocket, and started walking east, figuring the next town couldn't be too far. My sneakers crunched on gravel scattered along the shoulder. Every so often, I'd hear a faint rustle from the weeds beside the road, probably just small animals moving through the grass, but each sound seemed sharper out here. The darkness had weight to it. Even with my eyes adjusting, I could barely make out the shapes of trees against the night sky. The moon was hidden behind clouds, leaving me with nothing but my own shallow breaths and the sound of my footsteps. I tried to keep a steady pace, but after a few minutes, something made me slow down. It wasn't a sound exactly. It was more like the sudden awareness that I wasn't as alone as I'd thought. My ears strained, trying to catch something beneath the rhythm of my steps. For a few seconds, I heard nothing. Then, faintly, the crunch of gravel again, but not from me. I stopped walking. The sound stopped too. The night went dead silent. I stood there, my heartbeat in my ears, eyes scanning the road behind me. It was empty. My car was long gone behind a bend. The weeds swayed slightly in the breeze, but the air was still otherwise. After a few seconds, I told myself I was imagining it and kept walking. But the sound came back, and this time I could tell it was behind me, maybe 30 or 40 feet away. Slow steps, spaced out, matching my own pace, but just slightly off, like whoever it was didn't want to get too close yet. I glanced over my shoulder again, but the road was still empty. My mind started to scramble for explanations. Maybe it was a stray dog, maybe a deer, but the steps were too deliberate, too even. I sped up a little, my breath starting to fog in the cool air. The steps behind me quickened too, closing the gap. My throat tightened. I didn't want to break into a run yet. If I was wrong, I'd just look stupid, but something deep in my gut was telling me I wasn't wrong at all. I kept my eyes ahead, scanning for lights, a house, anything. The road curved again, and for a moment, the sound behind me faded. I thought maybe they'd stopped or turned back, but then I saw movement at the very edge of my vision, something low and dark slipping across the road into the trees. My skin prickled instantly. That wasn't an animal's gait. That was someone crouched low, keeping close to the shadows. I tried to keep walking like nothing was wrong, but my whole body was tense now. My hands curled into fists inside my jacket pockets, and I could feel my legs wanting to move faster. The trees ahead thickened, closing in on both sides of the road, and I realized how bad this could get if I went in there. No houses, no passing cars, just me and whoever was behind me. When I reached the first stretch of woods, I heard them again, closer now, maybe only 15 feet back. The steps were heavier. I didn't want to look, but I knew I couldn't just keep pretending. I turned my head slightly, just enough to glance behind me without breaking stride. For half a second, I caught a shape, a person tall, dressed in dark clothes, head low, walking fast. The moment they saw me looking, they slowed down again, like they didn't want to seem in a hurry. That was enough for me. I started walking faster, almost a jog now. My sneakers slapped the asphalt, my breaths coming harder. My mind was racing, thinking about whether to run or stay at this pace. If I ran, they might chase. If I didn't, they might still catch me. The road dipped slightly, and in the faint light from the sky, I saw something ahead, a narrow dirt driveway cutting off into the trees. It was my only option. I couldn't stay exposed on the road. I slipped into the driveway, moving as quietly as I could. The dirt was soft under my shoes, muffling my steps. I crouched low behind a clump of bushes just a few yards in, my chest heaving. I listened. The sound of footsteps on gravel reached the spot where I'd left the road. They paused. Then they started again, slower this time, moving right past where I was hiding. I waited, hardly breathing, until they faded into the distance. My legs felt like they were trembling, but I forced myself to stay still for at least 2 more minutes. When I finally crept back out to the road, it was empty. I turned the opposite way and walked faster than I ever had in my life, not daring to look back again until I saw the faint orange glow of a streetlight far ahead. The sight of a small gas station almost made my knees buckle. I pushed through the glass door, the bright fluorescent light stinging my eyes, and the guy behind the counter just stared at me like he knew something was wrong without me saying a word. I never saw who it was behind me. I never learned why they were there or what they wanted. But the sound of those footsteps still follows me sometimes, in dreams, in quiet hallways, in empty parking lots. And I still don't know which would have been worse, if they'd meant to hurt me, or if they'd just been curious how far I'd walk before I noticed. It started as just another late afternoon in the middle of summer, the kind of heat that makes the air feel heavy and still. The ground was dry under my shoes as I made my way toward the edge of the woods behind my cousin's property. I had been there plenty of times before. Those trees weren't unfamiliar to me, but that evening they felt different. It's hard to explain, like the light was shifting too quickly, or the shadows between the trunks were thicker than usual. I brushed it off and kept walking, convincing myself it was only because the sun was lowering faster than I thought. The path wasn't much of a trail, just a thin stretch of dirt pressed down by the occasional hiker or hunter. On one side, the ground sloped gently upward toward a ridge, and on the other side, the land dropped off into a shallow gully. The gully was overgrown, thick with bushes and tall grass that made it hard to see the bottom. Every so often I could hear something small moving down there, probably a rabbit or squirrel, maybe even a stray dog. I didn't look too closely. My plan was to cut through the woods for about half a mile, and then circle back to the clearing where my car was parked. The air felt different once I was deeper in. It was cooler in the shade, but there was almost no breeze. The only sound was the crunch of my shoes on the dry dirt and the occasional creak of tree branches. I remember noticing how the smell changed too, less of the hot, dusty scent from the field, more of damp soil and old leaves. I kept walking until I noticed something strange. Ahead of me, maybe 100 yards away, I saw movement on the ridge. It was just a shape, dark against the lighter backdrop of the sky. It was walking slow and steady, not stopping, not looking around. I couldn't make out any details, no clothes, no features, just the way it moved. The stride was deliberate, the head forward, the body upright. At first, I thought it was another person out here for a walk, maybe a hunter checking his traps. But the longer I watched, the more I realized they weren't walking on the path at all. They were moving right along the very top of the ridge, almost like they were using it as a line to follow. I stopped for a moment, just watching. They didn't glance my way, didn't break stride, didn't seem to care that anyone might be nearby. The distance wasn't huge, but something about them felt distant anyway. After maybe 30 seconds, they reached the end of the visible ridge and disappeared behind the slope. I stood there a moment longer, then told myself it didn't matter. Probably just someone taking the long way home. Still, the image stayed in my mind as I kept walking. After a few minutes, I decided to turn off the main dirt stretch and cut into the thicker part of the forest to gather some fallen branches. I wasn't camping out here, but I had been planning to have a small fire back at the clearing later, and I figured I might as well collect wood while I was already this far in. The forest floor was a mix of hard earth and patches of soft, dark soil where the leaves had been rotting for years. The deeper I went, the darker it got. Even though it wasn't sunset yet, the light seemed weaker under the trees. I was bent over picking up a branch when I heard it, the sound of breathing. Heavy, slow, and deep. At first, I thought it might be my own from the bending and lifting, but the rhythm didn't match. It was behind me, not close enough to feel, but close enough to hear clearly. I froze, my hands still on the branch. The breathing went on for a few seconds, steady, almost measured, and then it started to fade, moving off to my left somewhere between the trees. I turned my head slowly, but I didn't see anyone. Just rows of tree trunks, patches of light between them, and the occasional movement of leaves. My first thought was that it could be a deer, maybe a big one. But deer don't usually breathe loud enough to be heard like that unless they're injured or startled. And even then, it doesn't sound so human. I waited, crouched low, holding my breath to listen. The sound kept getting fainter until it was gone. That was when I felt the urge to get out of there. My hands felt damp, and my mouth had gone dry. Without picking up any more wood, I turned back toward the clearing. Walking out was worse than walking in. Every creak of the branches overhead sounded sharper. Every snap of a twig under my shoes echoed. I kept glancing over my shoulder, scanning between the trees for movement. My pace quickened without me deciding to speed up. My mind kept replaying the breathing. How deep it was, how slow, how steady. I told myself again and again that it could have been an animal, but that didn't settle the feeling in my stomach. Animals usually crash away through the undergrowth when they know you're there. This had moved off at the same pace it arrived, like it wasn't afraid of me at all. By the time I reached the thinner edge of the forest, I could see the light of the clearing ahead. My car was parked on the other side. I stepped out of the trees and felt the warm evening air hit me again. I stopped just once to look back. The forest looked the same as it always had, still, quiet, the shadows stretching between the trunks. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something in there had been watching me the whole time I walked out. I didn't go back into those woods for the rest of the summer. I told myself it was because I had other things to do, but really, I didn't want to hear that breathing again. I didn't want to see another shape moving along the ridge without any sign of caring who else might be there. Even now, months later, I sometimes think about it when I walk alone. Not everything strange that happens in the woods has an easy explanation, but I know for sure that whatever it was out there that evening, it wasn't just passing through. It had been a while since I'd gone hiking alone. I used to do it all the time when I was younger, back when I didn't think twice about the idea of being miles from anyone else. But this trip was different. I'd been feeling restless for weeks, stuck in my routine, and I thought a long, quiet hike in the woods would help clear my head. I picked a trail I'd never been on before, one I'd found online the night before. It wasn't part of any big park, just an old Forest Service road that wound up into the hills and disappeared into an area where the map didn't show much detail. I figured it would be quiet and empty, which was exactly what I wanted. The drive out was uneventful. The weather was clear, the kind of early autumn day where the air feels crisp but not yet cold. I pulled my old backpack from the trunk, stuffed with a few snacks, a water bottle, and a small flashlight just in case. The entrance to the trail was little more than a gap in the trees with two leaning wooden posts on either side, half-rotted and overgrown with weeds. It didn't look like many people used it anymore. There wasn't even a proper parking area, just enough room to pull off the road onto some flattened grass. The trail started wide, an old dirt road where weeds grew through the cracks in the packed earth. Every step crunched over dry leaves. The forest was dense on either side, with trees so tall they blocked out much of the sunlight. The air inside felt still, heavy even, like the sound didn't carry the same way it did in the open. After a few minutes of walking, the road narrowed, the undergrowth closing in. I could see deer tracks in the dirt, and here and there, small claw marks in the bark of trees. Nothing unusual for a place like this. I kept a steady pace, following the gentle incline uphill. It was the kind of path that wound slowly back and forth, so you couldn't see far ahead. At first, it felt peaceful. Every now and then, I'd hear the distant call of a bird or the rustle of something moving through the underbrush, probably a squirrel or rabbit. But as I got farther in, the sounds began to fade. The deeper I went, the quieter it became, until the only sound I heard was my own footsteps and my breathing. An hour in, I noticed the trail had changed. The dirt was less compact, the edges broken up by tree roots. The air felt cooler, though the sun hadn't moved much. I came to a spot where the trail forked. One path was faint and overgrown, the other more distinct, but leading sharply uphill. I didn't remember seeing a fork on the map, but I decided to take the uphill path, thinking it might lead to a view at the top. As I climbed, the trees seemed to grow closer together, their branches tangling overhead, blocking more of the light. I kept walking, but something about the way the air felt made me uneasy. It wasn't just cooler, it was still, like even the wind had stopped coming through. I tried to shake the feeling. I told myself it was just me getting in my own head, that the quiet was exactly what I'd wanted. But then I noticed something strange. The trail ahead was disturbed. The dirt had deep, uneven prints in it. At first I thought they were from a hiker wearing heavy boots, but the shapes weren't right. They were longer, with odd gaps between them, and some were pressed much deeper into the earth than others, like whoever or whatever made them was heavy. They led up the trail in the same direction I was heading. I slowed down and studied them more closely. They weren't quite like animal prints either. No clear paw shape, no hoof marks. Just long, irregular impressions that sank into the dirt. My stomach tightened, but I kept moving. I told myself it could be someone carrying a heavy load, or maybe just a trick of the light and shadows in the dirt. I didn't like the idea of turning back just because of some weird footprints. The trail leveled out, and I reached a flat area where the trees opened up slightly. The ground here was scattered with fallen branches, some large enough that I had to step over them. I noticed more of the same prints here, crisscrossing the clearing. They weren't in a straight line anymore. Some doubled back, others veered off into the trees. I crouched to look at one more closely and realized it was fresh. The dirt inside was damp, darker than the ground around it, as if whatever had made it had passed through not long ago. The uneasy feeling in my chest got worse. I stood up and scanned the trees, listening hard. That's when I noticed a faint sound in the distance. It was subtle at first, like something brushing against bark, but then it came again, a slow, deliberate crunch, like a footstep on dry leaves. I froze and held my breath. The sound didn't come in a steady rhythm. It would happen once, then pause for several seconds, then happen again, always from somewhere ahead and slightly to the right. It was as if whoever was making it was moving slowly, carefully. I stayed still for what felt like a long time, straining my ears. Eventually, the sound stopped. I told myself it might just be an animal, deer maybe, but part of me didn't believe it. Something about the way it moved felt different. Animals don't usually pause like that between steps unless they're stalking something. I decided to keep going, but at a slower pace, trying to place my feet quietly. The trail ahead narrowed again, forcing me between two massive trees whose trunks leaned toward each other like a gate. Past them, the ground dipped slightly, and the light grew dimmer. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but the forest behind me looked the same as before, dense, unmoving, silent. Then I heard it again, much closer this time, that slow, deliberate crunch of leaves under weight. I turned my head sharply toward the sound, but I couldn't see anything through the trees. My heart was pounding now, and I realized my hands had tightened into fists without me noticing. I didn't want to run, not yet. Running in the woods when you don't know the terrain can be a bad idea. You trip, twist an ankle, get more lost. But I also didn't want to stand still and wait to find out what was behind me. I picked up my pace, not running but moving fast enough that my breath grew louder. Every few steps I glanced back, and every time I did, I thought I caught the faintest suggestion of movement in the trees. Not enough to be sure, but enough to keep my skin crawling. I reached another clearing, smaller than the first, with a fallen tree lying across the middle. I stepped over it and glanced back again. That's when I saw it, not clearly, not enough to describe in detail, but enough to know it was a person. They were partly hidden behind a tree trunk, far enough away that I couldn't make out their face, but their head was angled toward me. They weren't walking. They were just standing there, still watching. I didn't wait to see more. I turned and moved as fast as I could without breaking into a full sprint, focusing on the trail ahead. My breathing grew louder, and the blood rushed in my ears, almost drowning out the faint sounds behind me. But I still heard them, footsteps, now matching my pace, not too far back. Every time the trail bent, I pushed harder, trying to put more distance between us. It felt like I'd been moving forever before I finally recognized a part of the trail from earlier, the fork where I'd chosen the uphill path. I took the other way this time, hoping it would loop back toward the entrance faster. The trail here sloped downhill, and I let gravity pull me forward. My legs burned, my lungs ached, but I didn't slow down. I could still hear the steps behind me, uneven now, like whoever it was moving quickly too. The trees began to thin, and through them, I saw a flash of sunlight, the road where I'd parked. I pushed myself harder, my backpack bouncing against my shoulders. When I broke through the tree line and saw my car, I didn't stop to look back. I yanked the door open, threw myself inside, and locked it. My hands shook as I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine turned over, and I backed out onto the road without checking my mirrors. Only when I'd driven several miles did I let myself breathe normally again. My pulse was still hammering, and every muscle in my body felt tight. I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a figure on the road behind me, but there was nothing. Just empty pavement stretching into the distance. I don't know who was out there or why they followed me. Maybe they were just another hiker, maybe not. But I do know one thing. I won't be going back to that trail. The quiet I'd wanted so badly wasn't worth the way it made every sound, every shadow, feel like something closing in. I woke up earlier than usual that morning. The sun had just started to push through the thin layer of mist that clung to the ground, and the air had that cold, damp smell that seeps into your clothes and stays there. I could feel it in my lungs with every breath. My plan for the day was simple. I was going to take a long hike into the hills behind my cousin's farm, cut through the dense patch of forest, and follow the old logging trail that wound its way down to the river. I'd been meaning to explore that area for months. The ground was wet from rain the night before. Every step left a dark imprint in the dirt, and the grass brushed against my pants, soaking them almost instantly. I had my small pack with me, just enough food and water for the day, along with a flashlight, a knife, and a map that was already soft at the edges from being folded and unfolded so many times. The first couple of hours were uneventful. I followed the path I knew well, the one that wound around the base of the hill before slowly climbing. I stopped a few times to drink water and adjust my pack. The forest in that area was quiet. Too quiet, I noticed, even for the early morning. Usually there would be bird calls, the rustling of small animals in the undergrowth. But there was nothing but the sound of my own breathing and the faint crunch of my boots on damp leaves. When I reached the old logging trail, the air seemed heavier, stiller. The trail itself was barely visible in some places, overgrown with ferns and weeds. The trees here grew taller, their branches forming a roof that filtered out most of the sunlight. It was cooler in this part of the forest, almost cold. I kept walking, noticing the way my footsteps echoed faintly. I'd been walking for maybe 20 minutes when I noticed something strange. Ahead of me, the trail seemed disturbed. The soil was turned up in patches, as if something heavy had been dragged along it. There were also deep impressions, almost like footprints, but spaced far apart and larger than any boot I'd seen. They weren't fresh, but they weren't old either. The edges were still crisp, and the wet dirt inside them hadn't dried. I stopped, crouched down, and studied them for a moment, my heart beating a little faster. I told myself it was probably a deer, or maybe even a bear passing through after the rain. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it was something else. I stood up and kept moving, though my pace slowed. Every few steps I would glance over my shoulder. I didn't see anything, but the hairs on the back of my neck wouldn't settle down. The trail dipped into a shallow gully where the ground was even wetter. My boots sank slightly into the mud, making a soft sucking sound as I pulled them free. I could smell the rot of wet leaves and moss. That's when I heard it, faint at first, then clearer. Footsteps. They were slow, steady, and they stopped almost as soon as I stopped moving. I stood completely still, my ears straining. The forest was silent again, too silent. I waited, counting in my head, and then I started walking again, deliberately letting my boots make noise. Within seconds, I heard the faint crunch of movement behind me. It was perfectly timed with mine, like whoever, or whatever, didn't want me to notice. I didn't turn around right away. Instead, I kept walking for another minute, pretending I hadn't noticed, until I came to a bend in the trail. I took the turn quickly and pressed myself against the inside of the curve, just out of sight of the path I'd been on. I waited, holding my breath, my hand gripping the handle of the knife in my pocket. It felt like forever, but eventually I heard it again, the sound of cautious steps approaching. They grew louder, closer, and then stopped. I could hear breathing now, slow and heavy, just a few feet away on the other side of the bend. My muscles tensed. The air seemed to thicken. After a long pause, the footsteps moved again, but they didn't pass my hiding spot. They veered off into the undergrowth, the sound growing fainter as whoever it was moved parallel to the trail instead of staying on it. I stayed frozen in place for at least 5 minutes, my heart pounding in my chest, before I forced myself to move. I decided to leave the trail and cut uphill through the forest. It was harder going, the ground uneven and covered in tangled roots, but I wanted to make it back toward open land before anything else happened. I moved quickly, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being shadowed. Every so often I would hear a faint snap of a twig or the rustle of leaves that wasn't coming from me. The slope grew steeper, and I had to grab onto tree trunks to keep from sliding backward. My hands were damp and dirty, my fingers cold. The forest seemed endless in every direction. The light filtering through the canopy was dim, almost gray. I checked my watch and was surprised to see how much time had passed. It was already early afternoon. I finally reached a small ridge that looked out over a patch of marshland. I stopped to catch my breath and figure out my next move. That's when I saw it, movement at the far edge of the marsh. It was a person, but too far to make out any details. They were standing completely still, facing in my direction, though I couldn't tell if they could actually see me from that distance. My stomach turned cold. I ducked down behind a fallen log, peering over the top just enough to keep them in sight. They didn't move for what felt like several minutes, and then slowly, they crouched down and disappeared into the tall grass. I scanned the area, but there was no sign of them anymore. My mind raced. Whoever it was had followed me. They'd left the trail deliberately, and now they were ahead of me somehow. The thought made my skin crawl. I needed to get back to somewhere familiar and fast. I decided to circle around the marsh instead of going through it, keeping the ridge between me and the open space as much as possible. The ground here was treacherous, soft in places, hidden by moss, and I nearly lost my footing more than once. The trees were spaced farther apart now, which made me feel exposed. I kept glancing behind me, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow, expecting to see someone step out at any second. After what felt like an hour of moving intense silence, I spotted a thin column of smoke in the distance. My first thought was relief, maybe a campsite or a cabin. But as I got closer, I realized the smoke wasn't rising from a chimney. It was coming from a small fire built on the ground in a shallow pit. There were no tents, no signs of a campsite, just the fire and a few scattered items nearby, a torn backpack, an empty water bottle, a pair of boots lying on their side. I didn't go any closer. Everything about it felt wrong. The fire was still burning, which meant whoever built it couldn't have gone far. My pulse thudded in my ears. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on the fire until the trees blocked it from view. I picked up my pace, heading in what I hoped was the direction of the farm. The forest began to thin out, and the light grew brighter. I finally broke through into the open, onto a stretch of rough pasture I recognized. My legs ached, my clothes were damp and filthy, and my throat was dry. When I glanced back toward the tree line, I thought I saw movement again, someone stepping back into the shadows. But I didn't wait to be sure. I walked quickly across the pasture, not stopping until I reached the dirt road that led back to the farmhouse. By the time I got there, the sun was low and the sky was streaked with orange and red. I shut the gate behind me, latched it, and didn't look back again. I never went back to that part of the forest, and I never told anyone exactly what happened that day. Even now, I still think about it. I wonder who it was, what they wanted, and how long they'd been watching me before I noticed. But most of all, I wonder what would have happened if I'd taken the trail all the way to the river instead of turning uphill when I did. I woke up before sunrise, the air in the small cabin cold enough to see my breath. I could hear the faint rustle of wind against the trees outside, that constant soft brushing sound that made the forest feel alive. My plan for the day was simple. Head deeper into the woods to check on an old trail I hadn't used in years. It was the kind of route that was barely there anymore, swallowed slowly by the undergrowth and shifting earth. But I knew it well enough from memory. I had packed my backpack the night before: water, food, a folding knife, a flashlight, and a small first aid kit. I always brought those things, even if I thought I wouldn't need them. In the woods, something as simple as a twisted ankle could turn into a serious problem. By the time I stepped outside, the sky was a pale gray, the cold morning air hitting me full in the face. The ground was damp, dark soil mixed with scattered leaves from the night's wind. The trees around me seemed to trap the cold, making it feel sharper. My boots made a muffled crunching sound as I walked down the narrow path from the cabin. The forest felt empty in that way it sometimes does. No birdsong, no movement except the slow sway of branches high above. It was the kind of stillness that made every small sound I made feel loud. The deeper I went, the narrower the path became. It hadn't been maintained in years, and roots now crisscrossed it like veins, some sticking high enough to trip me if I wasn't careful. The smell was earthy and heavy, a mix of wet leaves, damp bark, and the faint tang of decomposing plants. I kept glancing up through the trees to check the light. Clouds were rolling in, and I knew rain was a real possibility. I'd have to watch the time and make sure I turned back early enough to avoid getting caught in a downpour. The trail eventually began sloping downward, winding into a low area where the trees grew thicker and the air felt heavier. I remembered this part from years ago. It had always been a little darker here, even in midday, because the tree canopy was so dense. Moss clung to everything: rocks, fallen logs, even the sides of living trees. My boots made a damp, squelching sound in the soft soil. I moved slower now, keeping my steps steady, making sure I didn't slip. Half an hour in, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the mud ahead of me. They weren't fresh, maybe a day old at most, but they weren't animal tracks. They were human. Barefoot. The heel and toes were clear enough to see, and I could make out a faint drag in some of them, as if whoever it was had been moving slowly or unsteadily. I stopped for a long moment, listening, scanning the trees around me. The air felt heavier now, almost too still. I told myself it was nothing. People wandered off trails all the time. Still, it unsettled me. I wasn't expecting to see any signs of other people this deep in. I kept moving, though slower, eyes shifting constantly between the ground and the trees. The footprints led further down the slope and toward a part of the forest I'd never gone through. I hesitated before following. I didn't like the idea of tracking someone, but I also didn't like the idea of not knowing who else might be here. So I followed them, carefully placing my boots where the ground was more solid, avoiding the mud where I could. The further I went, the quieter it became. I could no longer hear the wind in the higher branches, and the usual faint background noises, the creaks of trees, the distant sound of water, were gone. It was like stepping into a closed-off space, a pocket of forest where sound didn't carry. The footprints led to an area choked with deadfall, large branches tangled together, forcing me to step over and around them. The ground here was uneven, small mounds and dips hidden under piles of leaves. My breathing sounded loud in my ears. I eventually reached a narrow clearing I didn't recognize. The earth here was torn up in places, shallow pits and overturned soil as if something, or someone, had been digging. Old pieces of wood lay scattered, some half-rotted, others split sharply like they'd been broken recently. I crouched, looking at one of the pits. It wasn't deep, just enough to expose dark, wet soil and a few stones. I noticed faint scratch marks along the edges. Not from a shovel, more like someone using their hands or a small tool. It was strange, and the unease I'd been feeling since seeing the footprints started to grow heavier. I decided to turn back. I had already come further than planned, and there was no reason to keep going. But as I started back toward the trail, I heard it, a slow, dragging sound somewhere to my right. It wasn't constant. It would stop for a few seconds, then start again, faint but distinct in the silence. I froze, turning my head slowly, scanning between the trees. I couldn't see movement, but I felt it, the sense that something was there, just out of view, pacing me. I tightened my grip on the flashlight in my pack, even though it was still early enough for natural light. I began walking again, faster now, keeping my steps as quiet as I could. The dragging sound followed, sometimes closer, sometimes further away. I didn't like how it seemed to shift position, like it was circling me slowly. My heart was pounding hard enough to feel in my throat. Every few steps, I glanced over my shoulder, but the forest behind me looked exactly the same: dense trees, tangled branches, patches of shadow. When I finally reached the old trail again, I didn't stop. I kept moving, pushing myself to go faster even though the roots and mud made it risky. My breath was coming in sharp bursts now, and sweat prickled at the back of my neck despite the cold air. I could no longer hear the dragging sound, but that didn't calm me. It made it worse. If I couldn't hear it, I couldn't tell if it was gone or just closer than before. It took me nearly twice as long to get back to the cabin as it had to leave. By the time I reached it, my legs were aching from moving so fast on uneven ground. I didn't stop outside. I went straight in, locked the door, and stood there for a while listening. Nothing. Just the faint creak of the old wood as it settled. I made myself a hot drink and sat near the window, watching the tree line. Every now and then, I thought I saw movement in the shadows, just enough to catch my attention before disappearing. That night, I barely slept. I kept waking up, straining to hear something over the quiet. In the morning, I went out to check around the cabin. There were no footprints, no disturbed soil, nothing to show anyone had been there. But when I walked back toward the edge of the woods, I stopped. Just at the point where the trees thickened, half hidden under a pile of leaves, was a single barefoot print, pressed deep into the damp earth. I didn't go back into the woods after that. Not that trail. Not anywhere near where I had followed those footprints. It wasn't fear of what I'd seen, because I'd seen nothing. It was fear of what I knew had been there, moving just out of sight, keeping pace with me the entire time. The forest felt different after that, like it wasn't just trees and animals anymore. Like there was something that could decide to step closer if I gave it the chance. It was late in the afternoon when I decided to take a walk through the old service road that cut deep through the backwoods. The day had been still and warm, the kind of weather that made the air feel heavy on your skin. I wasn't planning on going far, just enough to stretch my legs before the evening settled in. The road wasn't used anymore, overgrown with weeds that brushed against my jeans as I walked. Every now and then I could hear the crunch of gravel under my boots where the weeds hadn't taken over completely. The sun was low enough that the shadows of the trees reached across the road like dark fingers, and I could smell the dampness of the earth as the temperature began to drop. The woods on either side of the road were dense, the kind of dense where you couldn't see more than a few yards in before everything turned to shadow and shapes. I kept my eyes forward, watching where the road bent and disappeared in the distance. Somewhere far off, I heard the faint sound of a woodpecker, sharp and rhythmic, but it faded as I kept going. There was no wind, no rustle in the leaves, just my footsteps and the occasional distant snap of a branch that might have been a squirrel or something bigger. The deeper I went, the quieter it got, and the air seemed to grow thicker, heavier, almost like it was pressing in on me. After a while, I noticed that the gravel road began to dip slightly, the weeds taller here, almost brushing against my hands. The trees leaned closer overhead, their branches knitting together and dimming the light. I glanced back once and saw nothing but the narrow path I'd walked, swallowed quickly by the dark of the forest. That's when I caught sight of something far ahead. At first, I thought it was just the shadow of a tree trunk crossing the road, but as I kept walking, I realized it was something else. A figure. Still. Upright. Not moving. It was too far away to make out details, but the shape was clear against the pale strip of road. It wasn't hunched like an animal. It stood straight like a person. My first thought was that maybe it was another hiker, but something about the way it stood there made my chest tighten. Most people, when they see someone else coming, will shift, wave, or at least look toward you. This figure didn't move at all. It was just standing in the center of the road, facing my direction. I slowed my steps without even meaning to, my boots sinking deeper into the gravel. I don't know how long I stared, but I must have blinked because suddenly, the figure was gone. Not like it walked off. 1 second it was there. The next it wasn't. I stopped walking. I scanned the edges of the road, the trees on either side, trying to spot movement, but all I saw were dark trunks and tangled undergrowth. My breathing had changed without me noticing. It was shallow now, controlled. I turned slightly, debating whether to head back, but the stubborn part of me didn't want to feel like I was running away from nothing. I kept walking, slower this time, every sense sharpened. The next stretch of road felt longer than the rest, the light dimming as the sun dipped lower. The smell of the forest changed. It was still earthy, But now there was something else, something faint but sour, like rotting leaves after rain. I kept my eyes sweeping the sides of the road, and that's when I heard it. Breathing. Heavy, deliberate breathing, coming from somewhere off to my right. I froze. It was close enough that I could hear the exhale, the slight hitch before the inhale, but I couldn't see anything through the trees. My mind ran through possibilities: deer, bear, maybe even a wild hog, but the sound didn't match any of them. It wasn't quick or panicked. It was slow, steady, almost like it was aware of me and not afraid. I stayed still, my ears straining, and the breathing shifted, moving away but not in a straight line. It wove between the trees, fading, then coming back slightly, like it was circling me but keeping just out of sight. I gripped my hands into fists without realizing it, feeling the cool sweat in my palms. When the breathing finally grew fainter, I forced myself to move again, faster this time, my boots crunching loud in the quiet. The road began to climb slightly, and I could see the ridge ahead, a sharp rise where the treeline broke into a thin gap of sky. My goal now wasn't just to walk. It was to get out of the narrow, enclosed stretch and into some kind of open space where I could see more than a few feet in front of me. When I reached the top of the ridge, the air felt different. Cooler, thinner. I glanced behind me, half expecting to see something following, but there was nothing, just the road stretching back into the shadowed woods. I took a deep breath, but it didn't calm me. I started down the other side, but something in me didn't want to linger. The forest was closing in again on both sides, and I realized that if I kept going, I'd be moving deeper into a place where no one would hear me if something happened. My legs were already aching, but I turned around and started back toward the way I'd come. The walk back felt faster, but the woods seemed darker now, almost swallowing the path ahead of me. Every step I took sounded too loud, like I was giving away my position. Somewhere behind me, a twig snapped, not loud, but sharp enough to freeze me mid-step. I turned my head slowly. The trees stood still. No movement, but my skin prickled, and I knew something was there. I forced myself to keep walking, resisting the urge to break into a run. Running would be worse. Running would make whatever it was follow faster. When the trees finally began to thin and the road brightened ahead, I felt the tension in my shoulders loosen slightly. I could see the break in the woods where I had started earlier, a strip of open field beyond. But just before I stepped out of the treeline, I glanced back one last time. That's when I saw it, the figure, standing far down the road, exactly where I had been minutes ago. Same stance, same stillness. Watching, I stepped out into the open without looking back again. My breathing was fast now, and my legs felt weak, but I didn't stop until I was well away from the woods, the dark line of trees behind me. Even then, I kept scanning the edges, half expecting to see that still shape standing just inside the shadows, waiting. I didn't go back down that road after that day. Every time I thought about it, I remembered the sound of that breathing and the way the figure never moved. And I knew whatever it was had been there long before I walked in, and it would still be there if I ever went back. It started in the late afternoon, the kind of time when the sun has already begun its slow drop, but there's still enough light to make you think you've got hours before it's truly dark. I had decided to go for a walk along an old service road that cut through the backwoods outside town. I'd been on it before, but only in daylight and only for short distances. The road wasn't paved, just a mix of dirt, gravel, and patches of broken concrete from years back when trucks used to come through. On both sides were thick walls of trees, pines, oaks, and a mess of undergrowth that looked almost impenetrable. It was the kind of place where if you stepped just a few feet into the woods, you'd disappear from sight completely. The air had that damp smell you only get in the woods, like wet leaves and moss, and I remember the sound of my own footsteps crunching over gravel seemed louder than usual. The farther I went, the quieter everything else became. The hum of traffic from the distant highway faded. The birds stopped calling. Even the wind seemed to hesitate as it moved through the branches. I could feel the kind of silence that presses against your ears, where you notice the absence of sound more than the sounds themselves. I didn't have a reason for walking so far that day, but something about the empty road ahead made me want to keep going. I passed old telephone poles leaning at odd angles, their wires hanging slack and useless. Here and there, I spotted rusted-out barrels half buried in dirt, and once I saw the shattered remains of an old wooden sign lying face down. It felt like I was walking deeper into some forgotten part of the world where people hadn't been for years. About a mile in, the road began to narrow. Weeds pushed up through cracks, and low branches hung overhead, forcing me to duck every so often. I could feel the temperature dropping slightly. The sun was slipping lower, and the light was starting to filter through the trees at a sharper angle, making everything look darker and more uneven. Shadows stretched long and thin across the ground, and my own shadow moved over rocks and roots like something separate from me. The first thing that gave me a bad feeling was a smell. It wasn't strong at first, just a faint, sour odor that didn't belong out here. It reminded me of meat left out too long, faint but undeniable. I told myself it was probably a dead animal somewhere in the brush. Things die in the woods all the time. But as I walked, the smell didn't fade. It grew stronger. It clung to the air in a way that made breathing through my nose uncomfortable. I kept looking toward the trees, expecting to see some animal's body lying near the edge of the road, but I never did. The smell just stayed there, heavy and wrong. The light dimmed more, and I realized I hadn't thought about how far I'd gone until I looked back and couldn't see the curve in the road where I'd started. That was when I decided I should probably turn around soon. Just as I was about to, I noticed movement up ahead. At first it was just a shape, something low and dark slipping between two trees off to the right side of the road. My stomach tightened. I stopped walking and stood still, listening, but the woods were completely silent again. The shape was gone. I tried to convince myself it was a deer or maybe a stray dog. I started walking again, slower this time, my ears straining for any sound. Then I heard it, a dry, irregular crunching of leaves, matching my pace but coming from inside the tree lane. Whoever or whatever it was moving when I moved and stopping when I stopped. I glanced into the woods, but the light had dropped enough that everything past the first line of trees was just shadow and shifting shapes. My hands felt clammy, and I realized my heart was beating faster. I told myself to stay calm. I wasn't in danger, not yet. I adjusted my pace to try and catch the sound off guard, suddenly stopping in mid-step. The crunching stopped too. That's when I knew it wasn't my imagination. I didn't turn back right away. Instead, I kept walking, pretending I hadn't noticed, but every step felt heavier. The smell in the air was even worse now, almost choking. The trees on the right side of the road seemed thicker than before, their branches forming a tangled wall. I glanced over my shoulder, but the road behind me looked empty. Then I caught movement again, this time closer. Just inside the tree line, I saw something shift between the trunks. It was too large to be a dog, too controlled in its movement to be a deer. I still couldn't make out details, just the suggestion of a figure. The way it moved wasn't like an animal fleeing. It was deliberate, matching me. I finally decided I needed to turn back. I pivoted quickly, keeping my eyes on the trees as I began walking faster toward where I'd come from. I didn't run. Running felt like it would turn whatever was out there into a chase, but I walked fast enough that my breath started coming harder. The sound of the leaves crunching returned, pacing me from inside the woods. Sometimes it sounded closer, sometimes farther, but always there. The road stretched ahead, but it felt longer now, like I'd stepped into some trick of the landscape where the distance back was twice what it had been going in. The light continued to fade until it was that in-between stage where it's not quite night, but shadows have taken over everything. I could barely make out the details of the road ahead, only the faint lighter strip against the darker edges of the forest. At one point, I heard a low snapping sound wood breaking. It was followed by a slow, dragging noise, like something heavy was being pulled over the forest floor. My skin prickled, and I felt a tightness in my throat. I didn't look into the trees anymore. I kept my eyes straight ahead, my body leaning forward, willing my legs to move faster. The smell hit me again, stronger than before, almost making me gag. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry, my mind racing through possibilities. A bear, maybe, or someone dumping something out here. But the sound, the steady following, the breaks in the brush, it felt wrong for either of those. Finally, after what felt like far too long, I saw a change in the road ahead. The faint outline of the old service road opening back toward the clearing where my car was parked. I sped up, my footsteps crunching faster. The sound in the woods sped up too, matching me step for step until the tree line began to thin. Just as I broke into the open space, the noises stopped completely. No footsteps, no breaking branches, nothing. The smell vanished too, as if it had been cut off by an invisible wall at the edge of the trees. I kept walking until I reached my car, my hands shaking as I dug for my keys. When I turned to look back at the road, I saw nothing but still trees and the first hints of night settling over the canopy. The place looked exactly as it had when I'd arrived, as if nothing had been there at all. But I knew what I'd heard. I knew I'd been followed. I got in my car and drove away without hesitation. The entire drive back, my shoulders stayed tense, my eyes flicking to the rearview mirror more than the road ahead. I didn't see anything, but the feeling didn't fade. Even when I got home and locked the door, the sound of leaves crunching in rhythm with my steps stayed in my head, and I never went back to that road again. It started as a normal day, the kind of day that doesn't give you any warning that it's about to turn into something you'll remember for the rest of your life. I had left the city early that morning to drive out to the countryside. I wanted to spend some time away from noise and people, just somewhere quiet where I could walk, think, and maybe take some photos. I had packed light, just a backpack with a bottle of water, a small lunch, a flashlight, and my phone. I wasn't planning on being out past dark, but I always carried the flashlight just in case. The place I went to was about 2 hours from home, a mixture of open fields, rolling hills, and patches of thick forest. There weren't many houses around, just a few scattered farms and long stretches of dirt road. It was the kind of area where you could walk for miles without seeing another person. I had parked my car on the side of a narrow gravel road near a gate that led into a public hiking trail. I locked it, slung my bag over my shoulder, and started walking. The trail began with wide, open ground. The sun was bright, the air clean. Birds were chirping somewhere high above me, and every so often a light breeze moved through the grass. I followed the dirt path that wound between the fields before it dipped down into a shallow valley and rose again toward a ridge. From up there, I could see far across the countryside, miles of green and brown, with the forest standing like a dark wall in the distance. I took my time. I didn't have a schedule, and the weather was perfect. I stopped a few times to take pictures of the scenery, crouched to photograph a patch of wildflowers, then continued on. After maybe an hour, I reached the edge of the forest. The shade swallowed me as soon as I stepped under the first line of trees, and the temperature dropped a few degrees. The air felt different here, still and heavy, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and leaves. The path inside was narrower, roots snaking across it in places, and the light filtered down in shifting patches through the canopy. Every sound was sharper here. My footsteps on the packed dirt, the rustle of leaves, a distant woodpecker tapping on a trunk. I walked deeper, enjoying the change from the open fields. The forest wasn't particularly dense at first. I could still see maybe 30 or 40 feet in most directions, but as I followed the trail, the trees grew closer together, their branches weaving into a thicker roof overhead. It was quieter here, and I started noticing little movements in the undergrowth. Squirrels darting away, a bird flapping up to a higher branch. After another hour, I stopped to eat. I sat on a fallen log just off the trail, unzipped my bag, and ate the sandwich I'd packed. There was no rush, so I stayed there for a while, just listening. Eventually I packed up, stood, and continued on. It must have been about 3 in the afternoon when I reached a fork in the trail. The official hiking route went left, marked by a wooden post with faded paint. The right path looked older, less maintained. The dirt was uneven, with small plants growing through it, and there were no signs. I hesitated, but curiosity got the better of me. I decided to take the right path, figuring I'd explore it for a short while before turning back. The further I went, the rougher the path became. The ground sloped slightly downward, and I had to step over fallen branches. In some spots, the trail was almost lost under layers of leaves. I noticed it was getting quieter. Not just less bird noise, quieter in a way that felt unnatural, like the air was holding its breath. I walked for maybe 20 more minutes before I realized I hadn't seen any trail markers or signs of recent human activity. I stopped and looked around, turning in a slow circle. The forest seemed denser here, the trees taller and closer together. It was strange, but I felt like the light was dimmer, even though the sun was still fairly high. That was when I saw it. Far ahead, maybe 100 yards, there was movement. At first, I thought it was an animal, but the shape was wrong. It was upright. A person, walking slowly between the trees, moving from left to right across my line of sight. They were too far for me to make out any details, just a dark outline, no bright colors or obvious clothing patterns. Whoever it was didn't look in my direction. They just kept walking steadily until they disappeared behind a slope in the ground. My first thought was that it was another hiker, but something felt off. I hadn't heard footsteps, and they hadn't seemed to notice me. I waited for a moment, half expecting them to reappear somewhere else, but they didn't. I should have turned back then, but instead, I decided to keep going a little farther. I don't know why, maybe curiosity, maybe the strange feeling that I needed to see who it was. I walked slowly, listening. The air felt heavy again, like before a storm. When I reached the slope where I'd seen them vanish, I looked down and saw nothing. The ground dipped into a small hollow, choked with ferns and fallen branches. No one was there. I scanned the trees, but there was no movement. I kept walking, trying to convince myself it was nothing. But then I started hearing something behind me. Not footsteps exactly, more like the faint sound of something brushing against branches, followed by a pause, then another faint movement. I stopped, and the sound stopped. I waited, straining my ears, but there was only silence. I started moving again, faster now, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. The sound came back, always faint, always just far enough away that I couldn't pinpoint it. My heart was starting to beat harder. The trail was barely visible now, just a faint depression in the ground, and I realized I didn't know exactly where it led. After a while, I decided I'd had enough and turned back. I quickened my pace, scanning the trees constantly. The sound behind me didn't stop. If anything, it seemed closer. The path felt longer going back. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My skin prickled, and every time I thought about stopping to check again, something in me said not to. Just keep moving. Don't give whoever, or whatever, it was a chance to get closer. It was nearly 5 by the time I saw the familiar fork in the trail. Relief washed over me when I stepped back onto the main path. The air felt a little lighter here, and I forced myself to walk at a steady pace until I was out of the forest and back into the open fields. I didn't see anyone else for the rest of the hike. My car was exactly where I'd left it, untouched. I got in, locked the doors, and sat there for a minute before starting the engine. I glanced toward the forest one last time before pulling away, half expecting to see someone standing there at the tree line, watching. But there was nothing. Even now, thinking back, I can't explain it. I never saw their face, never heard a voice, never saw any sign of them after that first glimpse. But I know what I felt, and it wasn't just imagination. Someone was out there, moving when I moved, stopping when I stopped, always keeping just out of sight. And the worst part is knowing I'll never find out who they were or what they wanted. I haven't gone hiking alone since. It was late in the afternoon when I decided to take a walk along the old service road that ran behind the industrial park. The sky was overcast, and the air felt heavy, like rain was threatening to fall but holding back just enough to keep everything still. I had been walking this road for years, usually in the daytime, and I never thought much of it. It was just a strip of cracked pavement lined with weeds, passing through a stretch of land that used to be busy decades ago, but now sat mostly abandoned. The road was quiet except for the faint hum of traffic far away. On one side, tall chain-link fences ran along the backs of warehouses, their metal sidings streaked with rust and dirt from years of neglect. On the other side was a patch of overgrown land, grass waist-high in some spots, thorn bushes twisting up through fallen branches, and scattered trees with low, drooping limbs that looked like they hadn't been trimmed in years. There was a faint smell of damp earth and oil from somewhere nearby, carried by a slow, cold breeze. I had walked for maybe 15 minutes before I noticed something that made me slow down. Up ahead, in the overgrown lot to my left, there was movement, not quick, not sudden, but deliberate. At first I thought it was just the wind catching a branch, but there was no wind strong enough to sway something that low to the ground. I stared a little longer and caught sight of a figure partially hidden between the tall grass and one of the leaning trees. It wasn't clear at first if it was a person or not. The figure was hunched forward, almost crouched, its shoulders oddly tense. I couldn't make out a face, but I could see a dull gray jacket and what looked like dark pants. They weren't moving toward me or away, just kind of shifting slightly, as if they were adjusting their footing or trying to stay balanced. I kept walking, slower now, trying not to make it obvious I had seen them. The last thing I wanted was to draw attention if someone was hiding out here for a reason. But as I passed, I felt their head turn. Even though I couldn't see their face clearly, I could feel the weight of their gaze. It wasn't casual, it was fixed on me, sharp and unblinking. My stomach tightened in a way that made me instinctively keep my eyes forward and pretend I hadn't noticed. I picked up my pace. The road ahead curved slightly, and I told myself that once I rounded that bend, I'd be out of sight and it would be fine. My footsteps on the cracked asphalt felt loud in the silence. I tried to focus on the sound of them and not on the idea of someone still watching me from behind. But then I heard it, faint, soft, but unmistakable. Footsteps. They weren't on the pavement, though. They were on the grass. The sound was uneven, like the person was moving through thick weeds and stepping over obstacles. I didn't turn around. My mind was racing, trying to decide if I was overreacting or if I should run. I could feel the hair on my neck rise. The footsteps seemed to be keeping a careful distance, not closing in fast, but not fading away either. I passed an old drainage ditch and glanced quickly over my shoulder. The figure was there, maybe 50 feet back, half hidden in the overgrowth, but clearly following. This time, there was no mistaking it. They were standing upright now, moving in the same direction I was, their heads still fixed in my direction. I forced myself to stay calm and keep walking. I didn't want to break into a run too early and give them a reason to chase me. But every few seconds, I glanced back, and every time I did, they were still there, keeping that same distance, slipping between trees and grass, as if they were used to moving through terrain like this. The curve in the road didn't help much. Instead of giving me an escape from their sight, it only seemed to block my view of where I was going. The warehouses behind the fence were all shut up, no one in sight, and the overgrown lot stretched on endlessly to my left. I knew that ahead there was a spot where the fence ended for a few yards before picking back up again. On the other side of that opening was another lot, this one with piles of scrap metal and broken pallets, somewhere I could duck into and maybe lose them. My heart was thudding now, and my breathing was louder in my ears than the sound of my own steps. When I finally reached the fence break, I stepped off the road and onto the gravel. I didn't look back this time. I just started weaving between the stacks of pallets and the rusting metal frames, trying to put as much distance as I could between me and the road. The ground was uneven, littered with nails, splintered wood, and bits of wire. I moved as quickly as I could without tripping. I crouched behind a stack of bent metal sheets and tried to listen. At first, I heard nothing but my own breathing. Then came the crunch of gravel, slow and deliberate. The sound stopped for a moment, then started again, this time a little closer. Whoever it was, they hadn't just kept going down the road. They had followed me in here. The air felt colder all of a sudden. I stayed crouched low, trying to make myself as small as possible. The sound of their steps moved past my hiding spot, then stopped. There was a long pause, so long that I thought maybe they had given up and left. Then I heard a faint scrape, like the toe of a shoe dragging over the ground, and realized they were standing just on the other side of the metal sheets. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tense. I could smell the faint scent of damp clothes, like they'd been outside for hours. There was a faint rustle, then another pause. Finally, the steps started again, moving away, slower this time, as if they were searching the area. I stayed hidden for what felt like forever, not daring to move until the sound was completely gone. When I finally crawled out from behind the stack, the lot was empty. I moved fast, heading toward the far side where I knew there was another road. My legs felt shaky, but I kept going until I reached it. Only when I was back on the main street, with the sound of cars nearby, did I finally feel like I could breathe again. I didn't look back this time. I didn't want to know if they were still somewhere behind me, watching from the weeds. All I knew was that the empty service road that had always felt so familiar to me now felt like a place I would never walk again. The rest of that day, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been followed for a reason, and that whoever it was hadn't just stumbled across me by chance. I avoided that part of town after that, but every time I drove past, I caught myself scanning the lot, half expecting to see that same hunched figure in the grass, still watching. It started as a simple plan to get some air after a long week. I had been feeling restless, drained from the usual noise of the city, so I packed my backpack late in the afternoon with just enough to spend the night somewhere quiet. I didn't plan a destination in advance, only that I'd drive until the concrete gave way to grass, then grass to dirt, then dirt to silence. That's how I ended up in a place I'd never been before, somewhere far off the main road, where the trees grew tall and close together. their branches forming a heavy canopy that swallowed what little light remained. I found an open patch of ground at the edge of the forest. The grass was tall and pale, moving lazily in the faint breeze. The air was cooler here than in the city, sharper somehow, and it felt clean when I breathed it in. I killed the engine, and the quiet that followed was almost loud, just the faint rustle of grass and a far-off stream that I could barely hear over the thump of my own heartbeat from the drive. I set up my small tent near the edge of the clearing. The ground was slightly uneven, the dirt soft and damp in spots. I unpacked slowly, savoring the way the air smelled of earth and pine. The sun had already dropped low behind the ridge, casting long shadows that stretched like reaching arms toward me. The clearing itself wasn't huge, maybe the length of 2 houses side by side, and the forest line around it was dense and dark, with no visible path beyond. I didn't make a fire right away. I just sat on a folding stool, eating from a small container of trail mix, watching as the light drained from the sky. Birds moved between branches in quick, sharp bursts. Somewhere far off, something cracked, a branch snapping. It wasn't unusual. Woods are full of noises. Still, the sound echoed faintly and seemed to hang in the air longer than it should have. When darkness began to settle in fully, I built a small fire. I had only enough dry wood to last a couple of hours, but I figured I'd use it for warmth before sleeping. The firelight threw shifting shapes across the clearing, the flickering glow reaching into the trees, but never quite revealing anything beyond the first row of trunks. It was around that time, maybe an hour after full darkness, that I noticed movement on the ridge above. At first it was only a shadow against the darker backdrop, a vertical shape gliding steadily from one side to the other, maybe 200 feet away. It didn't stop, didn't seem to turn its head. The ridge was a faint silhouette against the night sky, and the figure moved at an even pace, its outline just sharp enough for me to know it wasn't a deer or any animal I recognized. I sat still, following it with my eyes until it disappeared beyond the curve of the hill. The fire popped suddenly, pulling me out of my trance. I told myself it could have been another camper, or maybe someone from a nearby farm, though I had seen no houses for miles on the drive-in. Still, the idea that someone was walking up there so late, without a flashlight, settled uncomfortably in my stomach. After a while, I decided I should gather more wood while I still had the nerve. I took a small flashlight, switched it to the dimmer setting, and stepped into the forest just far enough to find fallen branches. The air inside was different, still heavier somehow. The smell of damp soil was stronger, and my footsteps pressed into the leaf-covered ground with a muffled crunch. I moved slowly, bending to pick up whatever I could carry. Somewhere to my left, deeper in the trees, I heard a sound that froze me mid-step. Slow, heavy breathing. It wasn't the steady huff of an animal foraging or the high, sharp noise of a deer. This was deliberate, paced, like someone catching their breath quietly, but not quietly enough. I scanned the trees with the dim beam of my flashlight, careful not to swing it too fast. The light touched bark, moss, twisted roots, but nothing that looked like a person. Still, I could sense movement, something shifting behind one of the thicker trunks, just enough for my peripheral vision to catch it. The breathing seemed to retreat, faint now but still there, moving further away. I didn't chase the sound. My instinct told me not to. I turned back, my arms full of wood, and walked as quickly as I could without breaking into a run. The fire's glow came into sight through the trees, and I felt a small rush of relief when I stepped back into the clearing. The rest of the night stretched on slowly. Every few minutes I would glance toward the ridge, half expecting to see that figure again, but it didn't reappear. The breathing in the forest stayed with me in my head, though every rustle of grass or snap of a twig pulled my thoughts back to it. Eventually, the fire died down. I got into my tent, zipping it tight, and lay on top of my sleeping bag with my flashlight beside me. I could hear the forest alive with small movements, wind through the leaves, insects, the occasional flutter of wings. But underneath it all, there were moments of stillness too complete to be natural, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke to the faint crunch of footsteps outside the tent. They weren't close, maybe 15 or 20 feet away, slow and spaced apart. I held my breath and listened, tracking them as they moved from one side of the clearing to the other. They stopped for a long moment. The silence felt heavier than the darkness. Then, without warning, they started again, fading toward the tree line until I couldn't hear them anymore. When morning came, the air was colder, and a low mist clung to the ground. I stepped outside and looked toward the ridge, but there was nothing there now, just the soft outline of the hill under the pale sky. The forest looked calm, but I knew what I had heard, and the packed earth between my tent and the trees had faint, partial prints in it. I didn't bother making breakfast. I took down the tent quickly, shoving everything into my pack without folding it neatly. I kept glancing toward the trees, half expecting to see someone watching, but the forest stayed still. The air was too quiet for comfort. When I got back to my car and turned the key, the engine sound felt almost too loud against the silence I was leaving behind. The road back to the main highway was long and empty, the tree line pressing close on either side. Even as the forest gave way to open fields, I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever, or whatever, had been out there in the night hadn't just been passing by. It had been close, too close, and it had been watching. It was late afternoon when I decided to take a different way home from work. I had been using the same route for years, but something about that day made me want to change things up. The air was heavy, a bit humid, and the light was dull and flat, the kind of dim where shadows don't look sharp but instead smear softly across the ground. I saw a side road that I had never taken before, a narrow strip of cracked asphalt that led off between a line of overgrown hedges and half-collapsed wooden fences. I figured it would eventually loop back toward the main road. The first stretch felt quiet in a way I couldn't quite describe. There were no cars, no people, just the faint, far-off sound of wind pushing through tall grass somewhere. I drove slowly because the pavement was uneven and patches of dirt and weeds were breaking through in spots. My tires crunched over loose gravel where the asphalt had worn away entirely. After a few minutes, the road started to narrow more, almost like it was being swallowed by the land around it. Trees leaned in close from both sides, their branches twisted together overhead, creating a tunnel effect. It was darker under there, and the temperature dropped a little. My windshield collected flecks of falling leaves, even though there was barely any wind. The edges of the road were lined with shallow ditches filled with muddy water that looked stagnant, covered in patches of green algae. I kept going, thinking it would be fine, but the road began to curve in ways I didn't expect. It wasn't a gentle bend. It would twist sharply and then straighten again without warning. The trees here looked older, thick with bark that peeled in long strips. Some had deep scars in their trunks, like something had scraped hard against them. I noticed the silence more now. Even my own engine seemed louder than it should have been. No bird sounds, no insects buzzing, just me and the crunch of tires on debris. About 10 minutes in, the road took me into what felt like a small valley. The ground sloped down on either side, the trees forming steep, uneven walls. That's when I realized I hadn't seen a single driveway, mailbox, or sign of anyone living here. No streetlights, no wires overhead. Just the road and the woods pressing close. I glanced at my phone on the passenger seat. No service. Not one bar. I slowed to a crawl when the road ahead dipped sharply. At the bottom, the asphalt had broken apart completely, leaving only dirt and packed mud. It looked like no maintenance had been done here for years. The ruts in the dirt were deep, and the edges of the path were chewed up by erosion. I thought about turning around, but the space was too tight, and I wasn't confident I could back up all those sharp curves without hitting a tree. I figured I could just push through, find a clearer spot, and turn around there. Driving through the dirt section, I felt every bump. Mud splattered up the sides of my car. My tires occasionally slid, catching again after a few seconds. The further I went, the more I noticed strange things along the edges of the road. There were scraps of metal half buried in the soil, twisted and rusted. A broken piece of fencing lay tangled in the roots of a tree. Farther along, I saw the frame of what might have once been a bicycle, completely stripped of its tires and rusted through. Another curve took me deeper, and the trees seemed to get taller. The canopy above was so thick now that hardly any daylight got through. The road narrowed to where only a single vehicle could pass, no room to pull over. That's when I spotted something ahead, about 30 feet in front of me. A large fallen tree blocked most of the road. Only a narrow strip of dirt remained on one side, just enough for a car to squeeze through. I slowed almost to a stop, inching forward to see if I could make it past. As I got closer, I saw the bark had been stripped from one side of the fallen trunk. Deep gouges, wide and uneven, marked the exposed wood. It didn't look like chainsaw work. It looked torn away. I eased through the gap, my tires brushing the edge of the ditch, the car tilting slightly. As soon as I cleared the tree, I noticed the smell. It was faint at first, like something rotting, but it grew stronger the further I went. It was sour, thick, and wet-smelling, the kind of stench that clings to the back of your throat. I tried to ignore it, breathing through my mouth. The smell got worse around the next bend. That's when I saw it. On the right side of the road, partly hidden in tall grass, something large lay in the ditch. It was the bloated body of a deer, its legs stiff, for stretched tight over swollen flesh. Flies swarmed it in slow, lazy spirals. Its eyes were gone, just dark pits where they should have been. I kept moving, not wanting to stop for even a second. Another mile or so in, I started seeing tire tracks in the mud. Fresh ones, deep and wet, as if a heavy truck had passed not long ago. They were wider than my car's, and they wove slightly from side to side, as though whoever was driving wasn't staying straight on the road. I didn't like that. There was no reason for anyone to be out here unless they lived nearby, and I hadn't seen a single house. The trees began to thin slightly, and I thought maybe I was coming out the other side. But instead, the road dipped again, steeper this time, and ended at a wide, open clearing. The ground was uneven, scattered with tire ruts, puddles, and patches of gravel. In the center of the clearing sat a rusted trailer. Its windows were boarded over, and the metal sides were streaked with orange and brown from years of rust. A few yards away, a burned-out truck sat with its hood open, engine parts scattered around it. I didn't like stopping there, but I couldn't see another way forward. The road just ended in this clearing. My stomach sank when I realized I'd have to turn around and go all the way back the way I came. I kept the car running and checked my mirrors before starting the slow process of turning. That's when I saw movement. Near the edge of the clearing, between the trees, a figure was standing. Not close, but close enough that I could tell it was a person. They weren't moving toward me, just standing there, half hidden by the shadows of the tree line. I couldn't make out their face, but they were tall and thin, wearing something dark that blended into the forest behind them. I didn't wait. I finished my turn in a rush, my tires kicking up mud, and headed back toward the narrow dirt road. Every few seconds, I checked my mirrors, half expecting to see them step into the open. I didn't. The drive back felt longer. The smell of the deer came and went, but I barely noticed it now. I just wanted to get out. The curves felt sharper, the road narrower. My hands gripped the wheel so tightly they ached. By the time I reached the first stretch of cracked asphalt again, my chest felt tight. When I finally saw the main road ahead, the relief was overwhelming. I didn't look back once I turned onto it. The whole time I drove home, I kept thinking about the figure in the trees, how they didn't move, how they just stood there watching. And the worst part wasn't that they were there. It was the feeling that they had been there the whole time, from the moment I turned onto that road, just waiting for me to notice. It was late afternoon when I decided to take the long way home from work. The sun was dipping low, throwing an orange glow across the sky, and the air had that still, heavy feeling that comes before the evening settles in. I had been walking a lot lately, trying to save on gas and clear my head at the same time. This route took me along the edge of town, past a stretch of fields, and into a small wooded area that always seemed strangely quiet. It wasn't a proper forest, just a thick patch of trees and brush between two neighborhoods, but it had a way of swallowing sound. As I approached the entrance to the trail, I noticed how quickly the light faded under the canopy. The warm glow of the sunset vanished almost instantly once I stepped inside, replaced by the cooler shadows of the trees. The dirt path was narrow, lined with roots that twisted out of the ground like frozen snakes. My footsteps were muted by the soft earth, and even the distant hum of traffic from the main road seemed to vanish. It felt like I had stepped into a different place entirely, a place that didn't care what time of day it was. The first part of the trail was familiar. I'd taken it a few times before, just a short walk through to the other side, maybe 15 minutes if I kept a steady pace. But today, I had the strange urge to slow down and pay more attention to my surroundings. The trees were tall and close together, their branches tangled overhead. Leaves whispered faintly in a breeze I couldn't feel on my skin. The air was cooler here, damp and earthy, with that smell of decomposing leaves and wet soil. A few minutes in, I saw something odd just off the path, a shape low to the ground, half hidden behind a fallen log. At first, I thought it was just a pile of branches or maybe a rock, but as I glanced at it while passing, I saw fabric. Dark fabric, worn and dirty. I slowed my steps, trying to figure out what I was looking at, but from my angle it was impossible to tell if it was just trash someone had left or something else. My mind went to the easiest explanation, probably an old blanket someone dumped. Still, the thought made me uneasy. I didn't want to linger. The trail curved, and I moved on, but I found myself glancing back more than once. Each time, the shape was still there, still partly hidden. A few minutes later, the path became less clear. The main trail was easy enough to follow, but a couple of faint tracks branched off into the thicker trees. I stayed on the main path, but I noticed something strange. No birds. Not a single chirp or flutter. The woods felt heavier somehow, like they were pressing in. I started hearing faint sounds behind me, maybe leaves crunching. I tried to tell myself it was just a squirrel or some other animal moving around, but it didn't feel random. The sound seemed to come in short bursts, then stop when I stopped. I forced myself to keep walking, resisting the urge to turn around every few steps. My pace quickened. The trail here was uneven, and I had to watch my footing. Roots caught at my shoes, and the path narrowed further until it felt more like an animal track than something meant for people. The sounds behind me started again. So faint I almost convinced myself I was imagining them. Then they got closer. It was a deliberate kind of movement, the slow, careful kind you make when you don't want to be heard. I stopped. Everything stopped with me. My chest felt tight, my breathing too loud in the still air. I turned my head slightly, just enough to glance behind me without fully facing whatever might be there. Nothing. Just the empty path, the dim light, the tangled shadows between the trees. I started walking again, faster now, but trying not to run. My mind was racing. I didn't know who, or what, might be back there, and running would make it obvious I'd noticed. I could feel my pulse in my ears. The trail was beginning to climb uphill, and every step felt heavier. The sounds behind me returned, just barely audible, but I could tell they were matching my pace. At the top of the rise, I finally risked a full look over my shoulder. For a moment, I thought I saw movement, a dark figure stepping behind a tree far back on the trail. My stomach dropped. I couldn't make out details, but I was sure someone was there. I pushed forward, trying to remember how far it was to the other side. The trail dipped again into a hollow where the ground was damp and soft, my shoes sinking slightly with each step. This area was darker than the rest, the trees packed tighter, their branches hanging low. I could barely see more than a few yards ahead. The air was heavier here, thicker, as if it held more than just moisture. Then I heard it, one loud, deliberate step on the wet ground, close enough that it couldn't be more than 10 or 15 feet behind me. I didn't turn. I just kept moving, forcing myself to stay steady, though every instinct screamed to run. My eyes scanned ahead for an opening, a glimpse of the field I knew lay beyond the woods. The sounds behind me grew more frequent, no longer trying to be quiet. Whoever it was had given up on hiding. My legs burned as I picked up speed, my breath coming harder. I could see a faint break in the trees ahead, a small patch of lighter sky. I focused on it, ignoring everything else, my hands clenched so tightly they ached. Finally, I broke out into the open. The field stretched wide before me, bathed in the last light of the setting sun. The sudden openness felt like a shock after the enclosed darkness of the woods. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I kept moving until I was halfway across the field, the grass brushing against my legs. Only then did I risk turning around. The edge of the woods was still and empty. No figure, no movement. But I knew in my gut, that someone had been there, following me step for step. I could still feel the weight of their presence, the way the air had seemed to close in around me. When I finally reached the far side of the field and the faint hum of the road returned, it was like waking from a dream I didn't want to think about. I didn't go back that way again. And even now, whenever I pass that stretch of trees, I keep my eyes forward, pretending I don't notice how silent it is in there, pretending I don't feel the weight of someone still watching from the shadows. It had been a long week at work, and I wanted nothing more than to spend some time outdoors away from noise, people, and the constant hum of city life. I drove out early in the morning, taking the back roads through quiet farmland and then into the hills. My plan was simple: park near a small trail I had found on a map, hike in for a few miles, and set up a temporary camp by a stream I had marked out the night before. The weather was clear and calm, the air slightly cool but not cold. I had packed everything I would need for one night: food, water, a small tent, sleeping bag, flashlight, knife, and a basic first aid kit. The road to the trailhead was narrow and rough in places. At one point, tree branches brushed against my car, scraping against the windows. By the time I reached the parking spot, there were no other vehicles around. It felt remote, completely cut off from the rest of the world. The only sounds were the distant chirping of birds and the occasional creak of trees in the wind. I locked my car, shouldered my pack, and began walking down the trail. The dirt path was uneven and covered in fallen leaves. Occasionally, I had to step over roots that had worked their way to the surface. The deeper I went, the quieter it got, as if the forest was swallowing me whole. The air smelled of damp earth and pine. After about an hour, I reached the small clearing I had picked out. The stream ran lazily along one side, its water dark but clear enough to see pebbles at the bottom. I dropped my pack and took a moment to just stand there, listening to the gentle sound of running water. Setting up camp didn't take long. I pitched the tent near the edge of the clearing, close enough to the stream for easy access, but far enough to avoid any chance of flooding if the water rose during the night. I unpacked my food and prepared a small meal. By late afternoon, I was just sitting on a log, watching the sun filter through the trees. It was then I noticed movement on the far side of the stream. At first, I thought it was just a deer, but the shape didn't move like one. It walked slowly along the edge, partially hidden by undergrowth. I couldn't make out much detail, just that it was upright and moving with a deliberate pace. It stayed far away, never crossing the stream, and eventually disappeared into the trees without a sound. I told myself it could have been another hiker, maybe someone out exploring. But there hadn't been any cars at the trailhead, and the nearest road was miles away. The thought stayed in my head for the rest of the afternoon. I decided to be cautious, keeping my knife closer than usual. As night fell, the forest took on an entirely different character. The chirping of birds was replaced by the rhythmic calls of insects and the occasional snap of twigs in the darkness. The temperature dropped, and I built a small fire for warmth and light. I tried to focus on the crackle of the flames and the smell of smoke, but every so often, I thought I heard faint footsteps beyond the glow of the fire. They were never loud, never obvious, just enough to make me stop and listen. At one point, I turned off my flashlight to let my eyes adjust to the darkness. The firelight reached only a few feet beyond my tent, leaving most of the clearing swallowed in blackness. I stared into it, trying to see if anything was there. That's when I caught a brief flicker of movement again, this time closer, maybe 30 or 40 feet away. I didn't hear leaves crunch or branches break. It was almost as if whatever it was knew exactly where to step to stay silent. I decided to put out the fire earlier than I had planned. I didn't want to draw attention to myself, and the idea of being visible while not seeing what was watching me made my skin crawl. Inside the tent, I zipped the flap shut and lay down, though I knew I wouldn't sleep easily. My ears strained to pick up every sound outside: the soft rustle of leaves, the occasional drip of water from a branch, and something else, heavier, slower, moving with purpose. Hours passed like that, me lying there, barely breathing, listening. At one point, I heard the sound of something brushing against the side of the tent, just a faint touch, like fingertips running along the fabric. I froze completely. My knife was in my hand, but I didn't move. The sound stopped after a few seconds, replaced by silence, so complete it made my heartbeat sound like it was echoing in my head. Eventually, exhaustion forced me into a light, uneasy sleep. When I woke, the sky was just starting to lighten with dawn. I stepped outside and immediately noticed that the ground near the tent was disturbed. There were footprints, human, barefoot, and not mine, circling the tent in uneven patterns. They led off toward the trees on the far side of the clearing and vanished into the undergrowth. I didn't waste time. I packed my things as fast as I could, keeping my knife in my hand the whole time. I didn't even stop to eat. The hike back to the car felt longer than it had the day before, every sound behind me making me quicken my pace. The forest no longer felt peaceful. It felt like it was watching me leave. When I finally saw my car through the trees, relief washed over me, but it was mixed with something else, a sharp awareness of how alone I had been out there. The footprints hadn't been animal tracks, and they hadn't been there when I set up camp. Someone had been out there with me, moving silently through the woods, circling my tent while I was inside. I got into my car and locked the doors immediately. As I drove away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing in the road behind me. There was nothing, just the empty, winding road back to civilization. But even after I reached home, unpacked, and tried to tell myself it was over, the image of those footprints stayed with me, bare, human, and close enough to touch my tent in the middle of the night. I knew I would never camp in a place that remote again, not because of wild animals or bad weather, but because out there far from help, you realize just how easy it is for someone to watch you without ever being seen, and how powerless you really are when they decide to come closer. I had been looking forward to that weekend for weeks. My plan was simple: drive out to a small lake about 2 hours from home, set up camp for a couple of nights, and just get away from everything. I had been working too many late shifts, sleeping too little, and eating poorly. I wanted quiet, the smell of pine, and the sound of water lapping against the shore instead of the constant hum of the city. I set out early on Saturday morning with my gear packed neatly in the trunk. The drive out was peaceful. Traffic thinned the further I got from town, the 4-lane road narrowing to 2 lanes, then eventually to a winding gravel stretch that my GPS only half recognized. Trees started pressing in from both sides, their branches arching overhead like a tunnel. The air felt fresher already, and I rolled down the window just to smell it. When I pulled up to the small clearing by the lake, there was only one other car parked off to the side. I couldn't see anyone though, and I figured whoever it belonged to was probably out hiking or fishing. I carried my gear to a spot about 30 feet from the water's edge, flat and dry with just enough space for my tent and a small fire pit. The lake itself was calm, a sheet of glass reflecting the pale blue sky, and on the far shore the treeline was dense and dark, almost black from the distance. Setting up camp was straightforward. I pitched the tent, unrolled my sleeping bag, and stacked some wood I had brought in the fire ring. I kept glancing at the still water while I worked. It was so quiet that I could hear the occasional plop of a fish breaking the surface and the faint rustle of leaves high above. By late afternoon I had the fire going, a small one just enough for cooking. I boiled some pasta and ate it slowly, watching the sun lower toward the treetops. As the light shifted to gold, I decided to walk a short way down the lake's edge, just to stretch my legs before night. The ground was a mix of soft dirt and scattered roots, and every so often there was a break in the brush where the water came right up to the shore. About 5 minutes into my walk, I noticed fresh footprints in the damp soil, boot prints, larger than mine, with a tread pattern I didn't recognize. They led along the shore, then veered off into the woods. I hesitated for a moment, but kept walking, telling myself it was nothing. After all, the other car meant someone else was out here. By the time I got back to camp, the sun was gone, leaving only a thin glow in the west. I added more wood to the fire and sat close to it as the air cooled. The lake was now a dark mirror, and I could see my own firelight flickering in it. Somewhere in the distance, maybe on the far side of the water, there was a single sharp crack, like a branch breaking underfoot. I froze, listening. The sound didn't repeat, and eventually I went back to poking at the fire, convincing myself it was just an animal. The night deepened quickly. Without clouds, the stars came out sharp and clear, and the moon hung low over the trees. I crawled into my tent around 10, zipped the flap, and lay down in my sleeping bag. The ground was cool but not uncomfortable, and the faint sound of water helped me drift towards sleep. Some time later, I don't know how long, I woke to a faint crunching sound outside. It was subtle at first, almost blending with the wind in the trees, but it had a rhythm to it. Footsteps. Slow ones. I held my breath and listened harder. They weren't close to the tent yet, maybe 20 or 30 feet away, but they weren't moving in a straight line. It sounded like whoever, or whatever, it was kept stopping, then moving again. Leaves and twigs snapped softly under the weight. My heart began to thud, and I told myself it could still be a deer or some other animal. But the spacing of the steps felt deliberate. I reached for the flashlight I had stashed beside my sleeping bag and waited. The footsteps drew closer, then stopped altogether. The silence was worse than the sound. I strained to hear anything, but all I caught was the faint lap of water against the shore. I lay completely still, my hand tight around the flashlight, until finally I heard the crunch of steps again, this time moving away. Slowly, gradually, the sound faded into the distance. I didn't sleep much after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I heard another faint rustle or step, and I'd freeze all over again. Eventually, I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, pale light was seeping into the tent. When I unzipped the flap, the first thing I noticed was the dirt near my fire pit. The ashes were cold, but the soil beside them had several partial footprints in it. Not mine. These weren't clear enough to see the full tread, but they were big and deep enough to make my stomach knot. I spent the morning trying to relax, making coffee and sitting by the lake. But my eyes kept scanning the treeline, half expecting to see someone standing there. I thought about leaving, but it felt ridiculous to pack up so soon, especially since I had driven all the way out here. By midday, I convinced myself it was just another camper who had wandered too close without realizing it. In the afternoon, I decided to hike a short trail that looped around part of the lake. I brought a small pack with water and a snack and set out along the path. The trail wound through thick woods where the air was cooler and damper. In some places, the canopy was so dense it felt like evening even though it was only 3 o'clock. About halfway around, I came to a spot where the path narrowed between two large boulders. That's where I saw it, a small piece of cloth snagged on a low branch. It was dark green, torn at the edge, and stiff like it had been out in the weather for a while. I pulled it free and turned it over in my hand, noticing faint mud stains. It didn't look like something dropped by accident. It looked ripped. I left it where I found it and kept walking, but the air felt heavier now. At one point, I caught the faint smell of smoke. Would smoke, but I couldn't see any sign of a fire. When I finally got back to camp, it was late afternoon. I added more wood to my own fire and tried to shake off the unease. I told myself I'd stay one more night, but I'd keep my flashlight and a small hatchet right next to me in the tent. As the sun went down again, the lake turned black and the trees became jagged silhouettes. I sat closer to the fire than before, letting the heat sink into me. At one point, I thought I saw a movement between two trees near the edge of the clearing, but when I shone my flashlight, the beam lit only bark and leaves. The wind picked up after dark, and the sound of it in the branches masked smaller noises. That made me more nervous, not less. Every so often, I'd stand and sweep the light across the tree line, the beam catching brief flashes of pale trunks and empty ground. It must have been close to midnight when I heard it again, the slow, deliberate crunch of steps. This time, they came from behind the tent, in the woods opposite the lake. I grabbed the flashlight and hatchet, my pulse hammering. The steps paused, then started again, moving in a loose arc around the tent. I could hear the faint shift of leaves, the snap of a twig. I stepped out into the open, shining the light toward the sound. For a fraction of a second, the beam caught something, the shape of a man, tall and broad-shouldered, slipping behind a tree. My chest went tight. I called out loudly, my voice breaking the silence, but there was no response. The shape didn't reappear. The next minute stretched forever. I kept the light trained on the spot, my knuckles white around the hatchet. Finally, the sound of steps began again, this time retreating deeper into the woods until they were gone. I didn't go back to sleep. I sat by the fire until the first pale light of dawn, then packed my gear in silence. When I carried it all back to the car, I saw fresh prints in the dirt of the path, deep, heavy, and headed toward the road. Driving away, I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone step out of the trees onto the road behind me. Even hours later, back in my apartment, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The sound of those slow footsteps stayed with me for days, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw that brief silhouette, just enough to know it was a man, and close enough that I will always wonder how long he had been there before I woke up. It had been a while since I'd gone hiking alone. I used to do it all the time when I was younger, back when I didn't think twice about the idea of being miles from anyone else. But this trip was different. I'd been feeling restless for weeks, stuck in my routine, and I thought a long, quiet hike in the woods would help clear my head. I picked a trail I'd never been on before, one I'd found online the night before. It wasn't part of any big park, just an old Forest Service road that wound up into the hills and disappeared into an area where the map didn't show much detail. I figured it would be quiet and empty, which was exactly what I wanted. The drive out was uneventful. The weather was clear, the kind of early autumn day where the air feels crisp but not yet cold. I pulled my old backpack from the trunk, stuffed with a few snacks, a water bottle, and a small flashlight just in case. The entrance to the trail was little more than a gap in the trees with two leaning wooden posts on either side, half-rotted and overgrown with weeds. It didn't look like many people used it anymore. There wasn't even a proper parking area, just enough room to pull off the road onto some flattened grass. The trail started wide, an old dirt road where weeds grew through the cracks in the packed earth. Every step crunched over dry leaves. The forest was dense on either side, with trees so tall they blocked out much of the sunlight. The air inside felt still, heavy even, like the sound didn't carry the same way it did in the open. After a few minutes of walking, the road narrowed, the undergrowth closing in. I could see deer tracks in the dirt, and here and there, small claw marks in the bark of trees. Nothing unusual for a place like this. I kept a steady pace, following the gentle incline uphill. It was the kind of path that wound slowly back and forth, so you couldn't see far ahead. At first, it felt peaceful. Every now and then, I'd hear the distant call of a bird or the rustle of something moving through the underbrush, probably a squirrel or rabbit. But as I got farther in, the sounds began to fade. The deeper I went, the quieter it became, until the only sound I heard was my own footsteps and my breathing. An hour in, I noticed the trail had changed. The dirt was less compact, the edges broken up by tree roots. The air felt cooler, though the sun hadn't moved much. I came to a spot where the trail forked. One path was faint and overgrown, the other more distinct, but leading sharply uphill. I didn't remember seeing a fork on the map, but I decided to take the uphill path, thinking it might lead to a view at the top. As I climbed, the trees seemed to grow closer together, their branches tangling overhead, blocking more of the light. I kept walking, but something about the way the air felt made me uneasy. It wasn't just cooler, it was still, like even the wind had stopped coming through. I tried to shake the feeling. I told myself it was just me getting in my own head, that the quiet was exactly what I'd wanted. But then I noticed something strange. The trail ahead was disturbed. The dirt had deep, uneven prints in it. At first I thought they were from a hiker wearing heavy boots, but the shapes weren't right. They were longer, with odd gaps between them, and some were pressed much deeper into the earth than others, like whoever or whatever made them was heavy. They led up the trail in the same direction I was heading. I slowed down and studied them more closely. They weren't quite like animal prints either. No clear paw shape, no hoof marks. Just long, irregular impressions that sank into the dirt. My stomach tightened, but I kept moving. I told myself it could be someone carrying a heavy load, or maybe just a trick of the light and shadows in the dirt. I didn't like the idea of turning back just because of some weird footprints. The trail leveled out, and I reached a flat area where the trees opened up slightly. The ground here was scattered with fallen branches, some large enough that I had to step over them. I noticed more of the same prints here, crisscrossing the clearing. They weren't in a straight line anymore. Some doubled back, others veered off into the trees. I crouched to look at one more closely and realized it was fresh. The dirt inside was damp, darker than the ground around it, as if whatever had made it had passed through not long ago. The uneasy feeling in my chest got worse. I stood up and scanned the trees, listening hard. That's when I noticed a faint sound in the distance. It was subtle at first, like something brushing against bark, but then it came again, a slow, deliberate crunch, like a footstep on dry leaves. I froze and held my breath. The sound didn't come in a steady rhythm. It would happen once, then pause for several seconds, then happen again, always from somewhere ahead and slightly to the right. It was as if whoever was making it was moving slowly, carefully. I stayed still for what felt like a long time, straining my ears. Eventually, the sound stopped. I told myself it might just be an animal, deer maybe, but part of me didn't believe it. Something about the way it moved felt different. Animals don't usually pause like that between steps unless they're stalking something. I decided to keep going, but at a slower pace, trying to place my feet quietly. The trail ahead narrowed again, forcing me between two massive trees whose trunks leaned toward each other like a gate. Past them, the ground dipped slightly, and the light grew dimmer. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but the forest behind me looked the same as before, dense, unmoving, silent. Then I heard it again, much closer this time, that slow, deliberate crunch of leaves under weight. I turned my head sharply toward the sound, but I couldn't see anything through the trees. My heart was pounding now, and I realized my hands had tightened into fists without me noticing. I didn't want to run, not yet. Running in the woods when you don't know the terrain can be a bad idea. You trip, twist an ankle, get more lost. But I also didn't want to stand still and wait to find out what was behind me. I picked up my pace, not running, but moving fast enough that my breath grew louder. Every few steps I glanced back, and every time I did, I thought I caught the faintest suggestion of movement in the trees. Not enough to be sure, but enough to keep my skin crawling. I reached another clearing, smaller than the first, with a fallen tree lying across the middle. I stepped over it and glanced back again. That's when I saw it, not clearly, not enough to describe in detail, but enough to know it was a person. They were partly hidden behind a tree trunk, far enough away that I couldn't make out their face, but their head was angled toward me. They weren't walking. They were just standing there, still watching. I didn't wait to see more. I turned and moved as fast as I could without breaking into a full sprint, focusing on the trail ahead. My breathing grew louder, and the blood rushed in my ears, almost drowning out the faint sounds behind me. But I still heard them, footsteps, now matching my pace, not too far back. Every time the trail bent, I pushed harder, trying to put more distance between us. It felt like I'd been moving forever before I finally recognized a part of the trail from earlier, the fork where I'd chosen the uphill path. I took the other way this time, hoping it would loop back toward the entrance faster. The trail here sloped downhill, and I let gravity pull me forward. My legs burned, my lungs ached, but I didn't slow down. I could still hear the steps behind me, uneven now, like whoever it was moving quickly too. The trees began to thin, and through them, I saw a flash of sunlight, the road where I'd parked. I pushed myself harder, my backpack bouncing against my shoulders. When I broke through the tree line and saw my car, I didn't stop to look back. I yanked the door open, threw myself inside, and locked it. My hands shook as I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine turned over, and I backed out onto the road without checking my mirrors. Only when I'd driven several miles did I let myself breathe normally again. My pulse was still hammering, and every muscle in my body felt tight. I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a figure on the road behind me, but there was nothing. Just empty pavement stretching into the distance. I don't know who was out there or why they followed me. Maybe they were just another hiker, maybe not. But I do know one thing. I won't be going back to that trail. The quiet I'd wanted so badly wasn't worth the way it made every sound, every shadow, feel like something closing in. It started in the late afternoon, the kind of time when the sun has already begun its slow drop, but there's still enough light to make you think you've got hours before it's truly dark. I had decided to go for a walk along an old service road that cut through the backwoods outside town. I'd been on it before, but only in daylight and only for short distances. The road wasn't paved, just a mix of dirt, gravel, and patches of broken concrete from years back when trucks used to come through. On both sides were thick walls of trees, pines, oaks, and a mess of undergrowth that looked almost impenetrable. It was the kind of place where if you stepped just a few feet into the woods, you'd disappear from sight completely. The air had that damp smell you only get in the woods, like wet leaves and moss, and I remember the sound of my own footsteps crunching over gravel seemed louder than usual. The farther I went, the quieter everything else became. The hum of traffic from the distant highway faded. The birds stopped calling. Even the wind seemed to hesitate as it moved through the branches. I could feel the kind of silence that presses against your ears, where you notice the absence of sound more than the sounds themselves. I didn't have a reason for walking so far that day, but something about the empty road ahead made me want to keep going. I passed old telephone poles leaning at odd angles, their wires hanging slack and useless. Here and there, I spotted rusted-out barrels half buried in dirt, and once I saw the shattered remains of an old wooden sign lying face down. It felt like I was walking deeper into some forgotten part of the world where people hadn't been for years. About a mile in, the road began to narrow. Weeds pushed up through cracks, and low branches hung overhead, forcing me to duck every so often. I could feel the temperature dropping slightly. The sun was slipping lower, and the light was starting to filter through the trees at a sharper angle, making everything look darker and more uneven. Shadows stretched long and thin across the ground, and my own shadow moved over rocks and roots like something separate from me. The first thing that gave me a bad feeling was a smell. It wasn't strong at first, just a faint, sour odor that didn't belong out here. It reminded me of meat left out too long, faint but undeniable. I told myself it was probably a dead animal somewhere in the brush. Things die in the woods all the time. But as I walked, the smell didn't fade, it grew stronger. It clung to the air in a way that made breathing through my nose uncomfortable. I kept looking toward the trees, expecting to see some animal's body lying near the edge of the road, but I never did. The smell just stayed there, heavy and wrong. The light dimmed more, and I realized I hadn't thought about how far I'd gone until I looked back and couldn't see the curve in the road where I'd started. That was when I decided I should probably turn around soon. Just as I was about to, I noticed movement up ahead. At first it was just a shape, something low and dark slipping between two trees off to the right side of the road. My stomach tightened. I stopped walking and stood still, listening, but the woods were completely silent again. The shape was gone. I tried to convince myself it was a deer, or maybe a stray dog. I started walking again, slower this time, my ears straining for any sound. Then I heard it, a dry, irregular crunching of leaves, matching my pace but coming from inside the tree line. Whoever or whatever it was moving when I moved and stopping when I stopped. I glanced into the woods, but the light had dropped enough that everything past the first line of trees was just shadow and shifting shapes. My hands felt clammy, and I realized my heart was beating faster. I told myself to stay calm. I wasn't in danger, not yet. I adjusted my pace to try and catch the sound off guard, suddenly stopping in mid-step. The crunching stopped too. That's when I knew it wasn't my imagination. I didn't turn back right away. Instead, I kept walking, pretending I hadn't noticed, but every step felt heavier. The smell in the air was even worse now, almost choking. The trees on the right side of the road seemed thicker than before, their branches forming a tangled wall. I glanced over my shoulder, but the road behind me looked empty. Then I caught movement again, this time closer. Just inside the tree line, I saw something shift between the trunks. It was too large to be a dog, too controlled in its movement to be a deer. I still couldn't make out details, just the suggestion of a figure. The way it moved wasn't like an animal fleeing. It was deliberate, matching me. I finally decided I needed to turn back. I pivoted quickly, keeping my eyes on the trees as I began walking faster toward where I'd come from. I didn't run. Running felt like it would turn whatever was out there into a chase, but I walked fast enough that my breath started coming harder. The sound of the leaves crunching returned, pacing me from inside the woods. Sometimes it sounded closer, sometimes farther, but always there. The road stretched ahead, but it felt longer now, like I'd stepped into some trick of the landscape where the distance back was twice what it had been going in. The light continued to fade until it was that in-between stage where it's not quite night, but shadows have taken over everything. I could barely make out the details of the road ahead, only the faint lighter strip against the darker edges of the forest. At one point, I heard a low snapping sound wood breaking. It was followed by a slow, dragging noise, like something heavy was being pulled over the forest floor. My skin prickled, and I felt a tightness in my throat. I didn't look into the trees anymore. I kept my eyes straight ahead, my body leaning forward, willing my legs to move faster. The smell hit me again, stronger than before, almost making me gag. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry, my mind racing through possibilities. A bear, maybe, or someone dumping something out here. But the sound, the steady following, the breaks in the brush, it felt wrong for either of those. Finally, after what felt like far too long, I saw a change in the road ahead. The faint outline of the old service road opening back toward the clearing where my car was parked. I sped up, my footsteps crunching faster. The sound in the woods sped up too, matching me step for step until the tree line began to thin. Just as I broke into the open space, the noises stopped completely. No footsteps, no breaking branches, nothing. The smell vanished too, as if it had been cut off by an invisible wall at the edge of the trees. I kept walking until I reached my car, my hands shaking as I dug for my keys. When I turned to look back at the road, I saw nothing but still trees and the first hints of night settling over the canopy. The place looked exactly as it had when I'd arrived, as if nothing had been there at all. But I knew what I'd heard. I knew I'd been followed. I got in my car and drove away without hesitation. The entire drive back, my shoulders stayed tense, my eyes flicking to the rearview mirror more than the road ahead. I didn't see anything, but the feeling didn't fade. Even when I got home and locked the door, the sound of leaves crunching in rhythm with my steps stayed in my head, and I never went back to that road again. It was late in the afternoon when I decided to take a walk through the old service road that cut deep through the backwoods. The day had been still and warm. the kind of weather that made the air feel heavy on your skin. I wasn't planning on going far, just enough to stretch my legs before the evening settled in. The road wasn't used anymore, overgrown with weeds that brushed against my jeans as I walked. Every now and then I could hear the crunch of gravel under my boots where the weeds hadn't taken over completely. The sun was low enough that the shadows of the trees reached across the road like dark fingers, and I could smell the dampness of the earth as the temperature began to drop. The woods on either side of the road were dense, the kind of dense where you couldn't see more than a few yards in before everything turned to shadow and shapes. I kept my eyes forward, watching where the road bent and disappeared in the distance. Somewhere far off, I heard the faint sound of a woodpecker, sharp and rhythmic, but it faded as I kept going. There was no wind, no rustle in the leaves, just my footsteps and the occasional distant snap of a branch that might have been a squirrel or something bigger. The deeper I went, the quieter it got, and the air seemed to grow thicker, heavier, almost like it was pressing in on me. After a while, I noticed that the gravel road began to dip slightly, the weeds taller here, almost brushing against my hands. The trees leaned closer overhead, their branches knitting together and dimming the light. I glanced back once and saw nothing but the narrow path I'd walked, swallowed quickly by the dark of the forest. That's when I caught sight of something far ahead. At first, I thought it was just the shadow of a tree trunk crossing the road, but as I kept walking, I realized it was something else. A figure. Still. Upright. Not moving. It was too far away to make out details, but the shape was clear against the pale strip of road. It wasn't hunched like an animal, it stood straight like a person. My first thought was that maybe it was another hiker, but something about the way it stood there made my chest tighten. Most people, when they see someone else coming, will shift, wave, or at least look toward you. This figure didn't move at all. It was just standing in the center of the road, facing my direction. I slowed my steps without even meaning to, my boots sinking deeper into the gravel. I don't know how long I stared, but I must have blinked because suddenly the figure was gone. Not like it walked off. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. I stopped walking. I scanned the edges of the road, the trees on either side, trying to spot movement, but all I saw were dark trunks and tangled undergrowth. My breathing had changed without me noticing. It was shallow now, controlled. I turned slightly, debating whether to head back, but the stubborn part of me didn't want to feel like I was running away from nothing. I kept walking, slower this time, every sense sharpened. The next stretch of road felt longer than the rest, the light dimming as the sun dipped lower. The smell of the forest changed. It was still earthy, but now there was something else, something faint but sour, like rotting leaves after rain. I kept my eyes sweeping the sides of the road, and that's when I heard it. Breathing. Heavy, deliberate breathing, coming from somewhere off to my right. I froze. It was close enough that I could hear the exhale, the slight hitch before the inhale, but I couldn't see anything through the trees. My mind ran through possibilities, deer, bear, maybe even a wild hog, but the sound didn't match any of them. It wasn't quick or panicked. It was slow, steady, almost like it was aware of me and not afraid. I stayed still, my ears straining, and the breathing shifted, moving away but not in a straight line. It wove between the trees, fading, then coming back slightly, like it was circling me but keeping just out of sight. I gripped my hands into fists without realizing it, feeling the cool sweat in my palms. When the breathing finally grew fainter, I forced myself to move again, faster this time, my boots crunching loud in the quiet. The road began to climb slightly, and I could see the ridge ahead, a sharp rise where the treeline broke into a thin gap of sky. My goal now wasn't just to walk. It was to get out of the narrow, enclosed stretch and into some kind of open space where I could see more than a few feet in front of me. When I reached the top of the ridge, the air felt different, cooler, thinner. I glanced behind me, half expecting to see something following, but there was nothing, just the road stretching back into the shadowed woods. I took a deep breath, but it didn't calm me. I started down the other side, but something in me didn't want to linger. The forest was closing in again on both sides, and I realized that if I kept going, I'd be moving deeper into a place where no one would hear me if something happened. My legs were already aching, but I turned around and started back toward the way I'd come. The walk back felt faster, but the woods seemed darker now, almost swallowing the path ahead of me. Every step I took sounded too loud, like I was giving away my position. Somewhere behind me, a twig snapped, not loud, but sharp enough to freeze me mid-step. I turned my head slowly. The trees stood still. No movement, but my skin prickled, and I knew something was there. I forced myself to keep walking, resisting the urge to break into a run. Running would be worse. Running would make whatever it was follow faster. When the trees finally began to thin and the road brightened ahead, I felt the tension in my shoulders loosen slightly. I could see the break in the woods where I had started earlier, a strip of open field beyond. But just before I stepped out of the tree line, I glanced back one last time. That's when I saw it, the figure, standing far down the road, exactly where I had been minutes ago. Same stance, same stillness. Watching, I stepped out into the open without looking back again. My breathing was fast now, and my legs felt weak, but I didn't stop until I was well away from the woods, the dark line of trees behind me. Even then, I kept scanning the edges, half expecting to see that still shape standing just inside the shadows, waiting. I didn't go back down that road after that day. Every time I thought about it, I remembered the sound of that breathing and the way the figure never moved. And I knew whatever it was had been there long before I walked in, and it would still be there if I ever went back.